Chapter 401. Smog is coming! The Woodland Kingdom is located in the northeast corner of Mirkwood. The original inhabitants of this region were a group of wood elves, unlike the so-called high elves.
They themselves or their ancestors had never been to the west, Valinor. Those elves who visited Valinor, beheld the glory of the two trees, and lived in the lands of the Valar, became more beautiful, wise, knowledgeable, and powerful.
Some even studied with the Valar, inventing their own magic and mastering many skills. Their descendants would also inherit their powerful genes.
The wood elves are the descendants of the firstborn elves who gave up on leaving Middle-earth and never journeyed to Valinor. They lack the wisdom of the high elves and are more warlike. Of course, they are still kind. Thranduil, king of the woodlands,
was a Sindarin elf, a descendant of the high elves. His father, Orifer, chose to remain in Middle-earth after the War of Wrath. He and his family crossed Eredron and eventually settled in Mirkwood. He was elected leader by the wood elves there,
thus giving rise to the Woodland Kingdom. The elves of the Woodland Kingdom live in the forests. They can often be seen on the ground or in the branches. King Thranduil resides in a vast cave palace. The palace had countless exits leading in all directions.
It also extended deep underground with numerous tunnels and halls. However, compared to the orcs' dwellings, this place seemed brighter and cleaner. Thranduil was sitting on the throne,
and a wood elf guard was reporting to him the news that Lake Town had been destroyed by Smog. You said Smog is now over 200 meters long. Is his strength more than doubled? Thranduil was deeply shocked by the destruction of Lake Town. However,
he was more interested in the information regarding Smog and immediately raised a question. He had seen Smog many times, including once 60 years ago when he was out foraging, although he had only observed him from afar.
He was certain that Smog was not of such an exaggerated size and strength. How could such a huge change have happened in just 60 years? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Thranduil was filled with suspicion and kept asking questions.
The guard who reported said seriously, I am sure I did not see it wrong. Keep a close eye on the mountains. If Smog appears again, notify me immediately. Thranduil gave the order. Also, send someone to search for survivors in Lake Town, if there are any.
Provide them with supplies and gather more information. Yes. The guards retreated in response. Thranduil returned to his throne and fell into a long silence. He knew Thorin had taken the Arkenstone. The dwarves' dragon-slaying war might soon break out.
He was ready to march, because the mountain also held the treasure he desired. That white gem shone with pure starlight. To this end, he even spared no expense,
planning to launch a blitzkrieg after the dwarves succeeded in slaying the dragon and suffered heavy losses. The prerequisite for this plan is that Smog dies as predicted. Thranduil suddenly grew restless. He felt as if something unknown had happened,
causing the future to change. The prophecy might no longer be accurate. He had heard that Galadriel had a mirror that could show many different things. It could even see the past, present and future. However,
his Woodland Kingdom had little contact with Lothlorien. Their relationship was merely ordinary. If he rashly visited, the other party might not let him see the mirror. Thranduil pondered. Hesitating, he didn't know how much time had passed.
Then a voice called out, startling him awake. He realized his son, Legolas, had returned. He was standing before him. Beside Legolas stood Tauriel, who had disobeyed his command and left the forest. He was deeply displeased, yet he graciously held his temper.
According to his previous orders, Tauriel had already been banished from the Woodland Kingdom. Now that Legolas had found her, he knew without a second thought that his son had come to plead for Tauriel. But to Thranduil's surprise,
Legolas actually spoke about the news about Smog. When he heard that Smog had gone to Mount Gumble and slew all the orcs who had gone out to fight, his brows furrowed deeply and his expression became extremely solemn. Furthermore,
the information had been concerned about regarding Smog's size had finally been confirmed. The guard who'd reported it earlier hadn't been mistaken. Everything was true. It was his son who brought the news.
So Thranduil had no doubt about the truth of the information. But even so, he still found it hard to imagine. How could Smog have grown nearly twice as large in just 60 years? He asked himself, if the orc army of Gumbolda attacked his woodland kingdom,
even if they relied on the palace for defense, they would not be able to resist. But such a large army was easily defeated and destroyed by Smog. You can imagine how terrifying Smog is now. Can the 7 tribes of dwarves deal with such a powerful Smog?
Thranduil was deeply suspicious, and at the same time a bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Just as he was debating whether to proceed with the plan, the guard who had left earlier returned in a panic, shouting, "Your Majesty,
Smog is coming towards us." What? Thranduil was horrified. He stood up and shouted, "Prepare for battle!" Legolas and Taulir's expressions also changed. After looking at each other, they turned and ran towards the palace gate. Roar!
At this moment a deafening roar echoed from outside the palace gate. The sound resonated within the cave, causing the entire palace to shake slightly. Smog is really coming! Thranduil was panicked and even a little desperate.
The guards inside the palace were already in a state of panic. Although they were lining up to meet the enemy, every elf held out no hope. As for what was happening outside, but at this moment, Smog's voice rang out again. Thranduil,
come out to see me, or I will burn your palace down. Thranduil's face flashed with anger, but at the same time, he felt a slight sense of relief. From what Smog had said, it didn't seem like he was going to start a war. Otherwise, given his personality,
he would have launched an attack long ago. Legolas quickly returned and said, Smog is outside the palace gates. He didn't attack. I also saw Queen Galadriel. Thranduil exclaimed in surprise. Then, after a moment's thought, he said, let's go.
A large number of guards gathered around him. He displayed the proper ceremony of a king of the woodlands and led Legolas out of the palace. Chapter 42. Transaction. In front of the palace's massive stone gate,
a river flows through the dense forest, stretching out to the plains outside and directly into the long lake. A narrow stone bridge spans the river, connecting to the palace gate. Jing and Galadriel were in the forest across the bridge. Around them,
huge trees that required several men to embrace were broken into pieces, as if they had been broken apart by humans. Clearing a clearing. In the woods surrounding the clearing, figures flickered from tree to tree or in the shadows.
The wood elves drew their bows and arrows. Though they were aiming at the dragon, they were all terrified. They had never dreamed that this day would come. The terrifying Smog was at the gates of the city. His sheer size was enough to suffocate every elf.
Jing ignored the surrounding wood elves. He scanned the palace across the bridge with his mind. He had already spotted Thranduil approaching, so he waited quietly beside him. Galadriel stood silently, her face filled with helplessness,
holding the wooden box containing the white gem necklace. A moment later, the palace gates hummed open. Thranduil emerged, accompanied by Legolas and his guards. His gaze was immediately drawn to the massive figure of Jing across the river.
Although he knew the truth, he was still deeply shocked. The guards behind him were all in a commotion, feeling panic. Legolas had seen Jing's might before. He managed to keep his composure. He glanced at Galadriel and noticed the wooden box she was holding.
For the elves, who possessed eternal life, a few hundred years was but a very brief fraction of their lifespan. As Thranduil's son, he naturally understood the origins of the conflict between the dwarves and them. Seeing the wooden box held by Galadriel,
Legolas' eyes froze. After realizing what was happening, he quickly gestured to Thranduil. Thranduil finally came to his senses. He turned to Galadriel and saw the wooden box she was holding. His pupils suddenly contracted.
Then a flash of understanding and joy crossed his face. He no longer cared about anything else and strode across the river. Jing observed Thranduil's expression clearly. The latter had obviously understood his intention. Thranduil soon arrived before him.
He bowed slightly and said, Smog, King and the Mountain Queen Galadriel. Galadriel nodded in response. Jing snorted. He spoke bluntly. Thranduil, I have brought you the treasure you desire most. Do you seek war or friendship?
Galadriel winked at Thranduil and opened the wooden box. It was filled with white gems. In the center of the pile of gems lay a silver necklace, shimmering like a star. Thranduil couldn't move his gaze away. He stared at the necklace so close to him.
Memories welled in his eyes. He stared for a long moment before averting his gaze. He took a deep breath and looked up at Jing. He asked excitedly, what are your conditions? He knew the two sides were unequal in power.
Smog was more than capable of destroying them. His arrival, bearing the treasure he most desired, was bound to be unconditional. Friendship was merely a byproduct of this transaction. Jing's eyes lit up with admiration. He said frankly,
you'll have to exchange this necklace for something more valuable, but as compensation you can earn my friendship. Also, Galadriel is visiting me recently. You'll need her supplies. Can? Thranduil's face showed surprise.
He hadn't expected the terms to be so simple. He simply agreed. He had originally asked the dwarves of Erebor to create this necklace. However, the greedy dwarves, after completing the work, raised the price.
It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, it was simply that he couldn't swallow the humiliation, so he angrily refused, and their friendship began to fray. What he didn't expect was that the dwarf would spread the news that he refused to pay and wanted to rob him,
constantly destroying his reputation as the noble elven king. Thranduil naturally disdained to argue. Furthermore, the wood elves lived in the dense forests and rarely interacted with outsiders, even if there were voices arguing for him.
They were quickly drowned out by rumors. Through Dale, his bad reputation spread to all the dwarven tribes. It spread to all the human kingdoms. Even the orcs in the Misty Mountains knew about it. Thranduil still offered no excuses.
He didn't care what others thought of him. Dwarves, humans, and so on. Compared to the eternal lifespan of the elves, these races were nothing. All rumors would eventually be lost in the vast river of time. He was very patient.
He was even willing to wait until the day the kingdom of Iluba fell. As expected, the Dwarf King paid the price for his greed. When Smog destroyed the Dwarf Kingdom, he led his elven army to watch from a hillside not far from Erebor.
He knew the fear of dragons even better than the dwarves. He had experienced the battle against dragons during the War of Wrath and witnessed Ankaragang's might. Thranduil did not offer any assistance. He knew that the Woodland Kingdom was no match for Smog.
Considering the greater good, and to prevent Smog from turning his wrath upon the Woodland Kingdom, he did not offer any assistance to the exiled dwarves. As a result, the dwarves spread the news of the Elf King's betrayal. They resented and hated him.
Forgetting that they were the ones who first caused the rift in their friendship, Thranduil knew the nature of dwarves: greedy, arrogant, blind, stubborn, and unyielding. They also constantly distorted the truth, yet he still didn't care about reputation.
He cared about the necklace of Whitestone and Starlight. After Smog took control of the Lonely Mountain, he didn't despair. Instead, he quietly waited for his opportunity for the prophecy to come true. He believed that sooner or later,
his treasure would return to him. When he heard about the changes in Smog's size and strength, he was worried. But he never expected that everything would be so simple. He was filled with excitement. Immediately, Legolas gave an order,
and he immediately led his men to the treasury. They quickly produced a variety of treasures worth the necklace. "Dear Smog, all these treasures belong to you. Are you satisfied?" Thranduil generously gave away all the treasures with a wave of his hand.
He wasn't the greedy elf the dwarves claimed. He had been unwilling to pay the dwarves more than he had been willing to pay. But that was simply because he couldn't swallow his anger. Jing surveyed the pile of treasures before him.
It was already far more valuable than the necklace itself. Yet a strange desire for more arose within him. It was Smog's miserly genes at work. Fortunately, he wasn't the original Smog.
He immediately suppressed this nagging thought and revealed a look of satisfaction. Thranduil was also very satisfied. He found that Smog was not as cruel and evil as the legend said. Greed had its limits. Compared with the dwarves, he was much better.
He also had serious doubts about Galadriel's presence. After some thought, he extended an invitation and prepared to host a grand banquet to entertain Jing and Galadriel. Jing readily agreed. He hadn't eaten in a long time. In the past,
Smog ate anything when he was hungry: elves, dwarves, humans, orcs, and more. He particularly liked to eat elven children and human virgins. But since he crossed over, he had a strong instinct to eat all kinds of intelligent creatures. However,
he still firmly restrained himself from indulging himself and adhered to his principles. The wood elves of the Woodland Kingdom also hunted and ate meat. Thranduil naturally knew that Jing was a carnivore, so he immediately made arrangements.
The beginning of the war. At the banquet, Jing devoured the feast. Hundreds of wood elves were busy preparing the barbecue for him. Galadriel was discussing the provision of daily necessities with Thranduil,
and even asked him to provide Jing with food every once in a while. Thranduil readily agreed. Through the conversation, he finally learned why Galadriel was there. He also learned about Sauron's return and how he was defeated and forced to flee.
After learning everything, he remained silent for a long time. His gaze towards Jing completely changed. He was filled with awe from the bottom of his heart. The banquet lasted all day. Jing finally ate and drank his fill. Finally, feeling satisfied,
he returned to Erebor with Galadriel and the treasures he had exchanged. As soon as he came back, he couldn't wait to start studying with Galadriel. 1 month later, Iron Hills, Thorin stood on the platform, looking around at the armies of various tribes below.
He looked radiant and energetic. In the month since he sent the message, with the exception of the Iron Fist clan, which remained unresponsive, the other 5 dwarf tribes have all responded to his call, sending troops to his command. Among them,
the Quanliang and Hoxu clans responded most actively and sent the largest number of troops. These 2 groups of dwarves once built Belegost and Nogrod, 2 dwarf cities that were as famous as Moria. However, after the War of Wrath,
the sinking of Beleriand led to the destruction of these 2 cities. Many of the dwarves who lost their homes fled to Moria and took refuge with the Longbeard clan, descendants of Durin. Therefore, the Broadbeam, Firebeard,
and Longbeard clans have the most harmonious relations. Many dwarves in the Longbeard clan are descendants of those who once joined the Broadbeam and Firebeard clans. Bifur and Bomber, who followed Thorin on his adventures, are examples of this.
The dwarves of Clan Broadbeam are renowned armorers. They once crafted 7 dwarven masks, capable of withstanding dragon fire. Legend has it that Azagar, the former king of the Broadbeam dwarves,
once struck down Glorung in close combat while wearing one of these masks. During the dragon-slaying battle against Smog, the Broadbeam dwarf who came to support brought the mask and gave it to Thorin.
The Firebeard clan also brought a large amount of armor and weapons. They were not only fierce and aggressive, but also the most extraordinary metalworkers and weaponsmiths among the dwarves. The sword Narsil, the king of men, which had severed Sauron's arm,
was forged by them. Thorin looked at the armies of the two major clans with satisfaction. However, when he saw the Blacklock clan army sandwiched between the two major clans, he could help but frown. The Blacklocks have dark hair and skin.
They bring with them armies second only to the Broadbeams and Firebeards. However, they are the most selfish and greedy. They once aided Sauron. Although they now fight against Sauron's forces, they still trade with the orcs of Mordor for wealth.
Thorin was instinctively wary of the Blacklock dwarf, even disgusted, but since he had come, he wouldn't turn him away. Finally, there are two other dwarf tribes, the Hardbeard clan and the Stonefoot clan.
These two dwarf tribes are relatively introverted and rarely interact with the outside world. Their arrival this time is only a symbolic force of about 100 men. As for the Iron Fist dwarves who hadn't come,
Thorin couldn't help but snort coldly at the thought of them. The Iron Fist dwarves were ambitious and had waged many wars against their own kind, especially against the Longbeard dwarves. They always held a grudge against them and considered them their rivals.
If everything succeeds this time, he will never let the other party go easily in the future. Everything is ready. At this time, Balin came to him and said, "Do you really not need to consider the advice of the wizard named Saruman? Just 2 days ago,
Saruman came to them and told them to wait a little longer. Then the elves and the human kingdoms would help them to attack Smaug. Although Balin thought that was a good idea and would give him a better chance of dealing with Smaug.
Thorin was furious and ignored their opinions. He simply drove Saruman out. After hearing Balin's words, Thorin's face changed. He said, "We don't need help from others. I don't trust wizards. And
have you forgotten how they treated us when we were the most hungry and cold? As for humans, they are even more greedy. Their motive is to share our treasure." "All right then," Balin sighed. "Dan's ready too. We're ready to go any time. So what are you waiting for?"
Thorin drew his did high and roared, "Let's go! Oh!" At his command, the assembled dwarves of various races roared with excitement and began to march towards Lonely Mountain with high morale. Woodland Kingdom.
Thranduil and Legolas walked in the palace. The original agreement was that the gates of Erebor would open every 3 days, and the wood elves would deliver food and daily necessities. However, nearly 5 days had passed.
And the sealed gates still hadn't opened. "Haven't contacted Smaug yet?" Thranduil asked. "Just 3 days ago. Saruman, known to the elves as Karunner, came to them and asked them to help him defeat Smaug and rescue Queen Galadriel."
He also promised to find the white gem necklace from Smaug's treasure and return it to him. He concealed the details of his deal with Smaug. Although he didn't agree to it right away, he didn't reject it right away either. Instead,
he chose to consider it for a few days. Thranduil also knew that Saruman had gone to the Iron Hills to contact the dwarves. He didn't know what the dwarves' attitude was, but based on the recent intelligence of the dwarven army's march,
it was clear that Thorin had rejected them. This wasn't unexpected. He had witnessed Thor's madness before. A mad desire for power and wealth ran in that family's bloodline. How could Thorin, Thor's grandson, be willing to share the treasure with anyone else?
Legolas followed beside him. He said, "The gate remains closed, but the food we provided to Galadriel is almost gone. If nothing unexpected happens, Smaug will soon emerge again." Thranduil nodded and suddenly asked, "What do you think of Karunner's proposal?"
Legolas paused. After a moment's reflection, he said, "Smaug isn't as evil as we thought. He's on good terms with us now. We don't need to participate in this war. Winning would only bring us treasure, but losing would be unbearable. Besides,
Queen Galadriel doesn't seem to be under duress at all." Thranduil's face lit up with satisfaction. He said, "Your analysis is excellent. In that case, when Smaug emerges this time, you will personally report the events of the past few days to him.
We won't have to worry about the rest." He hadn't said anything more. If Smaug died as predicted, it wouldn't be a big loss for him. He could even mobilize his army to try and get a piece of the action. But if the other side resolved this crisis and won,
they would also gain more friendship from Smaug. Chapter 404. An unexpected benefit from learning. Erebor, Treasure Hall. Jing lay on the Golden Mountain with his eyes closed. His mind was trembling violently. Ripples occasionally appeared in the air.
The piles of gold, silver, and jewels seemed to be stirred by invisible hands, making a rustling sound. Galadriel stood far outside the hall, feeling the immense pressure on her soul. Her face was filled with shock, and she stared at Jing in a daze.
She had only taught some meditation, like methods to restore and refine the soul and enhance mental strength, but she hadn't expected this situation to occur. Feeling the immense soul energy enveloping the hall, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart.
This level of power was even more powerful than most of the Maya she had seen. Galadriel even began to doubt Jing's origins. As far as she knew, almost every life in this world had a soul strength that was innate. Acquired cultivation had little effect.
This is the rule set by the creator god Elda Vadar. No matter how weak a life is, after death, every soul has a different destination, just as the souls of elves, After death, journey to the halls of Mandos, awaiting the end of the world.
The souls of other beings, even if unreceived, do not perish. Unlike Sauron, can be reunited and restored, even resurrected. The weak, however, can only wander the world helplessly, eventually vanishing and forgotten.
Galadriel looked at Jing in doubt and wonder, wondering about his origins. She even suspected that this was a plot by Iluvatar. After another half-day, the fluctuations in the hall gradually subsided.
The pressure that had been suffocating him finally disappeared. She let out a long sigh and slowly walked into the hall before coming to Jing. Jing opened his eyes and said apologetically, "I didn't expect this to happen after just trying it."
He was actually surprised at this moment. This was because the meditation method taught by Galadriel involved the restoration of the soul. This might be a common practice for some powerful people in the current world, but for him, it was truly useful.
Especially when he was in the Tianlong world, he absorbed a large amount of soul energy. Although it was integrated into his own soul, it was never fully digested. As a result, he was restricted when using his soul. But now Jing had the quickest solution.
He believed that if he persisted in practicing his newly learned meditation method, perhaps before his return, he would be able to completely integrate the spiritual energy and transform it into his true strength. Galadriel suppressed her doubts and smiled.
"It's okay, but 6 days have already passed." Jing realized it. He could eat once and go for a long time without eating, but Galadriel couldn't. After understanding, he immediately moved the huge stone blocking the gate. The wood elves,
who were observing outside daily, immediately noticed the situation. Not long after, Legolas arrived in Erebor with a group of wood elves and supplies, and soon, Galadriel brought him to Jing.
Legolas bowed and then went straight to the story of Saruman's persuasion and the dwarves' actions. He also brought word that the elves of Rivendell were gathering an army. Galadriel frowned after hearing this. She quickly said to Jing,
"There might be some misunderstanding. I didn't intend for him to do this. Counterattacked. Oh, it's Saruman." After Jing realized what was happening, he knew the truth. This matter really has nothing to do with Galadriel. I believe you.
Saruman was the first Maiar to come to Middle-earth. Unlike Gandalf, who passively accepted man's orders, Saruman came on his own initiative. Even before he arrived, he was jealous of Gandalf. He never hid his contempt for Radagast the Brown.
But he was also aware of Gandalf's strength. He knew that Gandalf might surpass him. Therefore, he became even more jealous. He even persuaded Gandalf to stay away from the White Council. Saruman was an ambitious man. He longed for greater power.
He even considered joining forces with Morgoth long ago. Now his goal is the One Ring. However, he wants the ring not to control it, but to study and create his own One Ring, and thus rule Middle-earth. Jing recalled his memories of Saruman.
Judging from the current time frame, while he was secretly researching and crafting the ring, he hadn't yet been seduced and corrupted by Sauron, nor had he succumbed to his will. But no matter what, Saruman was preparing to deal with him at this moment.
And he would not turn a blind eye to it. First, we'll take care of the dwarves once and for all, and then we'll go back and settle the score with Saruman. I just want to study hard and not get into trouble. Why is it so difficult?
Jing complained a little in his heart and made a decision. Galadriel breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Jing said. She said, "I'm worried about problems in Lothlorien and Rivendell. This is my oversight.
I'll project myself over and explain everything. As for Counterattacked, he may have misunderstood me. Once I explain, there won't be any problems." Misunderstanding? Jing sneered. Saruman hadn't misunderstood. He was actually trying to take the One Ring from me.
Galadriel exclaimed in disbelief. Why would Counterattacked do this? Legolas beside her was also extremely surprised. His mouth dropped open. He had never expected there to be such a secret. Power. He wanted even greater power. Jing sneered. He moved his limbs.
Rumbling, he strode towards the gate. "Help me keep an eye on the treasure. I'll go take care of those dwarves and be back." Galadriel subconsciously wanted to persuade him. After all, the dwarves weren't considered evil.
But she thought of the irreconcilable conflict between Jing and the other party. After opening her mouth, she sighed. Unless one side is willing to give up the treasure and the Lonely Mountain, this will be a life and death battle.
As soon as Jing walked out of the door, he spread his wings and flew into the sky, heading straight to the east. The distance from Lonely Mountain to the Iron Hills wasn't too far, given his flying speed.
And the fact that the dwarves had been marching all day. It only took him a dozen minutes to spot them from high above. On the open plain, a dense crowd of dwarves were taking a short break. It was a bustling scene. These dwarves were fully armed.
Wielding spears and huge shields, carrying bows and arrows, they also had a large number of cavalry, primarily riding horned sheep or war boars. What caught Jing's attention was the large number of ballista, like launchers placed within the dwarven formation.
It looked like it would take 5 or 6 people to operate them. The launchers were made entirely of metal. They carried massive arrows, sharper and thicker than spears. The tips gleamed with a dark glow. A faint ripple of magic lingered on them.
They looked incredibly dangerous. The preparations are quite thorough. He knew without thinking that this weapon of war was definitely prepared to deal with him. But so what? Jing sneered inwardly. He quickened his pace, closing in swiftly. Then
he dove down upon the dwarven army. Chapter 405. Poor weak creature! From the moment Jing appeared to the moment he approached the dwarf camp and attacked, it only took a dozen seconds. The dwarves were chatting happily one moment.
The next, they were all stunned. Although Bilbo had told them about Smaug's power, many of them were too stubborn to believe it. Only then did they suddenly realize what was happening. But it was too late.
Smaug is coming! Enemy attack! Be on guard!
Get ready for battle! The dwarves were immediately in an uproar, and the leaders of each tribe shouted orders. Roar! Jing finally reached the attack range. He opened his mouth and a raging fire swept over the dwarf camp. Cavalry.
Disperse infantry. Shield up. In fact, before coming here, the dwarves of various tribes had already discussed various ways to deal with Smaug and how to deal with the fire. Their shields were all forged by Broadbeam and Firebeard dwarves,
possessing special properties that allow them to resist extremely high temperature flames. It must be said that the dwarves who participated in the dragon-slaying battle were all elite warriors from various races. After all,
reclaiming the Lonely Mountain was a battle for the honor of the dwarves. If the dragon was slain successfully, it would leave a profound mark in the history of the dwarves and even the races of Middle-earth. Furthermore, there was the allure of treasure.
The dwarven warriors reacted quickly. Rows of square shields rose up, forming an almost impenetrable metal wall. Boom! The flames fell upon the shield formation.
The powerful impact nearly broke the shield-bearing dwarven warriors' backs. The scorching heat transmitted from the shield's surface, causing excruciating pain to every dwarf who touched it. Yet, they gritted their teeth and persevered,
perfectly resisting this wave of attacks. Oh! The dwarves roared with earth-shaking cheers. The scattered cavalrymen drew their bows and arrows, seizing the opportunity presented by Jing's swooping attack to launch a counterattack. Ding ding ding!
Countless arrows shot at Jing's body, but they were all blocked by his hard scales, leaving no marks. Lowly reptiles who gave you the courage to challenge me. Jing suddenly felt a surge of nameless rage.
He allowed the aftereffects of Smaug's actions to take their toll on him. He dove again, spewing more flames. At the same time, he flapped his wings vigorously, stirring and causing the flames to form a tornado. Boom! This time,
his attack finally worked. Numerous dwarves were thrown overboard by the hurricane. Then the flames swept through, igniting into a ball of fire. Screams rang out.
Dragon-slaying arrow! Release!
At this moment,
a resounding roar echoed from within the formation. The massive weapons of war that had been previously protected were finally ready, bearing their ferocious fangs. Whoosh! 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 The dwarves covering the surroundings quickly moved aside.
A large number of arrows, each as thick as an adult human's arm, pierced the air and soared into the sky. Ding ding ding. These enchanted giant arrows struck Jing like sharp hammers. Oh! Jing roared in anger. He felt intent.
He had recently been studying magic with Galadriel, and he instantly realized that these arrows were all imbued with spells like tearing and destructive strikes. Some even had explosive attacks. If they struck him, they would explode like bombs.
Dragon-slaying arrows?
You're courting death. Jing's fury grew stronger. The furnace within him blazed a blinding red light. Then his entire abdomen glowed crimson. Flames, even hotter than before, erupted from his mouth. At the same time,
he dove down with his entire body, charging towards the weapons of war that fired the so-called dragon-slaying arrows, which were protected in the center of the dwarf battle formation. As long as these weapons of war are destroyed,
the remaining dwarves will not be a threat at all. What they will face is an air-to-ground massacre. It's coming down. Attack! What Jing didn't expect was that the dwarves seemed to have been prepared for his actions.
They quickly gathered together and raised their sharp metal spears high, attacking him. Jing showed no fear. He faced the dense spears that looked like a bed of nails and fell straight down. Boom! The ground trembled.
The spears that blocked his path broke one after another. He crushed the spear-wielding dwarves to the ground in droves, their entire bodies exploding into a pile of pulp. Jing opened his mouth. Flames erupted wildly at the surrounding weapons of war,
completely igniting them and the dwarves they controlled. Then he stretched out his limbs, trampling the battle formation. His long, massive tail whipped left and right, pulverizing countless dwarves and sending them flying backwards. Smaug, kill!
The dwarves still did not collapse. Led by several dwarven cavalrymen wearing helmets and masks, they fearlessly charged towards him. You still have these things. Jing saw that wherever those masked dwarves passed,
flames were dispersed or even extinguished by invisible forces. He finally understood what they relied on. You're asking for trouble. You think you can deal with me like this? Although he constantly provoked the dwarves around him, he was extremely cautious.
Releasing his spirit to scan the surroundings, the scan results finally put Jing's mind at ease. The dwarves truly had no other means of concealment. If he were the old Smog, even if he didn't die from the first wave of weapons,
his scales would have been shattered. Then, as these masked dwarves continued to charge forward, they would always find opportunities to widen his wounds, perhaps even inflicting fatal damage, but now his strength had increased immensely.
The dwarves' preparations had completely lost their effectiveness. Furthermore, they lacked the strength of their ancient ancestors. Go to hell! Jing stomped his limbs and charged towards the dwarves who were charging suicidally. Bang bang bang.
He knocked scores of dwarves flying. Some were trampled to death. The masked dwarves leading the charge didn't even have time to react before being devastated. They suffered heavy casualties. At this moment,
the only remaining masked dwarf finally rushed in front of Jing, brandishing his long knife and slashing at him fiercely. Clang! The long sword struck the scales, sparks flew, but no damage was done. Thorin, although the man was wearing a mask,
Jing was able to detect the Arkenstone he was carrying. This was the stone he had originally asked Bilbo to take away. Therefore, the identity of the dwarf before him was self-evident. Thorin was filled with despair.
He regretted not fully believing Bilbo's words. He also didn't listen to the advice of his other adventurers. But it's too late now. Ever since Smaug appeared, if they don't resist, they'll only die faster. Clang! In anger and fear, he struck again fiercely.
The sword he used was forged by the ancient Sindarin elves, but it did not cause the slightest damage to Smaug's scales. What a weak and pathetic creature! Jing snorted coldly and stepped forward. Boom! The earth trembled. Thorin Oakenshield,
Descendant of Durin, Chapter 406. Direct attack on Isengard. Thorin's death was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, bringing the morale of all the dwarves to its lowest point.
Their previous menace and fearlessness vanished completely, leaving only the deepest fear. Call? Jing opened his mouth. Flames erupted once more, covering the entire sky. At the same time, he spread his wings and flapping them, soared into the sky.
The remaining dwarves no longer had the courage to fight him. They screamed and wailed, desperately running for their lives in all directions. After a vigorous chase, Jing returned to the battlefield.
He first found the Arkenstone where Thorin had been crushed to death. Then, after collecting some spoils, he flapped his wings and flew towards the Iron Hills, cut the grass and wipe it out completely. Since he and the dwarves are already at war,
he will certainly not show mercy. Hundreds of miles away, in just over 10 minutes, he reached his destination. Boom! Without a word, Jing opened his mouth and spit out flames. The surrounding forest instantly engulfed in flames.
Even the river began to burn, turning into rising steam. It's Smaug. Thorin had certainly failed. It was over. The dragon had come for revenge. Run! The remaining dwarves fell into despair. Without even the courage to resist, they began to flee.
Jing rushed down and launched a ruthless killing spree. The fortress outside the mountain, the city inside, streets, tunnels, halls, corridors, every dwarf he could see, he had wiped them all out. At the same time,
he collected the wealth of these dwarves and gathered them into another small gold mountain. Let's move. Jing's miserly gene took over. He simply couldn't bear to give up, so he began to get busy. In Erebor, Legolas did not leave after delivering the supplies.
He was waiting for a result. Galadriel saw through his thoughts, but she didn't say anything. They both understood each other. Perhaps would soon find out if the prophecy was accurate, and it only took half a day. When that familiar roar came from outside Erebor,
the two of them finally knew the answer. Galadriel and Legolas smiled at each other. Their expressions were complicated, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Then they saw Jing rush in, spewing out a pile of treasure. Then he rushed out in a hurry.
The dwarves sighed. He felt somewhat relieved, yet overwhelmed with emotion. Galadriel shook her head and said, "It's not the dwarves who are finished, it's Thorin Oakenshield who is finished. The dwarves of Durin are completely ruined."
Even if there are any survivors, it will be difficult to recover. Legolas nodded suddenly. He asked, "What about us elves?" Queen Galadriel, "It said you can see the future. I wonder where we elves will go." Galadriel's face was sanctified. Her voice was ethereal.
"The age of the elves is drawing to a close. This world is decaying. The future belongs to humanity. Do you hear the call of the sea? Only the west, that is where we the elves must ultimately rest. Is that the land of the gods in the west?"
Legolas, he had never been to the west, but he had heard of it. Galadriel smiled. "There dwell the immortal gods. That land is blessed. Nothing fades. Palaces, castles, towers, everything beautiful endures forever.
There is no defilement. Nothing grows without disease or harm. Even the stones and waters are hallowed." Legolas' face showed longing, but he said, "I will go, but not now." Galadriel didn't take it seriously. In fact, she wasn't ready to leave either.
Jing's promise to give her the One Ring in a year made her even more hesitant than before. She thought for a moment and said to Legolas, "Shipwright certain is in the Grey Havens. If you wish to go, you can find him." Legolas nodded and said, "I know that."
I will leave now. I will return in 3 days. Galadriel smiled as she saw Legolas off. Then she returned and began to sort out the supplies that had been delivered. Erebor was a desolate place. Besides the treasures filling the hall, there wasn't even a plan.
But thinking that it was only a year, she could still bear it. For an immortal elf, a year was really insignificant. While she was sorting, Jing ran back and forth several times, and finally moved all the treasures back to Yilibur.
I have to go out for a while. I might be back in a day or two. He hadn't forgotten the ever-changing Saruman, and was ready to deal with him as well. Galadriel was startled. She guessed he might be going to deal with the elves. She quickly said, "Wait.
Can you let me use mirror image to go to Rivendell and Lothlorien first to find out what's going on?" She still didn't quite believe what Jing had said. After all, Saruman was a Maya sent by the Valar to aid Middle-earth in its fight against Sauron.
He was also the Speaker of the White Council. He had even helped her fight against Sauron at Dol Guldur. As for whether he truly intended to seize the One Ring, how could she believe Jing's one-sided account? Jing thought for a moment and said, "Okay."
The two sides now had a good relationship. He also hoped to learn more from Galadriel. The better the relationship, the less likely the other party would hide anything. Galadriel's face showed gratitude. She immediately closed her eyes.
Her soul vibrated at a strange frequency. Then, a large amount of mental power surged out. This mental power enveloped part of her soul and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jing was surprised.
He realized that the mirror projection Galadriel was using was somewhat similar to the 1,000 miles transmission technique he had learned from the Tianlong world. The difference was that it also involved the use of mental power.
He recalled the effects the other party had used in the movie. The 1,000 miles transmission technique was relatively invisible. However, mirror projection could condense a visible, illusory form from a great distance, even becoming tangible. However,
both of these skills needed to be performed in an extremely safe place. At the moment, Galadriel was almost defenseless. Jing didn't bother the other party and waited patiently. After about half a day, Galadriel finally opened her eyes.
Her face showed signs of fatigue. It was clear that the previous spell had taken a heavy toll on her mental strength. Hrungnir is truly in trouble. Galadriel's expression was grave. I went to Rivendell first. Hrungnir and Mithlander were there,
along with Elrond and my beloved Celeborn. They were planning an attack on Erebor. After I explained everything, Hrungnir appeared pleased, but I sensed a deep rage within him. I also sensed a hidden evil within him. I then secretly traveled to Isengard,
where I discovered a palantir. She revealed a look of fear. With a look of apprehension, she said, "I touched it, and through it, I saw Sauron. I never expected Kunal to actually connect with Sauron so fast." Jing was slightly stunned.
He hadn't expected Saruman to contact Sauron so quickly. As for the crystal ball of truth, he still understood it. This was a device created by the Noldor and Fëanor. There are many of them. When someone gazes into a palantir,
they can communicate with others who also gaze into it. Those with great magical power can even manipulate the palantir, allowing them to see any corner of the world. During the Second Age, some of the palantirs were given as gifts to the Dínadain of Enda-Menor.
Later, before Nen-Menor attacked the Valar, Elendil fled to Middle-earth with 7 of the palantirs. He established the kingdom in exile and placed the palantirs in 7 locations to observe enemies and protect his territory.
Sauron conquered Minas Ithil and took possession of one of the palantirs. Saruman's palantir was located in the Orthanc Tower of Isengard. Gondor abandoned the place, but did not recover the palantir within. After careful consideration,
Jing realized that it might be because of him that Saruman had contacted Sauron earlier than he had. Both sides now regarded him as their greatest enemy, and both wanted to seize the One Ring. Now that Galadriel knew the truth,
he simply asked, "Where is Saruman now?" After I exposed him, he fled back to Isengard. Galadriel explained, "I have already explained everything to the elves. Rivendell and Lothlorien will not come to Erebor again." She was still terrified.
If Legolas hadn't brought the news, if Saruman had truly deceived the elves of the 2 territories into coming to her rescue, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jing studied Galadriel with great interest. Her beauty was undeniable,
but her wisdom and aura were the most impressive he had ever seen in his past and present lives, including through his many transmigrating experiences. But thinking about the other person's experience, he felt it was natural.
This was something that could only be achieved after going through countless stories over a long period of time. No elf in Middle-earth has accumulated greater power than she, beneath her ethereal and noble Vanya appearance.
The fire of the Noldor's soul never ceases to burn. I will go to Saruman now. Jing withdrew his gaze and turned towards the door. "Wait," Galadriel called out to Jing. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I hope you can spare Kunal's life."
"He is not possessed by evil," Spare Saruman. Xu Jing glanced back at Galadriel. He hesitated for a moment. Then, offering a favor, he said, "Okay, I'll spare his life." His initial plan was to kill Saruman directly, but now he thought,
perhaps sparing his life wouldn't be a bad idea. He might have a chance to return to this world in the future. He might as well make some arrangements. Galadriel thanked him. Her perception of Xu Jing grew stronger. She felt more and more that he was irrational.
Kind dragon not controlled by evil. Xu Jing didn't waste any more time and quickly left Erebor and flew towards Isengard. Isengard lies at the southernmost tip of the Misty Mountains, in the northwest corner of Rohan and close to Lothlorien.
Built by the Endway men Reans around the Tower of Orthanc during the Second Age, Isengard is a single massive fortress. Together with the fortress of Agalaron to the south, it guards the fords of the river Isengard, preventing enemy invasions. However,
due to the war with Sauron, the number of Ned-men Reans who had fled to Middle-earth dwindled. There weren't even enough to maintain every town in the vast territory. Later, the Ned-men Reans split into several kingdoms, each of which was conquered by their enemies.
And its power grew. At its peak, Gondor rivaled the Netmenor Empire. However, as time passed, Gondor eventually declined, even abandoning fortresses like Isengard and ceding its northern territories to the Rohirrim,
who were primarily shepherds and farmers. After arriving in Middle-earth, Saruman received the key to Orthanc from Beren, the steward of Gondor. He also took charge of Isengard, becoming an ally of Gondor and Rohan. Isengard is a verdant and pleasant place.
Fed by the river Isengard, it has abundant trees and meadows. The Tower of Orthanc lies in its center. Xu Jing used illusion to conceal his presence and whereabouts. He flew swiftly and directly southwest, passing Mirkwood, the Anduin River, and Loth.
He then flew over Fangorn Forest, the ancient home of the tree herders, and arrived directly at Isengard. Upon arriving, the first thing he saw was the approximately 170-meter-tall tower in the center. This tower didn't look like a human creation,
but rather like a skeleton pulled from the ground. It was actually a single rocky peak. Its black surface reflected light. 4 massive polyhedrons had been forcibly fused together. At the summit, branches and leaves spread out.
The tip was as sharp as a spear point. The edges were as sharp as a knife blade. Amidst these sharp rocks stood a platform. Its polished surface was inscribed with strange symbols. Standing on it,
one could gaze down upon the ground from a height of nearly 500 feet. At this moment, with Orthanc Tower at its center, the ground had lost its green color. It looked somewhat desolate. The entire land of Isengard was shaking slightly.
From all over the ground, thick smoke billowed into the sky, occasionally flashing with red or blue light. Xu Jing's heart stirred. He released his spirit and secretly scanned the ground. Beneath the camouflaged rocky ground,
there were actually tunnels leading underground. The entire Isengard was riddled with holes, and beneath the ground, countless winding passages and caves exist. Tens of thousands of orcs and wolves live there, huge furnaces, armories,
and countless slaves of various races, including humans, elves, and dwarves, are also imprisoned. This place is truly a massive orc stronghold. At this time, these orcs were working at full capacity, making weapons and armor.
It looks like Saruman is back, Xu Jing pondered. Saruman was ambitious. He had been accepting orcs for a long time, but he had always kept it well hidden. Galadriel's actions earlier might have exposed his conspiracy, so he began to openly expand his power.
You vile cunning, treacherous villain. Get out of here. After Xu Jing figured it out, he stopped hiding and immediately appeared. With a roar, he rushed towards the Orthanc Tower. The flooding of Isengard. Boom!
Before Xu Jing could even reach it, flame opened its mouth and spewed out a long tongue of fire that blazed in the air and rolled towards the Orthanc Tower. But at this moment, the runes on the tower's platform suddenly lit up.
Lit up, blocking the flames. It's useless. Xu Jing snorted coldly. He flapped his wings vigorously and charged straight at the light shield. Bang! Snap! The light shield shattered instantly,
transforming into specks of white light that drifted away. Xu Jing circled the Orthanc Tower twice before landing on the top platform with a loud thud. He stomped on the runes, destroying them completely. Then he roared, "Get out of here!
Or I'll flatten your ruined tower." He entered the tower with a mind scan, but found no trace of Saruman. Yet, he believed he was inside. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. Just like Sauron before,
he had the ability to completely hide from his mind scan. Galadriel had also demonstrated this ability when she taught him knowledge and taught him how to use it. This also reminded Xu Jing, people with strong spiritual powers, such as scanning, sensing,
or concealing themselves, can basically master these abilities as long as they are willing. If he were to enter a non-technological world again, he would no longer be able to recklessly scan those with extraordinary strengths as he had before. Otherwise,
it would cause misunderstandings or expose himself, which could lead to trouble. Just as he was about to destroy the Orthanc Tower, The orcs and wolves in the plains below the tower seemed to have received an order and swarmed out like ants.
The orcs who appeared panicked when they saw him. But soon, under the repeated shouts of their leaders, they formed a formation and began to shoot arrows into the sky. At the same time, the wolves began to howl towards the sky, roaring in battle.
Although the arrow flew into the air and fell down powerlessly, unable to hurt Jing at all, this behavior was tantamount to provoking him. Jing suddenly felt a surge of nameless rage. He didn't want to waste any energy suppressing it.
He simply leaped down from the top of the tower. Flames blanketed the sky and covered the entire area. The orcs and wargs reacted quickly. The moment he made a move, they turned and ran down the underground tunnel.
Only a few who were too late were engulfed by the flames. Trying to distract me, Jing's heart skipped a beat. Saruman hadn't shown up yet, but he didn't believe that these orcs and wolves had no one to guide them. He tried to fly higher again. Sure enough,
the orcs who had previously hidden underground emerged again and continued to challenge him. Had Saruman not decided to spare his life, he would have rushed to the Tower of Orthanc and destroyed it. With the fragile bodies of wizards and humans alike,
it would have been difficult to survive a crumbling tower. Jing narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam emanated from his pupils. He looked at the ignorant orcs on the plain below the tower. Then he turned and flew upstream towards the river Azen.
Since Saruman became the Lord of Isengard, he has used slaves and magic to block the path of the river Isengard through the plains, building a high dam on the hillside. Jing couldn't really go deep underground to deal with these rat-like orcs.
But as long as he destroyed the dam, the accumulated river water would be enough to flood the entire plain. The distance from Orthanc Tower to the dam wasn't far. For him it was a quick journey. The orcs were initially puzzled by Jing's actions.
But when they noticed he was heading straight for the dam, they all roared in fear, desperately trying to escape. Boom! At this moment, a huge and earth-shattering sound was heard, and even the people of Rohan,
who were far away on the other side of the mountain, heard it. The flood, bursting its banks, poured down relentlessly from the mountaintops, shaking the very earth. The orcs and wargs ran desperately, but in the blink of an eye,
they were overtaken by the flood and swept away without a trace. The tunnels and caves hidden beneath the plains were equally submerged. The orcs within didn't even have a chance to struggle before being completely swallowed up. The earth shook incessantly.
As the river flooded the smoldering furnaces beneath the earth, a vast mass of steam and black smoke rose. These massive, twisting black pillars stretched toward the sky, looming over the entire city of Isengard. For Jing, the whole world was now at peace.
The anger he felt from the orcs' provocation had been completely vented, and he felt incredibly relieved. Hiding in the tower, Saruman was practically gritting his teeth in hatred. The orcs and wargs he had painstakingly cultivated and strengthened,
and who were loyal to him, were completely destroyed before they could even begin to exert their influence. At this point, let alone ruling Middle-earth, even his own life was in danger. Even Sauron was no match for Smaug. He had no chance of fighting him.
If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. Jing flew over the tower. His long, thick dragon tail slammed down on the tower like a heavy hammer. Boom! A gap was immediately smashed into the solid tower,
and a large amount of rubble fell down.
Get out here now!
Jing circled and flew past the previous position again. The dragon's tail struck the gap again. Boom! The Orthanc Tower shook violently, and the gap widened by another third. At that moment,
a voice finally emanated from the tower. Every word in this voice seemed to carry a magical power. It sounded like someone with a kind heart, saddened by the unwarranted harassment. Venerable Smaug, King under the mountain, I bear you no ill will.
Why would you so vehemently refuse to let me go? Saruman, clad in white wizard robes, wand in hand, slowly emerged from his hiding place and stood on the balcony. He had a head full of white hair, a narrow face, and a full forehead. He had a pair of dark.
They revealed fatigue and misfortune. He looked like a pitiful, helpless old man, evoking sympathy. Jing circled the tower and arrived in front of Saruman. He flapped his wings continuously and hovered high in the sky. As his wings flapped,
a powerful tornado with a scorching breath continuously struck Saruman head on. Saruman seemed unable to open his eyes. His long white hair fluttered in the wind. His robes rustled. He staggered backward, seemingly unable to hold on.
Don't use such cheap tricks as vocal charm on me. Put away your poor acting skills, you despicable person. Jing's face was filled with sarcasm, and he jeered at her to his heart's content. A gleam flashed in Saruman's eyes. He opened his mouth,
but no words came out. Chapter 408. How about it? Do you want to join me? Jing was secretly pleased. He had long known of Saruman's ability, a powerful demagogue, in the film, through the connection of the Palantir.
He controlled Rohan's Night King Theoden, toying with the entire kingdom of Rohan. But if Saruman wanted to use this trick against him, he would only bring shame upon himself. You know, even Sauron and the One Ring couldn't do that.
Saruman sighed and gently placed his wand on the ground. A shield of light enveloped him, shielding him from the raging wind. Then he slowly stepped forward, standing before Jing again. He said, I have offended you, mighty Smog.
I apologize and will compensate you for this incident. He chose to surrender directly. The main reason for this was that he realized Jing had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, he would have demolished the tower and ignored his fate.
Jing heard about the compensation. Influenced by his genes, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. He said, oh, what else can you use to compensate me? First of all, I want to tell you that all your treasures in this tower now belong to me.
If you want to survive, you'd better take out more things that are not in this tower. Otherwise, you are dead. A strong killing intent surged from him, almost becoming tangible, pressing down on Saruman. Saruman's face was filled with uncertainty. At this moment,
he almost doubted his previous judgment. He felt the urge to escape. He took a deep breath and finally suppressed the thought, because he knew that even if he wanted to escape, there was no guarantee of escape.
He was also furious at Jing's claim that none of the treasures in the tower belonged to him. He took a few deep breaths, but soon calmed down, faced with Jing's aggressive pressure.
Saruman said helplessly, but I have no treasure in Middle-earth except what is here. I am really powerless to fulfill your request. Jing snorted coldly. This was exactly what he expected. Perhaps the other party still had treasure in Valinor.
But even if he was willing to give it to him, he won't dare take it. I have another suggestion. If you agree to it, you can also survive. Any suggestions? Saruman's expression changed. He asked. Jing sized him up finally.
He revealed his true purpose. Submit to me. Be my servant, you. Saruman was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. Then he said angrily, this is impossible. Even if I die, I will not agree to your condition. A shadow passed over his face.
As if he had suffered the greatest humiliation. His face turned deathly pale. He was a Maya of noble status, while Jing was merely a descendant of Morgoth's creatures. Even if he was inferior in strength, he would never lower himself to become Jing's slave.
Jing saw through his thoughts and laughed. He said, do you think you can return to Valinor after you die? He didn't wait for the other party to answer. He said to himself, no, you have thrown yourself into darkness. You still dream of ruling the world.
Your heart is as venomous as a snake. If you gain power, you will become the next Sauron, or even Morgoth. The gods will never accept your return. After your death, your soul will wander aimlessly in Middle-earth.
But you don't have a soul as powerful as Sauron's. Your final fate will be to completely disappear, forgotten by the world as time passes. Saruman was stunned. He was well aware of what Jing had said, but he had never considered it.
Only then did he finally wake up, a look of deep fear and worry appearing on his face. But he was still unwilling to surrender to Jing like this. For a moment, his expression was complicated and he struggled. After a long while, he raised his head,
looked at Jing and said, if I surrender to you, what can you give me? There's hope. Jing's eyes lit up. He shouted, power! I can give you even greater power! It can free you from the constraints of this world and grant you a limitless future.
Saruman was stunned again. Then he burst into laughter and said, can you give me the power to transcend this world? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? He did believe it at all. Once,
Morgoth was so powerful that he could repeatedly disrupt the music of Ilúvatar. He was also able to control and rule the other Aina. He even sought to find the secret fire of Ilúvatar's unique energy, hoping to become a being that surpassed Ilúvatar.
After arriving in this world, the other party claimed to be the master of Arda's destiny and the legitimate monarch of heaven and earth. However, facts have proven that everything is solely under the control of Elazivadar. The fate of all beings,
including the gods, cannot escape the predetermined outcome. So did Morgoth, so did Sauron. Saruman had long understood this. He should have too, but he only sought to rule Middle-earth, to gain greater power.
He never dreamed of transcending Iluvatar's control. Hearing Jing's words now, he seemed to see a frog in a well. He spoke with such bragging and arrogance. He couldn't help laughing for a moment, then sarcastically said, Smog,
you know nothing about the origins of this world. You are merely the descendant of Morgoth's slaves. What do you know? Jing, however, was not angry. Instead he laughed and said, I know far more than you imagine. For example,
this world was created by Ilúvatar, and you were born from his thoughts. With the system in place, he spoke Ilúvatar's name without hesitation, not fearing that the other party would sense it. Saruman was stunned.
The births of the Valar and Maya were something only they knew. Even the firstborn elves knew nothing about it. He almost lost control and asked, how could you possibly know this? Jing flew to the top of the tower. He gripped the tower with his limbs.
Hanging upside down, the dragon head turned to face Saruman and said, I actually know everything. You are the one who knows nothing. Aren't you curious about how I escaped my predetermined fate?
Saruman was shocked to realize that Jing had indeed not died as predicted. Instead, he had gained incredible power. He even possessed the power to dominate Middle-earth. Even Sauron was no match for him. His heart began to beat wildly.
He couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it? And your strength, why was it able to be improved so much? Want to know?" Su Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. "That's because behind me stands a being more powerful than your Ilvatar."
Even Ilvatar is insignificant to him. Saruman was horrified. His mouth was dry and he said, "What you said is true." As he spoke he couldn't help but glance around. He looked suspicious, his eyes filled with fear and worry. "Don't worry.
"I can guarantee that even Ilvatar won't know what I'm telling you." Su Jing knew what he was worried about. He continued to use the system's cover and asked, "How about it? Do you want to join me?" Chapter 409 Control.
Saruman's mouth became dry and his breathing became rapid. It took a lot of effort for him to calm down a little. With a strange light in his eyes, he asked, "Besides yourself, what evidence do you have to prove what you said?" His heart was moved.
If everything Su Jing said was true, then it would be tens or even hundreds of times more tempting than the One Ring. Su Jing met Saruman's gaze calmly. "Evidence?" he asked. "Any mention of Ilvatar's existence will be sensed by him."
"If he senses what I'm talking about now, do you think he won't pay attention? If I swear in your name and curse him again, what do you think will happen?" He didn't wait for Saruman to reply before he began to swear and curse loudly.
He then said in a snarling voice, "Ilver, do you hear me? If you do, come and strike me." He still had a lot of faith in the system's power. And that was indeed the case. Even if he swore in the name of Ilvatar, it will be sensed by the other party.
The moment Su Jing cursed, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest, but now it seemed that nothing had happened. Isengard, flooded by the river, was calm and peaceful, with no signs of abnormality.
His eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling brilliance. He became extremely excited. He asked in a trembling voice, "How can I join you?" "Join?" Su Jing suddenly sneered. "You are not qualified to join. You can only surrender to me now. Submit to me. Be my slave."
"Of course, if you behave well, you will get the power you want in the future." Saruman fell silent. Death or submission. The consequences of death were clear. His soul would not be accepted by the gods, nor would it be resurrected by Ilvatar.
He was filled with fear of such a death. So he only had one choice left. After a while, he finally made a decision and said, "I am willing to be your servant." "Good. I need to leave a means of control on your soul." Su Jing didn't beat around the bush. "Start now."
"Don't resist." Saruman's face changed, his whole body trembled, the knuckles on his fingers gripping the staff turned pale. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Su Jing immediately recited the soul-binding spell. This spell wasn't a complex,
but it was reliable. Success required the caster to be more powerful than the recipient, and the recipient couldn't offer any resistance. Furthermore, even if it failed, there would be no repercussions. After hearing this unprecedented language and spell,
Saruman immediately believed what Su Jing had said before. He was initially hesitant and concerned, but after thinking it over, he realized he had no way out, so he completely let go of his soul and allowed Su Jing to unleash his power.
The spell worked the first time. Su Jing stared at Saruman in surprise for a moment. He had been prepared to fail multiple times and teach him a lesson, but he hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. But this was more beneficial to him.
He then cast all the soul-binding spells he knew. Although they were simple, the combination of them became extremely complex. Even he himself wasn't sure how to solve them. In addition, he also plundered a small part of Saruman's soul as a precautionary measure.
Although Su Jing hadn't yet acquired any particularly powerful cultivation techniques or spells, he had absolute confidence in what he had learned. Saruman was tormented by this beating. He became listless, his face pale and his body swaying.
He had never imagined that he would be controlled so much. If he had the strength to resist at the beginning, he could only let Su Jing do whatever he wanted. He completely lost the power to resist. That's fine.
Su Jing finished the last restriction and then stopped. Saruman felt the dense restrictions enveloping and even embedding his soul. His scalp tingled. He felt like crying. But he could, although he had no idea of the underlying principles.
He could sense that a single restriction wasn't very powerful, and could even be broken through with brute force. However, with so many of them combined together, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't dare act rashly. Things had come to this point.
So he had no choice but to change his attitude. He bowed to Su Jing and respectfully addressed him as master. Su Jing was very pleased with Saruman's attitude. He leaped from the tower, hovering in the air. He shouted,
"I will make things clear with Galadriel. You have already turned from evil to good. Continue to be the Speaker of the White Council. Of course you can also develop your strength again. It's up to you. When I need your help, I will find you."
He controlled Saruman only as a pawn in the hope of returning to this world. He had no desire to rule Middle-earth, and therefore did not want to control it too much. Saruman was stunned for a few seconds after hearing Su Jing's words.
After learning about Su Jing's background, all sorts of speculations had popped up in his mind. had imagined him ruling Middle-earth, attacking Valinor, and even dealing with Ilúvatar. But he had never imagined he would be allowed to develop freely.
But he thought about it again. He felt that it was natural. He believed that his strength was too low. His status was too low among the forces that could fight against Ilúvatar. Saruman responded and lowered his head. But a fire began to burn in his heart.
He had the ambition to replace him. He believed that one day, he would gain the attention of this unknown force, even supplant Xu Jing's position and become the master of the situation. Then, he would repay them double for everything they had done to him today.
Jing snorted coldly. He had imposed restrictions on Saruman's soul, and even plundered some of his soul. Although he couldn't sense the other's specific thoughts, he could sense his evil intentions towards him, however.
He did not activate the ban to punish Saruman. If there was a chance to come back again, it would be most effective if it was used at the critical moment. Bring out all your treasures, and the Palantir.
Su Jing was not polite and asked for all of Saruman's collections. Saruman looked reluctant, but he gritted his teeth and went inside the tower to carry out his mission. Soon, he brought all the treasures to the balcony.
Su Jing glanced over and nodded in confirmation. All the treasures his soul had scanned within the tower were there. Although there weren't many, each one was extremely valuable. But he wasn't completely satisfied yet. He continued.
And the manufacturing process for the one ring that you've been researching. Hand it over as well. Saruman exclaimed in shock. This was his greatest secret. Although he desired the one ring,
his true purpose was to understand its manufacturing process through research, and thus create his own. He has been conducting research continuously over the years and has even started planning to implement it, now that the secret was revealed.
At the same time, he couldn't help but feel even greater awe for the person behind Xu Jing. Chapter 410. Light and Darkness. Su Jing noticed the change in Saruman's expression, but he remained silent. This is the benefit of foresight.
Although gold, silver, and treasures can satisfy the desires generated by his genes, he always remains clear-headed and knows what is truly useful to him. Since he could take the actual ring with him, he might as well learn the manufacturing process.
If he could learn how to make the one ring, he would be able to make his own one ring whenever he had the chance. Whether in the main world or in other worlds he traveled through, after Saruman came to his senses,
he knew he had no choice but to reveal all the manufacturing techniques related to the Lord of the Rings that he had mastered.
Su Jing quickly memorized the information and combined it with the information Saruman had received from the restriction to discern the truth. Although he discovered that the other party was still hiding something, he didn't dwell on it.
He possessed the One Ring. He could also learn from Galadriel the techniques of elven craftsmanship. He could slowly study the finished product. Progress would surely be made. Perhaps it can also be combined with the refining method. Xu Jing pondered.
He thought of the Black Evil Guard's identity jade token from the main world. It was split from an identity jade ring personally refined by Fire Phoenix. Furthermore, the identity jade token could absorb various energies and continue to split.
If he could create a supreme ring like this one, he could then split it into pieces and obtain more ordinary rings under his control. Xu Jing temporarily put his worries aside. He spoke a few more words to Saruman, took the treasure, and happily flew north.
It took him half a day to return to Erebor. When Galadriel saw the gold, silver and jewels he brought back, she knew that Saruman had been dealt with. Although she didn't ask, Su Jing still recounted the events, picking out the details. He then said,
Saruman has recognized his mistakes. I also brought back the Palantir. Has just made contact with Sauron. The impact he suffered isn't serious. I think he should be given a chance to mend his ways. Galadriel stared at Jing with suspicion for a few moments.
She instinctively sensed that he was hiding something, but she finally nodded. She said calmly, if he's truly all right, the White Council will accept him back. That's good. Su Jing wasn't worried. Saruman would definitely become more cautious after his loss.
He changed the subject and said, let's continue this time. I hope you can teach me more about magic and elven blacksmithing. In terms of magic, he had long been interested in practical spells like mirror projection. As for forging, in this world,
especially the Noldor, learned their craft from the master god Ald. They are particularly skilled in crafting jewelry and enchanting weapons and equipment. Famous weapons that appear in the film, such as Enemy Strike, Beast Bite, and Anduril,
were all created by the elves. There was a reason why Sauron used the elves to forge the 16 rings. Galadriel, having lived from the First Age to the present, was a living dictionary. She had even received personal instruction in forging from all.
Naturally, she had no objection to Xu Jing's request. She quickly got into the swing of things, starting with the basics and beginning her teaching. Time flies. Almost a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Su Jing summoned the system.
All 3 tasks on the interface were now complete. He had already obtained the 100 foes and click kill essence when he was dealing with the Gangbada orcs. Meanwhile, During this year he barely slept, absorbing all kinds of knowledge like a sponge.
Like magic, he could experiment with spells and mental power. But knowledge like forging could only be memorized by force. Although Jing still wanted to learn more from Galadriel, since the agreed time had already arrived.
He was not a dragon who would go back on his word, but no matter what, he had basically learned the knowledge he wanted most. This is the one ring I promised you. Take it. Jing opened his mouth and exhaled. The one ring flew out of his mouth. Then
he snatched it up with one of his claws and slowly passed it to Galadriel. Galadriel immediately fixed her eyes on the ring. She couldn't move her eyes away. Her breathing became rapid, and a look of struggle appeared on her face.
I thought about this many years ago. What if one day I got the one ring? She stretched out her hand slowly, as if fascinated, and reached for the ring with some trembling. At this moment, a circle of tiny words appeared on the surface of the one ring,
and caused the water ring on Galadriel's finger to react. Boom! A violent and dark aura suddenly burst out from Galadriel. She suddenly seemed like a different person. She raised her hands high, her face full of majesty. At the same time,
the ring of water cast a beam of light that enveloped her. This beam of light absorbed all the light in the treasure hall, plunging everything around her into darkness. Only the beam of light from her body remained. I will be the queen of the ring.
And I will not be ensconced in darkness. My beauty will be as enchanting as the dawn and dusk. My presence will be as dazzling as the sun. My power will be as unfathomable as the ocean, as unreachable as the snowy peaks,
as terrifying as the storm and lightning, far more solid than the earth itself. All things and creatures will fear me, respect me, and love me with despair. Her aura grew increasingly powerful.
Nearly 10,000 years of accumulated strength erupted completely. Her mental energy practically solidified into a substance, spreading frantically around her. Jing resisted the urge to strike Galadriel with his claws.
He was like a reef in a stormy ocean, standing still, unmoved by the wind and rain. It must be said that the power of Galadriel before him was even greater than the might Sauron had displayed at Dol Guldur. Her figure continued to rise.
Her beauty transcended the limits of biological beauty. It looked terrifying yet sublime. Jing had also considered what would happen if he gave the one ring to Galadriel. He had anticipated the scene before him.
For it was the inevitable confrontation between light and darkness, and also between Galadriel and Sauron's will. One is the oldest high elf in the current Middle-earth, and the other was once the most powerful Maya. Jing didn't intervene.
He even tried to restrain his own aura, using only his hard dragon body to resist the bursts of energy that were spreading outward. He didn't know what Galadriel would choose. Perhaps she would give up, as in the film.
But there was also the possibility of acceptance. Sauron had been severely defeated. His minions, the Gumbaldor orcs who controlled the north, had also been nearly destroyed. The forces of darkness had fallen to their lowest point, and soon
the results appeared. Galadriel lowered her hands. The light that enveloped her faded. The surroundings gradually returned to brightness. Her figure instantly shrank back to its original size, returning to the slender elf woman she once was.
She wore a simple white robe, her long blonde hair cascading over her shoulders. She gasped for breath for a long time before finally calming down. Chapter 4:11. Final arrangements. Jing observed Galadriel's condition. He already had an answer to her choice.
After spending a year together, and knowing Galadriel, he had already guessed the outcome. Galadriel smiled beautifully and said, "Thank you though. I have passed the test. In the future,
I will retire to the west and continue to bear the title of Queen Galadriel." They were silent for a long time. Finally, Jing broke the silence and said, "This is a wise choice. Congratulations." Galadriel spoke in a gentle,
yet sorrowful voice. "This world is decaying. Even with my power, even if I control the One Ring, I can only delay the arrival of that time. It can do nothing. The age of the elves will eventually end. Sooner or later, it makes no difference.
The future belongs to mankind. This is the general trend. It was determined long ago, in the great movement before the creation of the world. Even the Lord God cannot change it." Jing didn't dwell on the matter any further. He asked, "Are you leaving?"
If Galadriel was willing to stay and continue teaching him, he would rather stay in this world for a long time before returning. However, he put himself in her shoes and felt that this was impossible. As expected, Galadriel said apologetically, "Yes.
I am returning to Lothlorien. I believe you will keep your promise and let me go. Is that correct?" A cunning look suddenly appeared on her face. After a year of getting along with him, with her wisdom,
she had already analyzed and understood Jing's personality clearly. "Come with me." Jing sighed and said nothing more. He took the supreme magic ring and stood up and walked out of the hall. Galadriel was stunned for a few seconds.
Then she hurried to catch up. Soon, they arrived at the gates of Erebor. Jing moved the huge rock blocking the door. He said, "Okay, I won't stop you from leaving. Do you need me to take you back?" Galadriel shook her head and said, "That's not necessary."
"I just have something else to ask you." Her face turned serious. I can see you don't care about the One Ring. But the ring is not destroyed. Sauron is not destroyed. He may be hiding in Mordor now, but sooner or later he will return.
He will not give up on retrieving the ring. He will fight you to the death. What are your plans? Jing said frankly, I will leave Erebor and go further north. No one will know where I am going. As for the One Ring, he had originally planned to hide it
somewhere no one could find it. But on second thought, even if the One Ring, which held Sauron's will, was hidden, it wouldn't necessarily be safe. Even a mouse nearby could be influenced by the ring and carry it away from its original location. So,
after much deliberation, he decided to return the ring to Bilbo. The advantage of this was that if he ever had the chance to return to this world, the plot wouldn't deviate too far. Everything would be under control.
And the system quests wouldn't be too outrageous. Jing hesitated for a few seconds. He then spoke to Galadriel. The One Ring also has its own destiny. It may be destroyed. But not now, and not by me, perhaps one day in the future.
A destined one will obtain it, carry it through untold hardships to Mordor and cast it into Mount Doom. Or perhaps that one will fail, leading all of Middle-earth to fall under Sauron's shadow. Galadriel looked at Jing in surprise.
She had seen fragments of the future in her own mirror before, so she naturally understood the meaning of Jing's words. She was surprised by Jing's understanding of the future. It was even more than she knew. But the more she knew,
the more she felt that Jing's origins were mysterious. She had originally thought a year would be enough time to figure everything out. But now it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to see through everything.
A hint of helplessness crossed Galadriel's face, but she quickly let it go. She nodded and said, "Since you understand, I'm relieved." After the battle with the Will of the Ring, she became more open-minded and no longer so obsessed with many things.
The elves' destiny is the West. As for the future fate of Middle-earth, that is decided by humans. At that moment the wood elves who had been guarding the surrounding area finally arrived. Leading them was none other than lair.
She glanced at Jing in awe, then quickly lowered her head. "Lord Smaug, what are your commands?" she asked. Jing didn't have anything else to say. He shook his dragon head slightly and said, "Please escort Queen Galadriel down the mountain for me."
We won't need to send any more supplies here in the future. Lair raised her head in surprise. She glanced at Galadriel and immediately understood. She replied, "Yes." Galadriel said goodbye to Jing and slowly walked down the mountain with the wood elves.
Jing released his spirit and soul, and only took it back when they were out of the scanning range. Over the past year, whenever Galadriel rested, he would cultivate his soul with the newly learned meditation method. With unremitting efforts,
he had completely digested the soul energy absorbed in the Tianlong world, allowing him to control his soul with ease. Scanning to the maximum distance was completely stress-free. After making sure Galadriel had left, he turned back to the mountain city.
Now the mission was complete. All that remained was the arrangement of the ring. But before that, Jing felt an urge to let go of his treasure. It wasn't just Smaug's genes at work. He realized he had a hand in it.
Although he'd spent his days sleeping on a mountain of gold, had long since lost interest in these treasures. But the thought of returning home and some brave adventurer, having heard the tales of the dragon's treasure and the elven queen, arriving here,
discovering the truth, and taking all his treasures, filled him with a strange unease. This wasn't impossible. Adventurers in the human world had already heard the story of his treasure and the kidnapping of the elven queen. Of course,
this story wasn't just fueled by Sauron's minions, it also had Saruman's influence. During this year, many fearless human adventurers had come to Erebor. However, their fate was to be reduced to ashes by the flames of wrath.
Jing naturally didn't want his treasure to fall into the hands of these reckless adventurers. "Since your thoughts are not clear, then make them clear first." Jing flew to the mountains further north. He found a secluded hillside and,
using magic that transformed fossils into mud, he carved a massive cave into the mountain. After finishing, he flew back to Erebor and waited until dark. Then, under the cover of darkness, he began the moving work. Nearly a week passed in this busy manner.
Jing finally moved all the treasures to the new hiding place. He also refined a magic secret door, disguising the cave entrance to be exactly like the original hillside. He then returned to the lonely mountain.
He made a point of appearing nearby and wandering around. He then traveled to the Woodland Kingdom, telling Thranduil that he would be in a long sleep and that he should not be disturbed. Then he swaggered back to Erebor. A few days later,
the night was filled with dark clouds and thunder. Jing took the opportunity to quietly leave Ilúber and completely sealed the entrance. Then he soared into the high clouds and flew westward. The Shire is located in the north of Middle-earth,
west of the Misty Mountains and east of the Grey Havens. This is where the hobbits live. Hobbits are a variant of humans. They average about 1 meter tall. They enjoy a quiet, peaceful, and comfortable life. They enjoy good food, rarely leave their habit,
and dislike complex things. Their paws are covered with hard pads and thick, curly brown hair, making them less likely to wear shoes. Their ears are slightly pointed, indicating excellent hearing. They also possess sharp eyesight and agility.
Hobbits insist on being a separate people, not a branch of humanity. They are hospitable and live in caves and tunnels in the low hills of the countryside. They are born with the ability to hide quickly and silently,
Often using this to avoid uninvited visitors. Their speed seems like magic to humans, but in reality, it is the result of half talent and half hard training. If there's one place in the human world of Middle Earth where there's the most joy and the best life,
it's definitely the Shome is in Bag End, near the hillock of Meshuggah. After nearly a year of journeying, Bilbo finally returned to his comfortable home, although this adventure had made him the talk of the town.
it was by no means a pleasant experience for him. The reason for this was that he knew this adventure was a failure. They had gone through countless hardships to reach the lonely mountain and find the secret door. But from then on,
The most glorious moments were all planned by Smaug. It was as if everything had been scripted in advance, and he was just an ordinary character in the script. Although Bilbo obtained the Arkenstone, completed the contract, and received a generous reward,
he felt no sense of accomplishment and even regretted it. Thorin died. The armies of the dwarves were slaughtered. The Arkenstone had fulfilled its purpose and returned to Smaug's hands. More importantly, he also lost his most precious treasure.
even though he had snatched this treasure from Gollum. Damn it, if only I had quit the adventuring party after crossing the Misty Mountains. Perhaps none of this would have happened. The dwarves wouldn't have died. My treasure wouldn't have been lost.
Bilbo sat by the window in the room, listening to the roaring storm outside in a daze. In such bad weather, even in the daytime, few hobbits would be willing to leave their warm homes. Furthermore, it was already dark outside.
It was pitch black outside the window. Boom! At this moment there was a slight tremor in the earth, which woke Bilbo from his memories. Earthquake. He looked outside. His face was filled with uncertainty. His whole body was tense.
He looked like he was ready to rush out of the house at any moment. But at this moment, a huge ball flashing with bright yellow light suddenly appeared outside the window. Then it almost stuck to the window, completely filling the entire window. What?
Bilbo screamed in fear, but when the yellow ball turned slightly and a pupil appeared in the center, a terrifying creature suddenly appeared in his mind. Smaug. He stumbled backwards, his legs and feet weakening as he collapsed to the ground.
Bilbo, I finally found you. Su Jing's voice rang directly in Bilbo's mind. What? It seems that you don't welcome my arrival. Shit! Who will welcome you? Bilbo cursed in his heart, completely filled with fear.
All they would not be happy if their visitor was a terrifying dragon. But he didn't dare say what was in his heart. He put on a very forced smile and stammered, "Respected Smaug, I wonder, what brings you to me?"
And said, I need you to keep something for me. Open your door. Don't refuse me, or I'll tear down your house. Bilbo finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Su Jing's intention. He stumbled to his feet, swallowed hard,
and ran towards the gate. Soon he reached the door. He first glanced outside through the keyhole. It was too dark for him to see anything, but he guessed that Smaug must be waiting outside. Bilbo took several deep breaths, grabbed the doorknob,
and flung it open. As expected, as soon as he opened the door, he saw the other party's enormous dragon head. Even though it was pressed against the ground, dozens of meters away from the door, it still looked like a small mountain to him.
and the huge body behind it was shrouded in steam, looking hazy. Very good. Su Jing continued to use telepathy. Come here. Bilbo had no way out. He tried to calm his anxiety. Then he took a step forward. He walked into the rain and came before Jing.
This wasn't the first time he'd been so close to Smaug. The heat had inadvertently radiated from his body caused the falling rain to evaporate, creating a cloud of mist that enveloped him, forming a natural camouflage, despite the cold weather.
Bilbo felt his whole body burning. He wiped the rain from his face and looked up at Su Jing. Gradually, he regained his composure and asked, "Great Smaug, what do you need me to keep?" Su Jing's eyes lit up with admiration.
He opened his mouth and spat out the one ring. It landed in front of Bilbo. He replied, "This is it. My baby is back." Bilbo's breathing suddenly became rapid. His heart was pounding. He couldn't believe it. His eyes widened. He stared at the ring on the ground.
Muttering to himself, Su Jing snorted coldly, causing Bilbo's brain to buzz. Even blood trickled from his nose and ears. Bilbo came to his senses instantly. His face was filled with panic as he said, "Yes, it belongs to you."
But do you really want me to keep it? He speculated about various possibilities in his mind, wondering if there was some conspiracy. But after thinking about it, he felt that Su Jing's strength did not require any conspiracy or trickery to deal with him.
Su Jing saw through Bilbo's thoughts and said, "That's right, I'm asking you to keep it, but listen carefully. This ring is of great importance. Countless people are seeking it. You must not reveal it to anyone also. although it grants you certain powers.
You should avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Bilbo's face grew serious. He had finally realized the danger, but he had no intention of refusing. It seemed that only by getting the treasure as soon as possible could he feel at ease. Chapter 40:12. Return.
Jing saw Bilbo's reaction and his mind was as clear as a mirror. The ring was extremely tempting to everyone else, but he alone showed no reaction, or rather he was not affected at all. Keep it safe, perhaps in 70 or 80 years.
I'll come back to retrieve it. Even then, it might not be me who comes in person. But don't try to deny it. Otherwise, I'll show you my methods. Jing appropriately released some of his pressure to keep Bilbo's mind clear. After listening to this,
Bilbo suddenly realized a problem and said, "But I may not live to see that time." "You will." Jing glanced at the ring. "It will make you live longer." Bilbo's eyes lit up, and a burning desire rose in his heart.
Jing continued, "If I haven't come to find you after so long, then this ring will truly belong to you." Bilbo opened his mouth. He was filled with both surprise and delight. He had not expected this at all. "Okay, take it." Jing finished his instructions.
"If you have no questions, I'll leave." Bilbo picked up the ring. He gripped it tightly in his hand. His heart pounded. He shook his head. Uncomfortably, he said, "I'm fine now." He now wished Jing would leave immediately.
It would be best if he never appeared in front of him again. Jing saw Bilbo's thoughts clearly, but he didn't pay much attention to them. He directly summoned the system and clicked on the return option in front of Bilbo. Suddenly,
a flash of white light shone. It almost blinded Bilbo. By the time he realized what was happening, there was nothing before him. Smog, so huge, had vanished. He stood there in a daze, his face filled with astonishment.
If it weren't for the magic ring in his hand and the lingering warmth in the air, he would have even suspected he was dreaming. But soon, Bilbo stopped thinking about it. He opened his palm and looked at the ring in his palm excitedly. He danced with excitement.
"My baby, finally back!" He clenched his hands tightly and ran back home quickly. In the dark stone house in the mountainous area where the Eternal Night Wolf clan resides, Julie was hanging from the wall. His eyes were closed. His face was covered in blood.
He was motionless. If it weren't for his extremely weak breathing, he would have seemed almost dead. Two Eternal Night Wolf demons entered the stone house. After carefully examining Julie's condition, they exchanged glances. One of them said,
"His spirit is weakened to the limit." "He's almost done." The other nodded and replied, "I will go inform the clan leader right away." Following Baiji's instructions, they came every hour and used special methods to examine Julie's spiritual state. Now,
it had met the requirements. Soon, Baiji, with a gloomy face, came to the stone house and also carefully examined Julie's condition. Ever since he forcibly invaded the other person's soul and read their memories, he hadn't provided them with food or water.
Except for regular inspections, his goal was to exhaust the other person. Now that the war between the demon race and the human race had resumed, the Eternal Night Wolf clan, led by him,
had been the first to initiate the attack and had been met with a fierce counterattack from the Dalian Kingdom. In fact, at the very beginning, 5 class of black evil guards had ambushed them. If it weren't for the Demon King's pre-emptive arrangements,
their clan might have been completely wiped out. As for the current situation, the Black Demon Guards had also left 2 veteran A-class warriors to guard the border and maintain a standoff with them. Both sides were currently displaying extreme restraint.
Apart from spying on each other, there were no other actions. As someone who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, Baiji knew what the Demon King feared. He was equally wary.
Although rumors circulated that the Dalian Kingdom's Fire Phoenix was no longer around, without confirmation, even if they held a superior strength, they dared not recklessly invade. Therefore,
after learning that he had captured a Class B member of the Black Evil Guard alive, the Demon King sent someone to teach him a special clone technique. Baiji was now planning to refine Julie into a clone,
allowing him to enter the vast interior to gather intelligence on the Fire Phoenix. He also wanted to use this opportunity to deal with an enemy first.
He had received accurate information. The 3 clansmen he had sent out to deal with Jing had all been killed. As a result, Jing's strength had to make him feel deeply doubtful. But no matter what, he would not give up.
As long as the opponent did not reach the A-level strength, he would be confident that he could easily suppress it. "All of you get out." At Baiji's command, the 2 guards quickly left the stone house and stood guard at the door. Half a day later, frozen,
the beleaguered Julie, pursued by 2 B-class Eternal Night Wolf demons, stumbled and ran wildly towards the border of Dalian State. "It's Julie. I didn't expect he's still alive." On a hillside more than 20 miles away from Julie,
a middle-aged man with a fire wheel mark on his forehead, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A look of confusion crossed his face, but he didn't hesitate at all. Almost as he was talking to himself, a red light flashed in his eyes.
The 2 Eternal Night Wolf demons chasing Julie suddenly changed their expressions. Although their icy demonic energy immediately erupted, it only lasted for less than 2 breaths. With a loud bang, they screamed and burst into flames. Julie,
who was being hunted, was overjoyed. He looked around and then respectfully bowed and called out, "Master Jin, it seems to be okay." A green light flickered from the middle-aged man's hand on the hillside.
It seemed as if he had verified Julai's identity through some special method. Then his lips moved slightly and he closed his eyes again. After hearing the voice in his mind, Julai's mouth curled up slightly.
Then he returned to normal and entered the border of Dalian Kingdom without any hindrance. And city, Shu Mansion. Shu Jing in the room opened his eyes. It was bright outside, but the Shu residence was quiet. He still lay in bed and summoned the system.
Collect the reward for Mission 3. As his mind moved, a large amount of cool air entered his mind and perfectly merged into his soul. His spirit then released its energy. The coverage area continued to expand from 200 meters, reaching a diameter of 4,000
meters before stopping. Almost there, Shu Jing felt a vague sense of a limit. He was certain in his heart that just one more time would allow his soul to advance from the second stage to the third stage, reaching the equivalent of the first level.
Go get something to eat first, come back and continue. Shu Jing was filled with motivation. He rolled out of bed, dressed, and headed for the door. At the same time, he focused some of his attention on the Jade Identity Token,
intending to review the incident files to gain an understanding of the current situation. As a result, he suddenly noticed that he had received several messages in a row during his time traveling. And all this information actually came from Julie.
Congratulations on pissing me off. Julai's message briefly recounted his experiences a few days ago.
He also explained how he had been captured by the Eternal Night Wolf tribe and how a Class A expert had forcibly invaded his soul and read his memories. Brother, this time, it's thanks to the intervention of Lord Jin from the Imperial Court, otherwise
I would have been doomed. Are you okay over there? He didn't say anything, but he couldn't prevent his soul from being invaded, and he was lucky to have survived. By the way, are you still in An City? I'll come find you right now and apologize to you in person.
I'll also give you the body-building secret manual I collected earlier. Shu Jing read through the messages one by one. He finally understood everything that had happened.
The initial resentment he had felt about Julai leaking his personal information was finally resolved. However, he still looked through the incident files first.
Although he didn't find any information about the court's actions against the Eternal Night Wolf clan to rescue Julie. Since it involved A-level masters, they had free reign and were basically not bound by missions.
Many rescues or demon exorcisms were not recorded in the incident files. Shu Jing paid no more attention. He turned back to look through the personnel information and found Mr. Jin. Gold list, highest strength. It was indeed him.
Although that was all the information, Shu Jing was suddenly enlightened when he saw the name. He knew the other party. This was a black evil guard from the same era as Zhou Wuji.
He possessed the bloodline of the Red Flame Beast and had long ago reached the level of high armor. Now, nearly 1,000 years later, his strength would only be stronger than before.
He might even have cultivated his soul to the third level and begun to practice the laws of nature. He also glanced at the other 11 Class A Black Demon Guards. More than half of them had reached the high Class A rank, and 2 of them were familiar to him.
It could be said that these 12 were the foundation of Daliang's daily stability. Shu Jing walked out of the room and sent a message to Julai brother. I'm still in An City. I'm glad you're okay.
Julie replied quickly, I'll be arriving in An City soon. Please wait for me at the place where we fought last time. I'm seriously injured now. It's not convenient for me to enter the city. Good.
Shu Jing thought about it for a moment and understood Julie's concerns. Given his current physical condition, he probably couldn't control the changes in his body in this current state of panic.
Entering the city could easily cause misunderstandings and even chaos. He left the Shu residence and bought some food on the street. He ate while walking. In the crowd, he used his magical powers to make himself disappear without anyone noticing.
But Shu Jing was still there. After he finished eating, he took off and flew straight towards the Lufeng Mountains outside the city. Soon, he arrived at the place where he had fought with Julai. This place used to be a forest nestled against the mountain.
But now, most of the trees were uprooted in the battle. The ground is full of potholes and even the solid mountain peaks are cracked. Shu Jing waited for about an incense stick of time. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard in the distance.
He wore a robe with purple patterns and black edges. He moved as fast as a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he was in the sky. Then, he landed lightly. Shu Jing looked at Julie. Nothing else mattered.
What caught his attention was that he had become significantly thinner. His face was pale, and his ears and nose were unusually large. His sharp fangs were impossible to conceal. He truly looked like he was seriously injured. Julie smiled upon seeing Jing.
He sighed. Brother, it's not easy for me to still be here and see you. I'm sorry for what happened this time. Here's the secret book you requested. I brought it with me. He was carrying a cloth bag. He took it off while he was talking.
Walked over and handed it to Xu Jing. Thank you, brother. Xu Jing confirmed it was July himself. After hearing his sincere words, he no longer held his guard and reached out to take it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Julie suddenly lowered his head.
A black light shone from his body. He roared and charged forward. Xu Jing's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. But he reacted quickly. In this critical moment,
he immediately used the instant transfer technique and suddenly disappeared in front of July. Boom! July had no time to break and crashed hard into the mountain wall, creating a huge hole in it. Have you joined the demon tribe?
Xu Jing appeared not far away. His expression was somewhat grim. He asked in a deep voice. Wow! Julie emerged from the rubble-filled cavern. His face was filled with a ferocious expression. He seemed like a completely different person.
His tone changed as he spoke. You're quite capable indeed. Xu Jing frowned and asked uncertainly, you are not Julie. Julie chuckled but didn't answer. The black light on his body gradually subsided and was replaced by a white light that gradually emanated.
Click, click. At that moment, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and a thick layer of frost formed on the ground. His face and body began to change, like plasticine, gradually transforming into the image of another middle-aged man.
Eternal Night Wolf Demon. Xu Jing was shocked. Surprised, he asked, how could you use July's identity jade token? The special nature of the identity jade token meant it could not be taken away, even if it was retrieved.
The possessor would be unable to use it. After gaining access to Zhao Wuji's memories, he was certain of this. But the current situation completely shattered his understanding. If the demon race mastered this method,
it would definitely not be a good thing for Daliang. Who says him not July? Him. It's just that he's not me, July said in a low voice. Let me introduce myself. My name is Baiji. The white wolf you killed is my son. It was you.
I understand. Your spirit has taken over July's body, but July's spirit is still there. Is it controlled by you or refined? He sighed inwardly. No matter what, Julie was on the side of humanity.
And now he had a vague suspicion that July's memory might have been read by Baiji, and that was why he leaked his information. Are you still concerned about others when you're about to die? Baiji's face showed cruelty. Don't worry.
I will send all your relatives and friends down to accompany you. After a while, he was certain that Xu Jing was only as strong as Gao Yi, and his strongest part was his physical body. He finally understood why his 3 clansmen had failed and died.
Kill all my friends and family. Xu Jing was slightly stunned. His expression suddenly turned cold. A sinister arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very good. Congratulations. You've angered me. Is it irritating you? Baiji laughed. Now that I'm here.
What can you change? As soon as he finished speaking, a bitterly cold wind picked up. Heavy snow began to fall from the sky. The earth began to shake.
The vital energy of heaven and miles around frantically gathered in the vicinity. Chapter 4:14. The Way of Extreme Fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The sky, the earth, and the ripples in the air seemed to tremble. Boom! In an instant, a wall of ice,
several meters thick, appeared on all sides of Xu Jing, including above him. It slowly surrounded him and pressed towards him. When these ice walls collided, they merged into one another, forming an absolute space that continued to compress.
Attempting to crush him to pieces, slowly experienced the despair of death. Baiji's expression was grim. He controlled the ice wall to move slowly. He clearly didn't want Xu Jing to die too easily. At the same time, he formed a hand seal,
causing the surrounding space to vibrate continuously. With his extensive combat experience, having deduced from the failure of his first sneak attack that Xu Jing possessed teleportation, he immediately destabilized the space.
The instantaneous transfer technique was ineffective. Xu Jing tried the earth escape technique, but the ground was also frozen solid, preventing him from escaping underground. He felt as if he were trapped in an absolutely sealed ice house.
The temperature inside was so low that it could instantly freeze an ordinary person into a block of ice. It also contracted, leaving no escape. Bang, bang, bang. Xu Jing's body was as fast as lightning. He moved around the ice house, punching, kicking.
In a few breaths, he didn't know how many times he attacked the ice wall, but every time he broke a little, the damaged area would be restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. Boom! He unleashed the flames within him. But the next second,
the temperature around him dropped again. Countless white dots of light enveloped him, completely suppressing the flames within him. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks are just ridiculous struggles. Baiji's confident voice, a voice of certainty.
His eyes turned completely white. His hands gradually rose. The walls of the igloo grew visibly thicker. He knew Xu Jing also had the ability to transform into a giant ape. Therefore, he did not take it lightly and used all his strength.
Although he was only a clone at this moment, The difference between Class B and Class A was enormous. A Class B cultivator might only have a Class C or even Class D soul. As long as their bloodline was strong, some demons were born with Class B strength.
However, to advance to Class A, their soul had to reach the same level. Baiji had completely put his mind at ease. He could sense that although Xu Jing's spirit was approaching the limit of Class B, it still hadn't broken through. However,
precisely because of this, he became even more determined to eliminate Xu Jing, a human so young who had achieved such power. Regardless of whether there were secrets or they had been hidden, they must not be allowed to stay. Go to hell.
Baiji clasped his raised hands together. The ice wall surrounding Jing suddenly sped up, pressing hard towards the center. It still doesn't work. Xu Jing watched the ice walls crashing down from all directions. He finally gave up trying.
The gap between Class A and Class B was indeed not so easy to challenge. Even if the opponent was just a clone system, he quickly summoned the system and summoned the zombie armor. The next,
Xu Jing's body became ethereal and then merged into a ball of green light. The green light dispersed. A shriveled, hunched figure appeared in the same place. His arms hung naturally. The long nails on his 10 fingers gleamed with a frightening black light.
His eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, shone with a fierce light that distorted the air. This was Xu Jing's first time using the flying zombie armor. But the moment he merged into it, he felt complete control over everything, as if this body were his true self.
Furthermore, the system bestowed upon him a strange energy, temporarily allowing his soul to break through a barrier. Reaching the third level, his scanning range expanded to 10 miles. Simultaneously, a strange transformation occurred. It was as if
he so desired, he could manipulate the vital energy of heaven and earth within the scanning range, especially the transformation of flames. Although this was achieved with the help of the system, it also meant that he had complete control. Roar!
With a deep roar, Xu Jing's mouth suddenly sprouted fangs, and a blazing fire ignited in his pupils. Boom! This time, the surrounding white light spots could no longer suppress him. The entire area covered by the icy cold, including the entire sky,
instantly turned into a sea of fire. The way of extreme fire. The ice walls that surrounded and pressed against him from all sides began to burn in the sea of fire. In the blink of an eye, they turning into streams of water. Then,
they evaporated, forming rising steam. How is that possible? Baiji's face was filled with shock, his mouth hanging open. A circle of white light shield was released from his body, blocking the burning flames. It's my turn.
Hen rushed in front of Baiji in the blink of an eye. Squeak! Snap! As he swung his arm, his long nails traced a beautiful arc, and cracks suddenly appeared in the light shield surrounding Baiji. Don't even think about it.
Baiji was filled with shock and anger. His soul was violently shaken. Countless white dots of light appeared, entwining with the flames. Xu Jing felt his mind sink. He felt as if another force was wrestling with him, trying to tear his soul apart.
His body felt like it was carrying a mountain, so heavy he couldn't even lift his arms. I don't care how you did it, but with just the strength of a beginner in Class A, you're not qualified enough to fight me. Baiji was also feeling uncomfortable.
The light shield around him dissipated, and he stood before Xu Jing. The two were less than half a meter apart, but neither could move a single step. The area around them, several meters away, was completely blank under the clash of ice and fire.
At Baiji intently, he gritted his teeth and said, "Stop bragging. You're just a clone. I don't believe your clone spirit is stronger than mine now." The two stared at each other, their spirits completely unleashed.
They battled for control of the vital energy of heaven and earth, competing to consume it. The flames burning around them kept extinguishing and then resurfacing. Meanwhile, dots of white light kept disappearing and reappearing.
The area they were fighting over was also constantly expanding. From a few hundred meters at the beginning, it grew to thousands of meters, and then multiplied. Soon, the entire 10-mile radius became a battlefield, fire and ice intertwined.
With neither side winning or losing, haha, Baiji suddenly burst into laughter. So 10 miles is your limit, you're dead. As he spoke, the range expanded again, snatching more of the heaven and earth's vital energy. Then,
the power of ice gradually overwhelmed the power of fire, gaining an absolute upper hand. Damn! Xu Jing cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected that the opponent's clone would actually have strength exceeding that of an ordinary A class.
You think you're a sure winner. He refuses to admit defeat. You're the one who deserves the blame. While he was speaking, he silently summoned the system. Then, without hesitation,
mile-long red land behind the extreme fire road. Chapter 4:15. You have a big secret. Before Xu Jing crossed over to the Hobbit, he had already reached 39 essence points. In the Hobbit world, he gained another 150,000
essence points from quests and kills, adding the gains from the transformation of Smog's body, and subtracting the costs of the journey, enhancement, and the zombie armor he just summoned. He now had a full 240,039 essence points left.
Compete with me in consumption. I don't believe I can kill you. This matter concerns his own life and death. Jing was furious and kept clicking on the strengthen button. 11 miles. 12, 13 miles.
For every mile the coverage of the extreme fireway increases 10,000 points of essence will be consumed. But under this reckless strengthening, he who had just been forced into a disadvantage
immediately stabilized his decline and competed with Baiji for control of the heaven and earth energy 10 miles away. How is that possible? Baiji was stunned. You can actually improve on the spot. His mind went blank.
Jing's sudden rise from high B to low was already astonishing enough. He hadn't expected him to be able to improve at any time. This completely overturned his understanding. There is so much you don't know.
Jing snorted coldly and chose to continue increasing the range, bringing it to 14 miles, but that wasn't the end yet. He sensed that Baiji's soul's range was even greater than his own. Then he nodded again. Baiji's face was horrified.
Blood oozed from his mouth, nose, and ears. He said viciously, "You must have used some secret technique. You can't last long.
You will definitely be the one to die."
The battle between the two had already reached a range of 15 miles.
This was the limit of his clone. But to his despair, Jing seemed to have no limits. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the 15-mile range, instantly putting him at a disadvantage. But he still didn't give up.
He believed it was just the effect of Jing's secret technique. As long as he persisted for a while, he would be able to turn defeat into victory. Jing looked at Baiji with pity. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "So your limit is only 15 miles.
Prepare to die." As he spoke, he strengthened his power once more, bringing the range of the extreme fire Dao to 17 miles. Although it was only 2 miles wider than the opponent's range, this 2-mile difference determined the outcome.
They were like two machines extracting the vital energy of the weather, working together in tandem. Baiji could only reach a range of 15 miles, while Jing could cover an additional 2 miles.
This resulted in Jing completely plundering the vital energy pouring in from the outer reaches. As one increased while the other decreased, Baiji could no longer replenish his energy. When the vital energy he had previously plundered was exhausted,
he would die. At this moment the white light spots around them disappeared piece by piece. No more replenishment could be found. Yet, the flames burned more and more vigorously. Jing felt the pressure gradually dissipate.
He was already gaining the upper hand. The outcome would soon be decided. Baiji, however, was cornered. Although this was only a clone, it contained 1/3 of his soul. If he died here, it would be enough to severely damage his original body's vitality,
even causing irreversible damage, affecting his future development. Moreover, the Demon King had sent him to gather intelligence. He had come here on his own to seek revenge, violating orders. If he failed and delayed important matters,
he would definitely not have a good outcome. I don't believe it. I'm gonna fight you. Baiji finally couldn't hold on any longer. He went mad. He actually began to burn his soul, intending to die together with him. Want to fight to the death? Go to hell.
How could Jing give the other party a chance? He gathered all his strength and pounced forward like lightning. Phew, Baiji tried to raise his hands to block the attack, but the pressure on his soul made it impossible for him to move a finger.
He could only watch as Jing's 2 arms plunged into his chest. A large amount of flame energy rushed into his body frantically, tearing and destroying his internal organs. I want him to die too. Baiji's face twisted. Julie's appearance reappeared.
Julie's soul could be vaguely seen struggling in pain. Jing was startled for a moment. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face, but the next second,
he regained his resolve. Continuing to live and being manipulated by you would be the greatest pain for him. Death would be the best relief for him. Puff puff. He thrust his arm in and out, stirring it continuously, then he tore it violently to the sides.
Sizzle. Bo. Julie's body was completely torn in two. Blood splattered everywhere like a fountain. Then it was vaporized by the flames. The body itself began to burn. You have a big secret.
I've already used my identity jade token to reveal everything that happened here. A streak of black light swiftly shot out from Julie's corpse, then sped away into the distance. At the same time, extremely vicious words were heard.
Jing's expression was gloomy. He knew what Baiji said might be true. Identity jade tokens were also divided into different levels. The stronger the person, the higher the level. Julie's identity jade token had the authority to publicly announce events.
But the most important thing right now was not to let the other party escape. He didn't bother to check the identity jade card. He immediately flew up and chased after him. At the same time, his mind locked onto Baiji's soul and pointed it out from a distance.
Boom! The endless flames around them instantly coalesced into a fire phoenix. With a clear cry, it intercepted the opponent and pecked at him. Baiji's mind suddenly turned and he dodged narrowly, but in just a split second, Jing finally caught up.
The nails on his hands glowed with black light. They shot out dense, fine threads, weaving into an impenetrable black net that enveloped Baiji's soul. Die! Su Jing shouted angrily and grabbed fiercely with both hands. I won't let you go!
Baiji screamed miserably. His soul was instantly shattered by the black net. Then it dissipated like melting ice and snow. Su Jing snorted coldly. He scanned the surroundings carefully. After confirming that the opponent's clone was completely destroyed,
he extinguished the flames within the range of his soul. He soared high into the sky and looked around. The earth was now dry and black. Within a radius of 17 miles, every tree and grass had been reduced to ash. The mountains and rocks had shrunk.
All life in the surrounding area had completely vanished. Is this Class A? Su Jing took a breath. He sensed his soul at this moment. Although it seemed only a quantitative change, the essence had undergone a transformation. Compared to the B level,
it was completely different. He quickly flew around the area, then left the scene with a hint of shock, flying towards Anhe City. After returning to An City, Su Jing found the city in chaos. All kinds of rumors were spreading, even from a great distance.
The flames filled the sky, leaving countless people stunned. Although the flames were extinguished at this moment, many people began to prepare to flee with their families, fearing that the flames would burn them next time.
Su Jing had already removed his outer armor. He walked silently among the crowd, heading back to the mansion. At the same time, he browsed the information on his identity jade token. Time travel. Green's G did not lie.
The moment Su Jing opened his identity jade card, he received dozens of messages. This information came from the 12A rank experts of the Black Evil Guard. There was also a person who called himself Zhou Shuking,
who was listed as the leader of the Black Evil Guard. Through this information, Su Jing finally figured out what Bai Ji had announced. The other party, posing as Zhu Lai, claimed to have discovered a huge secret hidden within him,
capable of raising his cultivation to Class A in a short period of time. He also claimed to have been silenced. Zhu Lai's message did show him as dead, perhaps because of the mention of Jing's A rank status and the current situation of foreign enemies.
Most of the people sending messages were asking questions, not questioning them. Su Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to clash with the Black Evil Guards unless necessary. He had just sent his family to Liangdu,
so perhaps that helped ease the situation. He responded to each message sender one by one, explaining the origin of his hatred for Baiji and how Zhu Lai had been transformed into an avatar by Baiji and was seeking revenge. Things had come to this point.
Not only did he no longer conceal his cultivation level, he even revealed that he had been an A-level cultivator before joining the Black Evil Guard. He had simply concealed it from Zhu Li during the initial assessment. The current situation was unique.
Su Jing believed that even if Zhou Shuking and the other A-level experts didn't believe him, they would pursue him too much. Even if they had other ulterior motives, they would investigate thoroughly before speaking, as expected.
Most of the replies were aimed at appeasing and winning him over. Some also expressed goodwill. Zhao Shuking simply said he would send someone to verify his cultivation in a few days.
There was also the possibility of finding out if he had any secrets. Furthermore, they would likely go to the battle site to investigate the truth. We have to raise our strength to Class A as soon as possible.
Su Jing closed his identity jade card and returned home. Inside the room, he lay down in his clothes, summoned the system, and clicked on the option for 10,000 points of time travel. Shocking! Wake up! Can you please stop sleeping? Get up!
After 500 years of practice, you're still like this. Can you be more ambitious? Sleep and Eames, hurry up! Su Jing opened his eyes slightly and found himself in a bamboo forest. His mind was hazy. In the hazy state,
he seemed to hear a pleasant and gentle female voice speaking to him. The tone was filled with complaints. Shocking! What shocking? 500 years of training. Is this a monster? What? My name is Shocking, Xing shuddered. Something struck him,
and he suddenly became clear-headed. His eyes widened as he turned around. Sure enough, before him was a gigantic white snake, tens of meters long. The other person's mouth was open, a long tongue swirling in it, yet she spoke human language.
That beautiful female voice just now came from this. Bai Sojin, then am I not? Su Jing was completely stunned. He looked back and saw that he was indeed a green snake. Very large, very long. Although he had a snake body.
Perhaps because he was a demon, he possessed sharp hearing and vision. As for speaking, he tried to open his mouth. His forked tongue twitched. Although he was a little uncomfortable, he could indeed speak human language by Xuanhuan as soon as the words fell.
The white snake in front of its long tail. With a smack, it hit Su Jing on the head. He scolded her. Are you sleepy again? You're so disrespectful. Call me sister. Su Jing. System. You can't play with me like this, right?
He was so exhausted he could barely cry. He summoned the system and looked over. Movie green snake. You can choose to return at any times. Currently 50,000 origin points can be converted. Identity shocking cultivation level 500 years abilities. Poison.
Water control. Mission 1 achieve a complete human form as origin points 20,000. Mission 2 to protect by Xuanhuan without worsening her relationship. 30,000 origin points. Mission 3 enter the world and practice cultivation.
Experience the myriad aspects of life. Achieve enlightenment, soul enhancement, 3rd level transformation. Tip 19 every 100 points of origin can improve your cultivation by 1 year. Hint 20 memory read yes nov.
Tip 30 cultivation is the cultivation of the mind. Only by transcending the mundane world can one achieve true enlightenment. Jing quickly read through all the instructions for the mission. His mind was a little confused.
This isn't the more well-known legend of the white snake, it's the green snake. This time, he's actually traveled through time and space to become the protagonist, but he was not happy at all, because the protagonist was a female snake.
Thinking of the terrifying prospect of becoming a real woman after cultivating into a human form, Jing couldn't help but shudder. He felt uneasy all over. He looked at the 50,000 origin points he could earn by returning.
If he were to travel to another world, and discovered he would become a woman, he might want to return and travel through time again. However, after seeing Mission 3, Jing temporarily suppressed his thoughts. Everything was just as he had imagined.
After this journey, his soul would reach the 3rd level. However, the 3rd level required transformation. He wasn't sure if the next world he traveled through would also include transformation as a mission reward. He recalled the plot of this world.
Although this world was very similar to the legend of the white snake, there were still some differences. During the Chengxi reign of Emperor Xiaozong of the Southern Song dynasty, people lived in relative peace. In the marketplace,
humans and demons were indistinguishable. The young monk Fahai, determined to uphold justice, subdued demons and pacified the people. After subduing the spider spirit disguised as a kindly old monk,
he discovered that the spirit's Buddhist beads still retained their spiritual energy. Only then did he realize that he had subdued a kindly demon, one blessed by the Buddha. Fahai fell into confusion and was possessed by demons. Then, he encountered 2 snakes,
green and white, shielding a pregnant woman from the rain on a rainy night. He was moved by sympathy and left his Buddhist beads behind. The green and white snakes received the Buddhist beads. They successfully awakened and transformed. From then on,
they roamed the human world, freely observing the mundane world. Next, it's about their little story with Xuanhuan. Unlike the story in the legend of the white snake received no favors from him. There's no powerful force manipulating her.
She came from a simple background, purely for love. She fell in love with Xuanhuan, not out of gratitude. Finally, the white snake gave birth to a child. Her magical powers were completely lost.
She was thrown into the water by the collapsing Lifeng pagoda and swept away. It's unknown whether she's alive or dead. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan was killed by the green snake with a single sword strike. As for the green snake,
not only was she jealous of Xuanhuan for stealing the white snake, she also seduced Xuanhuan and even competed with Fahai in sexual endurance. Jing was speechless again. Yamidi. Mission 1 wasn't a big deal for him.
Mission 2 was a bit difficult, but as long as he was careful, it would be a problem. The only thing he found difficult was Mission 3. Tip 3 makes it very clear, if you don't have the right state of mind, even if you have extraordinary magical powers,
you will not be able to achieve enlightenment. Furthermore, the transformation of the soul to the 3rd level might not be achieved simply by physical strength. It also requires a certain state of mind. Otherwise,
given the long lifespans of demon races and demon veins in the main world, many beings would have already broken through to the A level. Jing seemed to understand a little. This world must have been specially arranged by the system.
There was probably a reason why he traveled through time and space as Xiaoqing. As a result, he gave up the idea of returning to a new world. Chapter 4:17. Memory reading. Experience all kinds of life. Do I have to become a female monster to experience it?
Jing was too exhausted to complain about the system. He was lost in thought. Xiaoqing, why are you daydreaming again? Bai Sujan's snake head swayed, then transformed into a woman's head, arms sprouted, and with a long tail trailing behind.
She looked like Nua, a snake with a human head. With her cultivation reaching this level, she could already transform most of her body into a human form and shrink her size. Jing came back to his senses.
He looked at the other person carefully for a few seconds. Then, with his tongue sticking out, he said perfunctorily, "Oh, I haven't woken up yet, you." Bai Sujan was speechless. Then she looked towards Hangzhou City. Her face showed longing. "Don't you feel bored?"
Jing stopped thinking about it for the moment and asked, "What do you want to say? Shall we go for a walk in the city?" Bai Sujan spun around, transforming into a charming and alluring woman. She was dressed in pure white and wore a jade ring.
"I've been bored lately. Why not go into the city and find some entertainment?" This was the art of transfiguration. It involved concealing the untransformed portion of the body, so that outsiders could see only the complete form.
As long as one didn't encounter someone with profound magical powers, This would be enough to ensure they wouldn't be seen through. Forget it. Jing hadn't improved his strength yet. He didn't want to take any risks, so he explained, let's go in a couple of days.
I feel like I'm about to break through these past couple of days. He hadn't forgotten that every time he traveled through time, it was usually at the beginning of the story. If he ran into Fahai, wouldn't that be bad luck? Are you going to break through?
Bai Suzhen was stunned for a moment. She looked at Jing carefully. She asked suspiciously, why did I see that you were going to break through? She was a highly accomplished Taoist.
So she could naturally tell whether Jing's cultivation had reached the point of a breakthrough. Jing swam in a circle, adjusting his body to the movement. He said, I've gained some insights into magic. Oh, Bai Suzhen understood.
But she said with some disappointment, okay then, just wait a few days. Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He re-entered his position, closed his eyes, and summoned the system again. He glanced at the memory red prompt 2 and clicked on the yes option.
The next moment he fell into a deep sleep. This was a very long dream. He not her, but a green snake, born green, unable to change, only to love it. During the heyday of the Tang dynasty, relying on his instincts to survive, he came to Westlake. Here,
the heaven and earth were filled with abundant vitality. Although her spirit was still unsettled and she was still confused, she instinctively knew that staying here would be beneficial for her. So she settled down in Westlake.
There's a very old tree by the lake. Its roots extend all the way to the bottom of the lake. They're very deep. Beneath the tree roots, there was a hidden world. She slipped inside, claiming it as her own. She was naturally lazy.
Her greatest joy was eating and sleeping and eating. This never changed, no matter how many years passed, because this area was filled with spiritual energy. There were many spirits in the lake. However, this had little effect on her.
Because she never ventures into deep water and only hunts near the lake's edge. Countless years passed unnoticed. What was once a small green snake, the thickness of a chopstick, grew into a giant python as thick as a bucket and over 10 meters long.
Although her body's enlargement meant she was stronger, she could no longer hide in the space under the tree roots. The lakeside was bustling with people again, making it less safe. She feared being discovered, capture-skinned, and gallbladders squeezed out.
Cooked and used as a spoon, that would be the end of her life. Over the years she had seen many of her kind suffer such tragic experiences. She had no choice but to go deeper into the lake. Fortunately, she encountered no danger.
There happened to be a large rock nearby. She lay down beside it and fell asleep. In her confusion, the boulder suddenly turned over. It was a stonefish, its eerie green eyes glaring at her as if she were its prey. A stream of dark,
chaotic poison shot out from its back like an arrow, hitting her scales. She woke up instantly, filled with anger. You little thing want to eat me. She swung her tail, ready to whip the creature to death. Then, devour it, venting her anger. But suddenly,
a sharp pain shot through her body. It felt like a volley of black arrows, violently radiating through her body. The venom had corroded his scales, seeping into her body, penetrating her very being. She lost all power to resist, and could only struggle in vain.
The stonefish had clearly become a spirit. It let out a strange laugh, then opened its mouth, revealing a row of sharp, white teeth, and charged towards her. She twitched and struggled, gasping for breath. Despair filled her heart, but at that moment,
something darted out from the deep water, like a giant beast, yet graceful and composed. Its long body swept the stonefish away with lightning speed, instantly disintegrating it into a pool of black water.
Only then did she realize the snake was even larger than herself. It blew a powerful breath at the sight of her poisoning. The venom in her body seemed to be forced out, gushing out of her mouth and dissipating into foam. This was a life-saving favor.
Furthermore, the other person was more beautiful than herself, possessed greater magical powers and lived longer. From then on, she was completely convinced of the other person. She even tried to please him and decided to stay by his side.
The white snake called herself Bai Suzhen and gave her the name Xiaoqing. They lived together, their relationship growing stronger and closer, like sisters. They witnessed the flourishing Tang dynasty, the cultural climax of its era.
They also experienced the Song dynasty's southern migration and its struggle for survival. Bai Suzhen taught her magic and cultivation. As the seasons changed, many days passed. They had already cultivated parts of their bodies into transfiguration.
Then one day, Bai Suzhen taught her how to transform and took her to Hangzhou to see the world. It was the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month. Willow branches by Westlake were tender green, and peach blossoms were vibrant red.
An old man with white hair and a white beard came carrying a basket of rice dumplings. The big dumplings cost 3 for 1 copper coin. The small dumplings cost 3 copper coins each. Someone laughed and said the old man had called out the wrong number.
The old man ignored them. Then people rushed to buy all the big dumplings, but no one bought the small dumplings. Waiting for the crowd to disperse, the old man saw them still watching and called out to them. On a whim,
She paid 3 copper coins to buy a small dumpling, wanting to see what it was all about. Unexpectedly, after the old man took the money, he scooped 2 small dumplings into 2 bowls. Then he blew into each bowl.
The 2 dumplings rolled around the rim of the bowl. The tempting sight made them drool. Buy one get one free. The old man handed over the bowl and said. At this point, they knew something was wrong, however.
They were confident in their profound Taoist skills and took the bowls, ready to fight. But as soon as they scooped up the dumplings, they seemed to come alive, jumping into their mouths and sliding straight into their stomachs, refusing to come out again.
The old man laughed heartily and transformed back into his true form. Only then did Bai Sujan recognize him as the immortal Lu Dongbin. You 2 girls are so boring. My glutinous rice balls are actually the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill.
Eat my glutinous rice balls. I'll wait for the day when you finally open up, haha. He turned and left before he could finish his words. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Humans are the most intelligent creatures in the universe. Therefore, for demons,
Awakening their minds is a transformation. It's not an illusion, but a true human form. After she and Bai Sujan ate the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, they tried to get it out but they were powerless, and the pill didn't seem to be poisonous.
a long time passed. They felt no unusual symptoms, no pain, no itching, no disasters, no troubles. Over time, they put the matter behind them. Time passed. Countless years passed. In the blink of an eye,
She had achieved the cultivation she had accumulated over 500 years. Xiaoqing, weren't you supposed to practice? Why did you fall asleep again? At this time, Bai Sujan's words of regret came, waking Jing up. Chapter 418. Oh.
she really became a woman. Xu Jing woke up from his sleep again. He had almost lived through the life of a green snake. However, this life was extremely simple. Most of the time, he spent it eating and sleeping.
The only thing that caught his attention was the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill that Lu Dongbin tricked the green snake and the white snake into eating. No wonder he would be tempted by worldly desires after transforming into a human form.
Xu Jing suddenly realized something. Then another thought occurred to him. He had traveled through time and space as a green snake. His soul was human, possessing all 7 emotions and 6 desires.
What was the use of the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill? As he pondered this, his spirit carefully scanned his body. But after so much time had passed, the pill he could still sense had been completely refined. I hope nothing unexpected happens.
It was an elixir. Xu Jing didn't guarantee anything. He suppressed all his chaotic thoughts for the time being and tried hard to recall the magic spells Bai Sujan had taught him in his dream. This was also an extra bonus.
He had originally thought that Bai Sujan was also a self-taught person. But now that he thought about it, he was no longer sure. Otherwise, where did she learn her magic? Xiaoqing? Bai Sujan was a little annoyed at this moment. She was dazed again.
What happened to you today? Xu Jing felt helpless. He found Bai Sujan so annoying. If it weren't for the mission, he would have wanted to just piss her off and walk away. But this is just a thought. He explained, sister, I am thinking about the spell.
Bai Sujan glared at Xu Jing and said, I see you just want to sleep, let's go. Follow me to the city. Without a word she grabbed Xu Jing's tail and dragged him away. Don't, Xu Jing exclaimed, but Bai Sujan ignored him. He had no choice but to say, wait.
I haven't transformed yet. It seems I have to go today. He recalled the experience in his dream. As Bai Sujan cultivated her body into a human form, she entered the city more and more frequently.
Her heart became more and more yearning for the world and filled with curiosity about everything. Bai Sujan let go of Xu Jing and said then hurry up. Xu Jing's body swayed. He felt very embarrassed. In the end, he gritted his teeth, transformed,
and performed the transfiguration technique. In an instant, a young woman wearing a green silk shirt and skirt appeared on the spot. She moved to the water's edge, reflected her reflection in the water, and wiggled her hips. Ripples immediately formed. Oh,
she really became a woman. This exquisite face, this small waist, these long legs, and these breasts. Am I him now, or is I her? Xu Jing felt around all over his body. His mind was a bit blank, but he was also inexplicably a little excited.
Stop taking pictures, let's go. Bai Sujan came forward, took his arm, and pulled him away. They said they were walking, but in reality they were swimming. They hadn't even grown legs yet, but under the influence of the illusion technique,
those who couldn't see through it would only think they were walking, climbing Solitary Mountain and stepping onto Su Causeway. Arriving at Xiling Bridge, I saw an ancient tomb with dark green stone nearby.
On the stone pillar in front of the pavilion was a couplet peach blossoms and flowing water vanish into thin air. The oil-painted carriage will never be seen again. This is Sushaxia's tomb. Xu Jing took a few more glances, unexpectedly.
Bai Sujan rushed over and said, I know her. She lived during the Southern Qi dynasty. She was said to be a prostitute, a woman who had to accompany different men. Oh, Xu Jing responded calmly. He was playing the role of Xiaoqing, who still knew nothing.
Of course, he could act like he knew everything. Otherwise, Bai Suzan would be suspicious. Realizing that his attitude was a little cold, he added, "Sister, do you understand men?" "Of course I understand."
Bai Suzhan seemed to be very fond of this knave Xiaoqing. She said proudly, "Men, they are the same kind that make women sad." Xu Jing chuckled inwardly at this. He realized Bai Suzhan didn't really understand men.
She just pretended to know everything in front of him. Most of her knowledge came from what she'd heard and seen, but it was clear that the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill had definitely begun to take effect. He didn't ask any more questions.
The two of them moved through the crowd. It was early morning and the streets were bustling with activity. After following the enthusiastic Bai Suzhan around for a while, he finally said, "Sister, let's go back." Bai Suzhan finally had some sense.
After hearing this, she nodded and said, "Okay." The 2 men left the city. Just then the sound of chanting suddenly became clear. A few dozen meters to their right, a thin old monk with a white beard, white eyebrows, and white clothes appeared. In one hand,
in the other, he twisted a string of Buddhist beads emitting a purple glow. He ran through the mountains and forests, chanting devoutly and joyfully, "Namo Buddha, Namo Dharma, Namo Sangha, Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva."
The savior in distress. "Dharma do. Kalavatho. Ka. Dilagado. Lagado. Swaha." Bai Suzhen's face changed. She quickly pulled Xu Jing aside. After a few glances she said, "It's okay, this monk's magic power is not strong."
"But we still shouldn't mess with him." Xu Jing stared blankly at the Buddhist beads in the old monk's hand, vaguely guessing his identity. This thing is most likely the spider spirit that was blessed by the Buddha, with only 200 years of cultivation.
She's already become a human. She's truly a demon that's even more infuriating than the others. But this guy is too arrogant. In broad daylight, he dares to run in the air without restraint. No wonder he got into trouble, Xu Jing was thinking maliciously.
But he didn't expect the spider spirit's retribution to come. From behind him, a young monk suddenly jumped out. He was handsome and had a majestic and proud figure. This young monk had a stern look. His gleam was terrifying.
He was imposing without even being angry. Between his brows, a golden bead loomed, half submerged in his skin. He possessed a transcendent Buddha nature. He was also dressed in white, holding a Buddhist whisk, with incredible speed.
He leaped through the air and chased after the old monk. "Why are there so many monks today?" Bai Suzhen muttered to herself, her expression grave. "This young monk is a master. Why is he chasing after this old monk?" She was very curious.
After hesitating for a few seconds, she grabbed Xu Jing and said, "Let's go, let's follow carefully and see." It seems that this young monk is Fahai. Xu Jing understood. He had also been thinking about following along to watch the fun. He didn't refuse.
He and Bai Suzhen hid in the forest and quickly caught up. "Old abbot, the air is fresh and clear." Fahai was very fast. He caught up with the old monk and shouted loudly. The spider demon showed no signs of suspicion. She turned around and smiled. "Yes."
Morning exercises are beneficial for cultivating inner alchemy. Fahai had already reached the spider spirit. His companion ran over and said, "Senior, you have youthful features despite your white hair. You walk briskly.
Yet your breathing remains calm and composed. This shows you've reached the pinnacle of cultivation. How many years have you been cultivating?" The spider spirit said proudly. "Time waits for no one. 200 years have already passed in the blink of an eye."
"What about you, young man?" Mi Fahai sneered. "Shame on you. I've only been practicing for over 20 years. Unlike Master Fa, you can pass yourself off as the real thing. You're a sly creature. I can tell at a glance you're not human. Ha!"
The spider demon's expression suddenly changed. She realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Fahai leaped to stop the other person and shouted,
Monster, I want you to show your true colors! Seeing this,
Bai Suzhen finally resolved her doubts.
"So this old monk is a fellow practitioner of ours. He has become a human in just 200 years. How did he do it?" Chapter 419. Don't mess with me! Don't mess with me! After hearing Bai Suzhen's words, Xu Jing remained silent.
Even if he knew the answer, he could only pretend not to know and also showed a look of doubt. At this moment, Fahai, without further ado, began to move his hands. He formed seals with his right hand, chanting the mantra, "Great and mighty heavenly dragon."
Siddhagarbha, Prajnaparamita Buddhas, Prajnaparamita Bhagavad. A glazed light shone in his hands. Then he shouted, "Show yourself!" As soon as he finished speaking, an endless stream of blinding light was released from his hand,
shining towards the spider spirit like a magic mirror.
No, master!
The spider demon, caught in the light, screamed in agony. He stretched out his 8 claws, and poisonous threads spewed from his navel. Finally, his true form was revealed. However,
he also knew that he was no match for Fahai. The demonic energy within him immediately erupted, and he used the escape technique to vanish from the spot. Humph! It turned out to be a spider spirit. Fahai looked around, his eyes gleamed. He refused to give up.
Evil creature, still trying to hide, his expression was serious and solemn. He leaped up and proudly chased after him. Bai Sujan was very brave. She dragged Xu Jing along, ready to watch the show. They had no intention of helping their fellow cultivators.
The rules of survival for the demon race were very cruel. Most of them would kill each other. The sun rose high in the east, and a rosy mist drifted through the dense forest. Master,
I have long worshipped at the feet of the great golden Buddha at Lingtai Temple, absorbing his blessings. I have a peaceful disposition. Please spare my life. As the spider spirit fled, it used its demonic energy to create a howling gust of wind.
Nearly blinding anyone. Nonsense. Fahai's young, fierce face remained unmoved. Heaven and earth have their own laws. This is the law. It is my duty to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. You evil creature. Where are you going to escape? Look at my robes.
He was using a magic spell to subdue demons. As he spoke, he threw out a white monk's robe and muttered something. In just a moment, the white robe expanded infinitely, almost covering the sky and the earth. The spider demon was quickly enveloped.
With no way to escape, can you escape? Fahai locked onto his target. He chased after him. Behold my Dalio golden bowl. Collect it. He flipped his palm and threw a golden bowl towards the spider demon.
He then formed a seal with his hands and chanted the Buddha's name. A storm suddenly blew up in the dense forest, and an extremely strong suction force enveloped the spider spirit, though the spider demon had transformed.
Its cultivation was still in its infancy. It involuntarily threw itself towards the bowl, its form shrinking. It struggled mightily while pleading, Master, spare my life. Please have mercy. Please have mercy. Let me go. Pooh!
Fahai's expression remained unchanged. He refused to listen. Instead, he increased his restraining force. The spider demon's hands and feet convulsed. It trembled incessantly. Venom spurted from its mouth. It let out a scream. Finally, unable to hold on,
it was sucked into the bowl without resistance. Amitabha. Fahai's expression is full of great compassion. He holds a bowl in his hands and stands proudly. The shrunken spider spirit within the bowl was unable to move, yet it pleaded desperately, Master.
Please let me go. Master, you are the benevolent vessel that saves the world and the people. Please spare my life. Fahai stared expressionlessly into the bowl. The spider spirit seemed to see hope. She immediately raised her voice.
I will never rise again. 100 years of practice have been undone. Don't ask me to turn back into a spider. Shut up. A demon is a demon. Fahai's face flashed with a furious expression.
He turned and ran towards a nearby pavilion. The four realms of gods, humans, ghosts and demons are organized in an orderly hierarchy. Now the human realm is in chaos. Humans and demons are mixed together, indistinguishable. Now that I have entered the world,
I must be compassionate and merciful, breaking down and reconstructing. I must define the boundaries between good and evil, and restore light to the world. Just accept your punishment. He exerted a dragon-slaying force in his arms. He lifted the pavilion.
He ignored the spider spirit's pleas and struggles. He tossed the bowl into the pavilion, suppressing it. Then he chanted Buddhist scriptures and sealed it. I have the Buddha's shade of Lingtai Temple. I have the Buddha's shade of Lingtai Temple.
The spider spirit's pleading continued, but it grew weaker and weaker. Finally, it fell completely silent. Fahai clasped his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. Great and mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored one Siddhagarbha, Amitabha.
This young monk was handsome, but I hadn't expected him to be so powerful and so cold-blooded. Bai Sujan held onto Xu Jing tightly. They crouched low, hiding in the dense forest. She warned, Xiao King, don't provoke him. If you see him again, run away.
Can't afford to offend. Xu Jing witnessed the entire process. His spirit was even stronger than Bai Sujan's. In this world, he was already close to becoming an immortal.
He only needed the final step of transformation to join the ranks of the immortals. But he found that Fahai was truly untouchable. He possessed a terrifying power. With only 20 years of practice, he had already achieved such a high level of cultivation.
This guy was definitely the reincarnation of some divine being. Even if he could defeat him after strengthening, he did want to provoke him unless necessary. Who knows if he beats the younger one, and if some old man will pop up. As far as he knows,
the Buddhist sects in this kind of world are notorious for protecting their own shortcomings. And they are also very shameless. Don't worry, sister. I will never provoke him. Xu Jing acted well behaved and sensible, which surprised Bai Sujan for a moment.
At this moment, Bai Sujan suddenly sensed something. She turned and looked towards the spot where the spider spirit had been trapped by the bowl. Hanging from a branch there was a string of Buddhist beads. The beads shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. Obviously,
this string of Buddhist beads already possessed its own spirituality, and would not become ordinary just because the spider spirit suppressed it.
What a treasure!
Bai Sujan was very moved, but when she saw Fahai also noticed the Buddhist beads.
Xu Jing smiled and said, Don't be disappointed, sister. I think this thing is destined to be with us. Bai Sujan glared at him and said, Nonsense. Could it be that this heartless monk would give it to us? That may not be the case.
Su Jing laughed. Hush, silence. Sujin's expression suddenly changed. She pulled Xu Jing closer and lowered him. Fahai had already retrieved the Buddhist beads. He approached them, a puzzled expression on his face.
He could clearly be heard muttering to himself, the demon has been captured. But the bead's aura persists. Could it be that he had truly received the Buddha's blessing at the Bodhisattva's feet? Did I capture the demon by mistake?
Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Bai Sujin's face turned ugly. She even panicked. If Fahai discovered this, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, at this moment the clear sky suddenly rumbled with a loud bang. Lightning streaked across the sky.
Dark clouds suddenly appeared from nowhere, shrouding the earth in darkness. Torrential rain poured down. Walk! Xu Jing didn't need Bai Sujan to say anything. He immediately turned around and ran away. The rain whipped them.
Yet they were filled with joy. They even revealed half their true forms, twisting their waists wildly. In the blink of an eye, they had left Fahai far behind. No way! Ah! Fahai's angry howl could be heard from behind.
This heavy rain might be a warning to him. In this situation, he lost his mind and naturally didn't notice anything. Chapter 420, Transfiguration. Taking advantage of the heavy rain, Su Jing and Bai Sujan fled for who knows how far.
They finally stopped after returning to the bamboo forest where they lived. The two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Xu Jing said, "Sister, that was a close call."
Since he had traveled through time and space with Xiaoqing and transformed into a demon to cultivate in the world, he simply let go of the burden in his heart and devoted himself to the current role, just like an actor entering a play. Of course,
she could be a woman, but as for men, he had absolutely no interest in her. It's not me, Xu Jing, who's perverted. It's all because of this fucking system of yours. It must be because I didn't mate with the strongest female snake in the first world.
You're just taking revenge on me, aren't you? Did I offend you because my surname is Su? Su Jing kept complaining about the system in his mind. The heavy rain was still falling, soaking his and Bai Sujin's thin clothes.
Both of them looked almost completely naked. Oh shit! Xu Jing couldn't help but glance at Bai Sujan a few more times. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, then he turned his head away.
Thinking that the other party was still willing to throw himself into the arms of Xuanhuan, that pretty boy, he suddenly felt reluctant to let go and felt a little upset. But then he regained consciousness. His heart trembled.
And his expression became extremely serious. 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. Xu Jing gnashed his teeth. Sure enough, Lu Dongban's elixir had worked. Shouking. What are you thinking about? Bai Sujan saw his expression changing from gloomy to bright.
She waved her hand in front of his eyes. Xu Jing came back to his senses and covered up. I was thinking that since that monk is so powerful, he must be someone unknown. He must be Fahai. Bai Sujan explained, the abbot of Jinshan Temple.
His reputation is well deserved. Xu Jing uttered an "oh" and didn't ask any more questions. He and Bai Sujan regained their snake forms and swam back to the cave together. They began to practice in peace. He didn't rush to use the enhancement.
The main reason was that Bai Sujan was right beside him. He was afraid of causing misunderstandings and making it difficult to explain. The rain outside continued to pour down. It rained all day in the afternoon.
A woman's scream suddenly came from the bamboo forest outside the cave. Then, a series of screams followed. Shouting, "Let's go out and take a look." Bai Sujan stopped practicing, opened her eyes and swam out of the cave.
Xu Jing's spirit had already secretly swept out the moment he heard the sound. He was secretly delighted, knowing that it must be the village woman about to give birth. This also meant that the Buddhist beads bracelet would be his.
He swam out after Bai Sujan and soon found his target. Inside the bamboo forest, a plump village woman with a bloated belly collapsed in agony on the bamboo-covered ground. Beside her lay a bamboo basket. Not far away, a blown umbrella lay unnoticed.
She braved the rain to dig bamboo shoots, but she didn't expect it to happen during the harvest season. But she had clearly had experience with childbirth. She stripped off all her clothes and laid them on top of her body. She spread her legs and thrust hard.
Shouting, "Let's protect her from the rain." Bai Sujan knew medical skills. After just a few glances, she determined that the woman was not in danger of death. However, the heavy rain at that moment was a big problem. In the past,
her magical powers would have been enough to disperse the dark clouds and stop the rain. However, this time, the rain was caused by Fahai. She couldn't control it. Su Jing had just that in mind upon hearing this.
He immediately soared up into the air above the bamboo forest, hovering over the village woman. Bai Sujan did the same. In this way, they used their huge bodies to block the falling rain. But not long after, Fahai suddenly appeared outside the bamboo forest.
He was still a little distraught, but his mood had calmed down compared to the morning. "Sister, look over there. Fahai is here." Su Jing pretended to notice and looked far below behind Bai Sujan. He said in panic.
Bai Sujan turned around and looked down. She was immediately startled. She quickly signaled Xu Jing to stop talking. At the same time, She quietly summoned a cloud of mist to conceal her and Jing. It was too late to avoid it now.
She could only take the risk. If it was truly unavoidable, she would be afraid to fight Fahai. Jing remained calm. This was the benefit of foresight. Of course, if something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be afraid either. At this moment,
Fahai was running towards him at full speed. Suddenly he stopped and looked up at the sky above the bamboo forest. Although he saw nothing, he was keenly aware of the fishy wind and evil aura. There's another demon! He was enraged.
He stomped his foot onto the ground and soared into the air. He formed a seal with one hand, chanted a spell, and tapped his forehead. Then, a golden light shone from his brow. As if he had opened a third eye, he gazed upward. Where can you hide?
After seeing this, Jing and Baisujan could no longer hide their true feelings. They were revealed directly in his eyes, their two snake spirits. Prepare to be taught, mighty heavenly dragon, diamond flame. Catch the demon!
Fahai spun the Buddhist whisk in his hand. With a bang, a spinning wheel of fire emerged, soaring into the sky. I'm not afraid of you. Baisujan was furious. This Fahai would capture any demon he saw. He was unreasonable. It was useless to say anything to him.
Help me. As she spoke, her huge mouth opened wide, as if to swallow the rain and control the water, to extinguish the burning wheel. But at this moment, a village woman below shouted loudly, followed by the loud cry of a baby. Hey, it's born.
Xuanhuan was suddenly overjoyed. She immediately changed her mind. Let's go! Jing had no objection. He followed by Xuanhuan. They flew away from their original position like dragons, soaring through the clouds.
Fahai finally spotted the village woman and her newborn baby. He immediately understood why the two snakes had been lingering above the bamboo forest. Perhaps because he felt guilty for having captured the wrong spider spirit, he hesitated for a few seconds.
Then he retracted his spell, retracting the fire wheel he had released. He chose not to pursue it again. After doing all this, he stepped forward, wanting to offer some help to the village woman. But when he got closer,
he realized that she was completely naked. Amitabha. Buddhists must strictly observe the precepts against chastity. Fahai took a few steps back, lowering his head and not looking any further. Then he suddenly looked up at the sky again.
He discovered that Jing and Baisujan hadn't gotten far at all. Sister, look, I said it's okay. Jing circled Baisujan and said as if to take credit. He even took back his magic just now. He definitely won't take us back now.
Baisujan glanced at Fahai from a distance. A thoughtful look appeared on her face. It seemed as if she understood something. Fahai also looked at them carefully. Suddenly, he transmitted a message. Given your kind nature and your willingness to help others,
I will make an exception today and spare your lives. Thank you. Thank you. He turned and walked away. But he stopped and started, as if he was preoccupied with something. Baisujan fused.
But Jing looked at the village woman still lying on the ground, breathing heavily. She was completely naked, her figure fully exposed. Although she was just an ordinary person, she was not ugly. Her skin was smooth and round.
Her waist was thin and her legs were long. Her breasts were firm and full. She looked very charming. Fahai was first warned today for having taken in a spider spirit. He was then shocked to discover that the spirit was helping humans.
This completely overturned his view of demons, leaving him devastated. Under these circumstances, the normally abiding monk laid eyes on a beautiful village woman. This first encounter with such a deadly attraction inevitably gave rise to lustful thoughts.
Maybe it wouldn't be so serious. But Fahai? Jing had already vaguely guessed the man's origins. He was most likely the reincarnation of a celestial dragon. Dragons are inherently lustful.
Today's excitement had undoubtedly planted a fire in his heart, perhaps already burning. Coupled with the incident with the spider spirit, it had given rise to all sorts of evil thoughts. As expected, everything happened just as he expected. Fahai.
He sat cross-legged on the cliff at the edge of the bamboo forest and began to meditate. He didn't know how long he sat there. It wasn't until the rain stopped in the evening and a rainbow slowly appeared before him.
He breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. He seemed to have figured something out. Baisujan saw Fahai sitting outside and refused to leave. She felt a little worried. She took Jing and transformed into human form.
Then hid behind a huge rock in the bamboo forest and watched secretly. His magical powers have improved again. Jing looked at Fahai. A white light shone from his body. A variety of majestic colors shimmered faintly behind his head. At this moment,
Fahai took out the spider spirit's Buddhist beads and twisted them in his hand. Magical power flowed through him as he chanted, Great and mighty heavenly dragon, all Buddhas have mercy on me. Grant me the light of Bodhi. Good, good.
As soon as he finished speaking, the 7-colored glaze on his body flashed one after another, flowing into the Buddhist beads in his hand, making them more spiritual. Evil will be punished. Good will be rewarded. Evil will be punished, Fahai said loudly.
Suddenly, he turned around. With lightning speed, he turned to face Jing and Baisujan behind the boulder. His state of mind was elevated at the moment. How could he not notice it? However, he showed no anger at all. Instead,
he placed the Buddhist beads in his hand on a rock at the edge of the cliff. Snake demon, you must cultivate yourself well. Everything depends on your luck. After saying this, Fahai turned around and strode away, no longer hesitating as before.
Bai Suozhen's face was completely blank. She hadn't expected this outcome. She looked at Xu Jing. Although Xu Jing knew what was going on, he also showed a look of shock. After a while they both laughed. It turns out this monk isn't hopeless.
Bai Suozhen stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff. She took the Buddhist beads in her hand, closed her eyes, and felt them for a moment. She handed them to Xu Jing and said, Xiaoqing, your cultivation is still shallow. Wear these beads.
Let's try to transform together. Xu Jing took it without hesitation and said, then let's go back and practice. Bai Suozhen had no objection. Then they returned to the cave system. At this point,
Xu Jing could use the system's reinforcement to properly support his cultivation. Although the main function of these Buddhist beads was to help open his mind, if he possessed Buddha nature, it could accelerate his progress in cultivation.
As for whether he has Buddha nature or not, it is up to him to decide. He just wants an excuse to explain himself to Bai Suozhen. There is no time for practice. A year passed quickly in the blink of an eye. That day, thunder rumbled over the bamboo forest.
And thin, snake-like lightning bolts struck repeatedly. And in the forest, 2 giant pythons, one blue and one white, were writhing in agony, plowing the ground until it was practically turned over.
Xu Jing hadn't expected to endure such suffering even after transforming. Although the lightning wasn't strong and rarely struck them directly, even if it landed near them, the electric current would be drawn to them and flow through their bodies. At this moment,
he felt only numbness and pain all over his body. He couldn't even muster a single bit of strength, let alone use his demonic power. He could only endure it. He and Bai Suozhen's upper bodies have completely evolved. Only the snake tail remains.
It's not complete yet. If someone were to enter at this moment, they would clearly see 2 naked women with long snake tails, but human-like upper bodies, struggling constantly. Buddhist beads. Bai Suozhen moved closer to Jing and became entangled with him.
In this situation, the peaceful and warm light emitted by the Buddhist beads can help them feel less pain. The rain continued all day long. Only when night fell did the thunderbolts surrounding the bamboo forest finally cease. Call!
Xu Jing and Bai Suozhen collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and let out a long sigh. Next to them, 2 huge blue and white snake skins lay intertwined on the ground. An ordinary person would be terrified to death if they saw them. At this point,
they had finally fully cultivated into human form, each developing 2 long legs and being able to switch freely between demonic and human forms. During this process, Xu Jing did try to transform himself into a man, but unfortunately he did not succeed.
Influenced by his innate nature, he couldn't control this process. Unless someone with great magical powers enlightened him, or he attained enlightenment, he could change his form, but by then, he would have returned. Whether he changed or not was meaningless.
Xu Jing sighed dejectedly. He looked at Bai Suozhen, who was also naked beside him. However, she seemed unusually calm, spending time together every day, seeing for so long, yet he felt powerless.
He had long since developed the ability to remain calm. Besides, he is not bad himself. Xu Jing lifted his 2 newly transformed, slender legs. They looked fragile and boneless, and indeed they were.
He bent his thighs 180 degrees and pulled them toward his face. He could even rotate his ankles 360 degrees at will. He even tried tying his legs together. It seems that walking will take some time to get used to. For a snake demon,
being a human is really not easy. He loosened his legs and tried to stand up, but his legs felt weak and shaky. He simply leaned against a thick bamboo. Bai Suozhen stood up, but she seemed to be obsessed with it. She kept walking back and forth.
Even when she fell, she kept going. Sister, there's plenty of time. You can practice slowly. Why rush? Xu Jing knew the answer in his heart, but he felt a little helpless. Said Xiaoqing, we practice diligently.
Aren't we just waiting for this day? You don't seem that excited though. Xu Jing remained silent. Then, a relieved smile appeared on his face. He said, okay then, I'll practice with you. The vicissitudes of life are inevitable. He still has to complete tasks.
Regardless of whether he can gain insights or not, he must first take action to achieve results. Chapter 21. Xuanhuan, that pretty boy Xiaoqing, that's not the way to go. You walk like a man. How can a woman walk like that? Follow my lead.
Let your hips lead your legs. Keep your weight on your toes. Don't take long steps. Keep your arms relaxed. Like this, take small steps inward. Follow my lead. Yes, my sister is right. Xu Jing was annoyed.
He was just taking a walk, but Bai Suozhen kept asking him to do this and that. All right, he accepted his fate. It's just twisting and turning. Follow Bai Suozhen and twist your body. As he walked, he felt like he was floating, so tired.
Mainly because I'm mentally exhausted. After practicing like this for about 5 days, the initial discomfort of his transformation completely disappeared. He finally felt the strength in his legs and could walk properly. For the past 5 days,
They no longer lived in damp caves. Instead, they lived in houses like humans. This house was conjured by their sorcery, but it wasn't an illusion. As long as the sorcery was not broken, it would be real to anyone. Shocking. Let's go for a walk in West Lake.
now that she could walk normally, Bai Sujan couldn't stay still. She also put on the most fashionable clothing of the time, a silk skirt with fine pleats. Also, a fragrance emanated from her skirt. It was obvious that she had dressed carefully for today.
Su Jing didn't refuse, so she changed into a purple dress and went to wander around West Lake with Bai Sujan. During this year of cultivation, he quietly used the system to spend 50,000 origin points to increase his cultivation by 500 years. Now,
He was no less capable than Bai Sujan. Therefore, he no longer worried about going to the human land, as he felt more confident. 2,000-year-old snake demons. In this mortal world, it was rare for anyone to cause trouble for them. Lake Su Causeway.
stretching from south to north, was built by Su Dongpo and has since become the most famous of the 10 scenic spots in West Lake. It's early spring. The 6 bridges in the middle, Yingbo, Wangshan Yadi, Dongpu and Kwahong, are quaint and beautiful.
Willows shroud the embankment in misty veils, brads fly and flowers bloom, birdsong fills the air, the beauty is breathtaking. The two walked along the embankment, arm in arm. In each hand, they held a fan. The fan was made of pure white silk.
Painted with landscapes and pavilions, they swayed their waists and walked slowly. As they passed, the men on both sides of the road were practically stunned. Some walked straight into the lake. Some bumped into other people or objects.
There were also boaters in the lake. As they watched, they collided with other boats. Xu Jing and Bai Sujan laughed so hard they fell over. He suddenly realized that being a woman did have some pleasures that men couldn't experience. As they walked,
They came across a Taoist priest. This Taoist priest was a blind man with white eyes. He was accompanied by 2 Taoist children who looked very clever. Xu Jing and Bai Sujan exchanged glances, but neither retreated. They simply walked past each other.
but the blind Taoist suddenly stopped, sniffed hard, and his expression became serious. "Master, what have you discovered?" The 2 Taoist boys asked almost at the same time. The blind Taoist priest half turned his head and gestured behind him.
He said, "Were those 2 women who just walked by?" The 2 Taoist children nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's right. Very beautiful," they said. "Is there something wrong with them?" The blind Taoist said coldly, "Those are 2 snake spirits, although I'm blind."
"My nose is very sharp, they can't hide anything from me." "A snake spirit, master, why didn't you take action to capture them just now?" The blind Taoist priest said solemnly. "They are quite advanced. Besides, I'm not prepared today. If they run away,
It will be difficult to deal with them. Let's go. Go back and prepare things. I've memorized their scent. When the time comes, we'll raid their lair. Capture them and bring them back to refine the elixir.
it will replenish my spiritual energy and strengthen my magical power." He was a little excited. Taking on powerful demons was dangerous, but it also meant great rewards. He had heard that the abbot of Jinshan Temple, Fahai,
Was renowned for his demon hunting skills. But the other side only captured and suppressed them. This was extremely pedantic. But at that moment, a loud bang suddenly struck the blind Taoist priest's mind. It was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky.
his brain went blank. He staggered. Blood oozed from his ears and nose. Then, with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. "Master! Master! What's wrong with you?" The 2 Taoist boys were stunned and panicked. The passers-by were also stunned.
Many people gathered around to ask questions. Some even went to help and called for a doctor. Bai Sujan, who was walking hand in hand with Xu Jing, suddenly turned around. After a few glances, she turned her gaze to Xu Jing.
A hint of suspicion appeared on her face. Xu Jing looked confused. He looked at Bai Sujan with doubt and said, "Sister, what's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Bai Sujan hesitated for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "It's all right."
It seems your cultivation has improved a lot this year. Even I, your sister, can't see through you. What's so hard to see? Xu Jing looked at Bai Sujan calmly. I'm only slightly worse than my sister now. It's not like you haven't seen my true form.
He hadn't intended to hide it in the first place. He couldn't have hidden it either. The size of the body and the number of scales revealed his cultivation. But Taoism is only one aspect. Spirit and soul are another.
Bai Sujan is definitely not as good as him in spirit and soul. If he deliberately hides it, the other party will not be able to detect it. Bai Sujan looked thoughtful. Then she relaxed and said, "Let's go over there."
He pointed to a row of buildings leaning against the shore ahead. There seemed to be a market there. It was bustling with activity. "No, no, no." Xu Jing suddenly leaned against the railing. "I'm tired. My legs are sore. I want to go back to sleep."
He had just scanned the area and spotted a library. Inside, a group of students were reading aloud. The teacher was a handsome young man. The man had clear features, wore a blue shirt, and a black foo hat. He looked remarkably simple and honest.
This guy is definitely Xuanhuan's pretty boy. Xu Jing snorted inwardly. Some outcomes might be inevitable. Even if Bai Sujan hadn't saved Xuanhuan's life, who knew if they would fall in love at first sight?
Thinking that a juicy cabbage next to him was about to be knocked away, he inexplicably felt extremely unhappy. Regardless of whether it was the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill that was causing the trouble. Why should I make myself unhappy?
Su Jing simply collapsed on the lakeside and fell asleep.
Xiaoqing!
Bai Sujan pushed him hard, but he wouldn't budge, let alone wake him up. There is a saying you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Finally, with no other option,
looking depressed, picked up Xu Jing, then, using her magical powers to confuse passersby, she flew back to the purple bamboo forest with Xu Jing. Chapter 422. No one can stop me. I want to break up the couple.
My greatest joy is to eat after sleeping. Eat after sleeping. This has remained unchanged for 500 years. Xu Jing pretended to be asleep at first, but as he fell asleep, he actually fell asleep. He seemed to be back in his dream.
That lazy green snake who loved to sleep. Occasionally, he would find a sunny day to bask in the sun, to keep his blood cool. When I woke up, it was already evening the next day. Bai Sujan was staring at her fiercely with her almond-shaped eyes. Sister.
Su Jing smiled awkwardly. What are you doing? Bai Sujan shook her head helplessly and said, Xiaoqing, you've already transformed into a human form. You have some of the bad habits you had as a snake. It's time to change them.
Yes, yes, yes.
Nodded.
Sister is right. He didn't refute her at all, which made Bai Sujan's next words of sermon stuck in her throat. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. Xu Jing's lips curled up. He turned over and praised Bai Sujan's sister. You are so beautiful today.
As expected, Bai Sujan forgot everything that had happened before when she heard the praise. She proudly showed off to Xu Jing and even started dancing with her waist twisting. Her face was full of excitement. Xu Jing's face lit up with a smile. Inside.
Sister. This is definitely a slut. It's spring now. Everything is coming back to life. The peach blossoms are in full bloom. It's clear that the other person is also feeling passionately. He still had no idea about Mission 3.
This wasn't like the past, when there was a clear goal. Should he just let Bai Sujan and Xuanhuan meet and let the plot unfold, or should he change something? Xu Jing felt a little confused, but he quickly made a decision, since it's a state of mind cultivation.
Of course you should follow your own state of mind. Do whatever you want. If you still pursue utilitarianism and suppress yourself, then what's the point of cultivating your mind and gaining enlightenment? He finally had his answer.
Whether it was the effects of the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill or the aftereffects of a dream he'd experienced with Xiaoqing's memories, he had decided on Bai Sujan and Xuanhuan. No one could stop him.
Bai Sujan finished her dance and spun around in front of Xu Jing. She smiled and said, Xiaoqing, what do you think? Xu Jing applauded and praised. If I were a man, I would definitely fall in love with you. You're just sweet talking.
Bai Sujan's face lit up with joy. She sat down next to Xu Jing and took his hand. But then a trace of disappointment suddenly flashed across her face. She sighed. It's a pity you're not a man, Xu Jing. A woman dresses up for another woman's admiration.
What's the point? Bai Sujan turned her head and muttered to herself. A woman wins another woman's praise. What's the fun in that? How could it be fun? Was your initial happiness fake? Frowning, Bai Sujan said quietly, I'm happy, sure.
But aren't you tired? We've been together for 500 years. 500 years. I'm tired of hearing everything. It turns out that it lacks freshness. Xu Jing suddenly understood. He finally understood the crux of the matter.
Bai Sujan stood up and looked out the window. Shouting, I like you, I even love you. But men are different. Men. It's only been 2 days since you transformed. I'm actually feeling so passionate. Was it the 7 emotions and 6 desires pills effect?
Had he been harboring these thoughts for years, suppressed for too long? Xu Jing tried to persuade her. I remember you once said, sister, if you succeed in transforming, even if you need to find a man,
you'll want to find the best and most compassionate man. You also said that humans are getting worse and worse. Each generation more cunning, and that true love and loyalty are becoming increasingly rare in the world. Just ask yourself, in this world today,
what man is there that you would value? Yes, I did say that, Bai Sujan admitted, but then she changed the subject. But now, I've figured it out. No matter how outstanding a man is, he can't compare to me, because I'm a year older than them.
Any man who really tries to compete with me in wits will definitely lose in the end. So, now I just want to find an ordinary, honest person. But have you ever thought about this? You are a snake. If you stay with humans, there will be no good end for you.
Not to mention the long-term consequences. If the monk Fahai of Jinshan Temple knew about it, he would never let you go. Xu Jing pointed out that it was very powerful. He hoped that Bai Sujan would give up when faced with difficulties. Bai Sujan.
Her face thoughtful. After a long moment, a determined look appeared. She turned to counsel. Xiaoqing, I know everything you're saying, but at least we're here. Why don't we take a real trip through the human world? Is it worth it? How can we know if we don't try?
It's over. Even 10 oxen couldn't pull it back. Jing sighed. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Bai Sujian. Xuanhuan is not scary. What is scary is the lustful Bai Sujian.
Even if he went and killed Xuanhuan, there might be another Wangshan or Songshan. As long as Bai Sujian longed for a man, he would be constantly busy. Even their relationship would deteriorate. In this case, he only has one solution for now. You like men.
Right? You are forcing me to turn you gay. Jing knew Bai Sujian wouldn't listen to anything he said now. It would only affect their relationship. He simply remained silent, but countless thoughts raced through his mind.
Bai Sujian thought Jing was already moved and suggested then let's go tomorrow. Okay, Jing knew Bai Sujian had made up her mind. Continuing to stop her would only backfire, so he agreed for now if anything came up later.
He would have to adapt to the situation. Bai Sujian was very excited. She kept making plans for the next day. She even discussed with Jing what clothes to wear and what accessories to wear. Jing did not show his dissatisfaction,
but instead tried his best to offer advice. After a sleepless night, when the horizon reached its limit and the light of dawn began to shimmer across the land, they were already gearing up to set off.
Bai Sujian wore a silk tutu embroidered with 2 butterflies. The skirt had fine pleats, a jade ring hung from the ribbon, a peach blossom made of silk and paper was pinned to her bun. Her shoes were embroidered with flying phoenixes and colorful birds.
She even wore a light makeup. Jing was equally attired. However, this time he had changed into men's clothing, a royal blue silk shirt and a white jade folding fan. Although simple, he looked quite heroic.
Bai Sujian had never seen Jing dressed like this before. She was stunned for a moment, and her face was filled with confusion. Let's go. Jing strode forward, his demeanor calm and composed. For the first time in their relationship, he took the initiative.
Feeling a strange emotion, but then she let it go and followed him out. All her thoughts were focused on finding the man she liked. Chapter 423. Fahai's Obstacles. On the south bank of the lower reaches of the Yangtze River is Zhenjiang.
Northwest of Zhenjiang in the Yangtze River, there is an island called Jinshan. There is Jinshan Temple in Jinshan, which is famous for having produced the monk Fahai, who was known for his justice. Jinshan Temple is built into the mountainside.
Halls and pavilions are linked one to another. From the foot of the mountain to the summit, layer upon layer of halls and pavilions, one after another, densely envelop Jinshan. Mountain and temple are one.
The entire Jinshan mountain seems like a magnificent temple, forming a group of buildings with towering pillars and dazzling shimmering buildings, creating a unique style of a magnificent temple enveloping the mountain. There are many caves in Jinshan,
one of which is where Fahai practiced cultivation. Facing the main hall of this cave is a Tathagata statue, with a serene expression, seated on a lotus pedestal. To the left and right of the Tathagata are 2 other large Buddha statues,
facing each other in a triangular formation. At this moment in the spacious hall, Fahai sat cross-legged on the cushion in the middle, his eyes closed in meditation, his back to Tathagata, since suppressing the spider demon.
He has conquered countless demons in the past year. However, he has encountered the biggest trouble of his life, the inner demon. The birth of this inner demon was closely tied to his experiences that day. First,
he doubted himself after mistakenly accepting the spider spirit, leaving him feeling unsettled. Then, the sight of the woman in labor unleashed a wave of suppressed, primal desires deep within him. This desire was like a fire, it burned in his heart.
It grew in his mind, it confused him. Whenever he was practicing, his mind would always involuntarily recall the scene when he saw the naked village woman in the bamboo forest, and today is no exception.
But what was different from the past was that today he could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. Beads of sweat as big as beans gradually seeped out of his body. At this moment, the brilliant light around him suddenly dimmed.
Fahai suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. You evildoers are so ignorant of yourselves. You even dare to intrude into a Buddhist holy place. As soon as he finished speaking, figures appeared from all directions, naked women with ugly faces, long tails,
and monkey-like legs suddenly appeared and surrounded him. Fahai, these women whispered and moaned, their voices seemingly able to evoke the deepest impulses in people's hearts. Fahai remained seated, unmoved. He shouted angrily,
You are so ugly!
How dare you twist and turn in front of the Buddha? Why aren't you afraid of me? We are here for you. We are afraid that we will all come. At this moment, a playful female demon suddenly emerged from Fahai's crotch and raised her head and said.
Fahai finally realized that these demon women were all born from his evil thoughts and had dragged him into the illusion. Come out! He was filled with shock and anger. He immediately leaped up and grabbed the half-exposed banshee's tail.
I am naturally intelligent and have profound cultivation. How dare you mess with me? Come here. I miss you so much. The banshee is still laughing. I love you even though I'm afraid. Damn monster, Fahai knew something was wrong.
He immediately made a hand gesture and pushed him out. Prajna Bar Makong. A rainbow suddenly appeared above his head. It was instantly clear and bright. He vanished into the illusion. Fahai, where are you? The banshees turned around and around.
Their faces filled with anxiety, but they could no longer find Fahai. Fahai took the initiative. He reappeared, still sitting cross-legged on the cushion. This time he was prepared. Come right here. Come on. Come on.
I have the Tathagata in my heart. As calm as the Tathagata, he had already realized the dangers of his inner demons and was planning to take this opportunity to overcome them completely. Who knew that at this moment?
One of the two entangled demons suddenly transformed into Fahai's appearance. The other turned back and said with a smile, but we have Fahai in our hearts. We are all Fahai. Right. Fahai. Fahai looked over at the sound. Anger instantly spread across his face.
His previous state of mind completely shouting. He'd angrily shouting, "Dare to blaspheme the gods!" went thunder and lightning. Kyaksha, evil spirits, kill! The devil, kill! The demon, kill! The devil messenger from hell, kill!
The Buddhaksiddhigarbhas, the guardian gods, kill! 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 He was furious. A flaming sword appeared in his hand. He immediately went on a killing spree, slaying every female demon he saw, yet even beheaded or mutilated.
These demons can still struggle and speak lust. Caution. Lust no abstention. Good and evil are indistinguishable. Don't be surprised by strange things. The world is full of mortals. The gods and ghosts are confused. The six senses are impure. Oh.
Monks. Boom, the surrounding scene shattered. Fahai opened his eyes again and found himself back in the bright hall. He was breathing heavily, his body drenched in sweat. Demonic obstacle. The rainbow above Fahai's head changed color. The light dimmed.
Gradually, it faded into darkness. He failed. Snap! At this moment a crisp sound came from behind him. He turned around and was surprised to find that the gold paint on the face of the Tathagata Buddha had melted and fallen off. May Buddha have mercy on me.
Fahai quickly stood up and turned around, clasping his hands together to apologize. But then the cushion he had just been sitting on suddenly burst into flames. We must get rid of the demonic obstacles.
He realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly left Jinshan Temple. He set up a Dharma cloud and flew south. The sky was pale. It wasn't yet bright. It was a vast expanse of desolate ground. The grass and trees trembled in the cold wind. Before
Fahai arrived in front of the pavilion where he had suppressed the spider spirit, he silently chanted an incantation, lifted the seal, lifted the pavilion, and took out the bowl. The old monk suppressed within the bowl had completely degenerated into a giant.
Yet he still retained a trace of spirituality. Upon seeing Fahai, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Good and evil have their ends. Back then, I destroyed 100 years of your cultivation. Today, I'm trapped by a demonic barrier.
If you and I can both survive this calamity, perhaps we'll meet again someday and fly side by side. Fahai gently shook the bowl, releasing the spider spirit. See you later. Once the spider spirit was free,
it immediately crawled into the bushes without looking back and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fahai felt a slight sense of relief. But his real obstacle was his desire. He was still a long way from overcoming it. He paused to ponder. After a long while,
he finally came up with a solution. But this method made him hesitant. The most important thing was that he couldn't find someone who could cooperate with him in cultivation. He sighed. Everything depended on chance. He wasn't going to force it, otherwise
he might just have another demonic obstacle. Hey, another monster. He spotted two demonic auras passing nearby. They dared to appear in broad daylight. They were truly courageous. His face was filled with anger, and he chased after him without hesitation.
Chapter High's admonition. Shao King, someone is chasing us. Although Bai Sujan was thinking about finding a man, she did not let her guard down and discovered the situation in time. Su Jing had noticed it too. Even earlier he turned around and said,
"It's Monk Fahai." Bai Sujan's face suddenly changed when she heard this. After turning back to carefully identify him, she said nervously, "Shao King, let's go quickly, get rid of him." She felt guilty, although she knew Fahai might not deal with them.
She still didn't dare to risk a confrontation with him. Shu Jing saw through it but didn't say anything. He didn't warn anyone either. He just kept speeding up. Together with Bai Sujan, they led Fahai in a circle during this process.
They also used confusing spells several times to try to throw Fahai off, but the latter was obviously not fooled. Great and mighty heavenly dragon, Prajna Buddhas, reveal yourselves. Fahai chased them twice, getting impatient.
He pressed a finger between his brows. Finally, he saw the true faces of Shu Jing and the others. So it was you, the snake demons. After transforming, you didn't continue to cultivate properly. You even ran away when you saw me. What are you planning?
He shouted loudly, his murderous aura subsiding slightly. If you run again, don't blame me for being rude. Only then did Bai Sujan realize that Fahai was different now. He had truly changed. Then,
Thinking about how both she and Xu Jing had received favors from each other, she finally felt at ease. Xiaoqing, don't run away. She stopped and turned to look behind her, but she still didn't let her guard down. After all, her purpose for this trip was not pure.
She felt a little guilty in front of Fahai. Xu Jing took a step forward and stood in front of Bai Suzhen. Bai Suzhen was slightly startled. A strange feeling flashed through her mind. For 500 years, she had always been the elder sister,
protecting her younger sister. But now, the situation had suddenly reversed. Suddenly, she felt a sense of strangeness and discomfort. Sister, I will protect you from now on. Su Jing had already understood what he was doing.
He had also come to his senses from his initial confusion. Although the woman's body was interesting, after the novelty wore off, he found it boring. He no longer restrained himself and returned to his original personality.
Without waiting for Bai Suzhen to react, Fahai was in front of them in the blink of an eye. His gaze was deep and insightful. He stood still and carefully examined Xu Jing and the other two. As a result, when he took a look,
he was immediately surprised and his attention was fixed on Xu Jing. Xu Jing knew that his cultivation level had improved too quickly, which had caught the other party's attention. He took the initiative to say, "Thank you, Master,
for the gift of the Buddhist beads that day." As he spoke, he took out his Buddhist beads and twisted them in his hand. He had refined them. The power within them had completely merged with his demonic power,
causing his entire body to glow with the light of Buddha nature. So that's how it is. What a profound connection with the Buddha. Good deeds bring good results. No need to thank me. Fahai pondered for a moment. His expression softened.
You two didn't practice well after transforming. What are you doing out here? And why are you running away when you see me? Xu Jing answered, first, my sister and I have just become adults. We wanted to go to the city to experience the prosperity of the world.
The reason we ran away was because we were frightened by the magician's reputation for exorcism. It was a subconscious decision. Behind him, Bai Suzhen's mouth dropped open. She hadn't expected Xu Jing to answer so well.
It wasn't like his usual fearless personality at all. Is this really shocking? How could such a big change happen in just one night? Bai Suzhen couldn't figure it out. Looking at Xu Jing's back, she felt that he had become very unfamiliar.
Amitabha. Fahai chanted the Buddha's name upon hearing this. He then offered kind advice. Everything in this world is classified into its own category. Humans are humans, and demons are demons.
I urge you to put aside all distractions and maintain your original aspirations. Return and cultivate for another 1,000 years. Once you achieve enlightenment, it won't be too late to experience the prosperity of the human world again.
No one will bother you anymore. If you become entangled in the mundane world now, it will be difficult to turn back. His voice was like a resounding bell, and his words came from the heart. Xu Jing fell into deep thought.
It turns out that as long as you have a simple mind, you will have hope of achieving the right result. Xu Jing suddenly realized, but unfortunately, Fahai had misjudged him. His mind was not simple at all, on the contrary.
It was more complicated than that of an ordinary person. Only through thorough understanding could he achieve enlightenment. Bai Suzhen also understood what Fahai said. She struggled, but her yearning for the secular world still prevailed.
She quickly regained her composure, and a hint of determination appeared in her eyes. Xu Jing turned around and saw Bai Suzhen's expression change. He knew the answer without asking. Her current state was like a child's rebellious period.
The more their parents forbid them from touching something, the more they desire it. He turned his head and looked at Fahai again. He asked, Master, may I ask, what will happen if we refuse to turn back? Fahai's eyes fixed on me. He frowned and said,
If you don't listen to my advice and dare to do anything that harms others, don't blame me for enforcing justice. Because of the incident of mistakenly accepting the spider spirit, this Fahai is much more humane than the one in the legend of the white snake.
Shrewdly he exchanged glances with Bai Suzhen, who also figured out the reason. We sisters now understand. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Bai Suzhen also calmed down at this time and said thank you.
It seems you've already made up your mind. Fahai sighed, take care of yourself. He turned and left, and soon he was out of sight of Xu Jing and the others. Sister. Xu Jing watched Fahai disappear. Suddenly he asked, are you going to look for your honest man?
How can we go? I don't believe he's gone like this. Perhaps he's secretly observing us from somewhere. Bai Suzhen wasn't carried away by the thought. She felt somewhat helpless. She sighed softly. Let's do it another day. Let's go home.
Xu Jing was secretly delighted. No matter what, this unexpected encounter with Fahai was a favor. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of trouble he would have to deal with. We need to deal with Xuanhuan first. He had a plan in mind. First,
Bai Suzhen couldn't be persuaded. The only option left was to strangle both of them. It takes two to tango. He didn't believe Xuanhuan would have the courage to accept Bai Suzhen even though he knew she was a snake demon, of course.
If Xuanhuan really doesn't know what's good for him, A cold glint flashed in Xu Jing's eyes. He wouldn't show mercy just because everyone had the surname Su. Bai Suzhen was feeling rather disheartened. She had come here with great anticipation and excitement.
But her good mood was completely ruined by Fahai's appearance. She was now feeling extremely depressed. The two of them walked in silence until they returned to the purple bamboo forest. Shoking, since Fahai won't deliberately target us.
Why don't we move our family to a place closer to the city? It's too lonely here. Not long after Bai Suzhen came back, her mind became active again. Okay. Su Jing had no objection and nodded in agreement. They immediately packed up their things
and left the purple bamboo forest. Chapter 425. I see your forehead is black. Overnight, the once unused house at Jiangqiu Xuanhuan Harbor was completely transformed.
Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen worked hard all night and finally finished decorating the house. A majestic gate and high walls. Entering the building is a large lotus pond, a small bridge overflowing water, and goldfish frolicking in the pond.
Surrounding the pond are flowers, fruit trees and antique stone carvings. It's a truly relaxing and delightful experience. The house they lived in was located in the center of the lotus pond, across from the pavilion. The interior is filled with antique charm.
Qing dynasty porcelain vases, ancient carved wooden screens, and imperial tables and chairs. Each one is incredibly lifelike and exquisite. Then there are the bluestone pillars, the eaves and rafters,
and the dining room furnishings, all meticulously crafted and full of charm. Bai Suzhen picked up a cup of Longjing tea and stared blankly out the window. She was in a daze. This state had lasted for several hours. She didn't even know how long it would last.
For a snake demon that has lived for 1,000 years, a few hours or even days, even if it means remaining motionless, is nothing. Xu Jing was busy running around. This mansion had suddenly appeared. He had to make sure the neighbors won't get suspicious.
He had to use some magic tricks on the people nearby. He also had to report to the government office and obtain legal residency. Of course, some tricks were necessary. After finishing all the work, it was already noon. He did not return to the house. Instead,
he quietly turned around and went to the bookstore where Xu Shan taught. It's interesting to say, this bookstore was built by the river. Across the river, not far away, was a brothel.
Students and girls on both sides of the river could even see each other across the river, exchanging glances. For scholars, it was fashionable to gather a few friends and visit brothels in their spare time. However,
the students at Xu Xian's bookshop were miserable because they had a very strict teacher. Xu Jing asked around. When people in the area mentioned Xu Xian, they found he held him in high esteem. They all called him a learned scholar.
A scholar with a degree in scholarship, he diligently studied while teaching, cultivating his character and cultivating virtue. He was strict not only with himself but also with his students.
The sound of reading in the bookstore is heard from morning till night, especially during this period of time. Flowers fly everywhere in the spring city. The imperial willows lean in the east wind on cold food day. At dusk, candles are lit in the Han Palace.
Light smoke drifts into the residences of the 5 marquises. When Xu Jing arrived, the sound of recitation could be heard from the second floor of the bookstore. He looked up and could clearly see students in white sitting at desks behind the railings.
At the front, Xu Shan, wearing a blue robe, was reciting from a book. Xu Jing had no patience to wait. He instantly transformed himself into a dignified and virtuous man. He strode into the bookshop without any pretense. Wait.
What do you do? Don't you even know where this place is? Can just any random person come in? An old man downstairs, still somewhat sleepy, was quite alert. Half asleep, he glared at Xu Jing and called him over, actually yelling at him, "I'm looking for fee."
Xu Jing's aura was so strong that it frightened the old man, making his subsequent questions stuck in his throat. He has upstairs. Please come in. The old man swallowed his saliva. He felt his whole body heavy, as if he was carrying a mountain.
He gave in instantly. Xu Jing gathered his momentum and slowly went up the stairs. At this moment, the sound of reading upstairs suddenly stopped. It was not because of his appearance,
but because Xu Xian caught a student who was absent-minded and asked, "What are you writing here?" Xu Xian snatched the manuscript from the student's hand. After glancing at it for a few seconds,
he began to read aloud with a cold face. Flowers give charming glances. Willows sway their waists. The goddess peeks into the brothel. Ha ha ha. The other students around them burst into laughter and looked at the person who wrote the poem.
Writing these obscene love poems, who are you showing them to? Xu Xian's face turned pale with rage. He tore the manuscript into pieces. He shouted. Then he looked around. Your exam period is almost up, although studying isn't just for fame and fortune.
You shouldn't spend all day daydreaming, indulging in women, wasting your youth, neglecting your studies. Do you understand? I know. There were scattered responses from all around. Qin Song, what about you? Su Shan looked at the man who wrote the poem again.
He said expressionlessly. I know. Okay, let's continue reading. Xu Xian threw the torn manuscript paper downstairs. He gave some instructions and looked towards the stairs. Jing was standing there. When he saw Xuanhuan coming,
he waved. Xuanhuan hesitated for a few seconds and walked over. Sir, I think you have a romantic relationship, and your forehead is dark. I'm afraid you'll encounter a demon soon. Xuanhuan was stunned by the first words Jing said when they met.
When he realized what was happening, Xuanhuan said unhappily, go away, you Taoist priest. What nonsense are you talking about? You've cheated me out of my money. Leave now. As he spoke, he pushed Jing's arm.
Preparing to push him down the stairs, Jing remained motionless. Suddenly, he twisted his wrist and pointed a finger at Xian's forehead. Xuanhuan froze in place. Scenes flashed through his mind. In the picture he is riding a ferry.
Not only has the boat been chartered, but it's also raining heavily. Fortunately, 2 beautiful women are escorting him in a small boat. He is captivated and falls in love with one of the women in white at first sight. But then the scene changed.
The 2 women he saw transformed into 2 giant snakes, one blue and one white, which devoured him. Xuanhuan screamed in fear. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. His eyes were vacant. Are you going to be scared to death?
Jing was also shocked. He quickly chanted the heart purification mantra to help Xuanhuan stabilize his soul. After a while, Xuanhuan finally came to his senses. He looked around bewilderedly. The students were still reciting poems.
As if they couldn't see him at all. Then he turned his gaze to Jing and stammered. You, who are you? Who am I, you say? Jing met Xuan's gaze. He spoke in an enigmatic voice. What you saw is what might happen in the future.
1,000 old snake demons. 1 blue, 1 white. Your life is in imminent danger. Xuanhuan's mouth was dry. Master, please save me. It's easy for you to survive. Jing didn't keep him in suspense. Just like you just told your students.
Don't be obsessed with women. Just stay away from them. They won't target you. Is it that simple? Xuanhuan was suspicious. Believe it or not, Jing turned and headed downstairs. You'll have to figure it out for yourself.
Whether what you saw in the dream was true or not, you'll know in a few days. Chapter 426. Bai Sujan is disheveled in the wind and rain. When Jing returned home, Bai Sujan was still in a daze. The Longjing tea in her hand had completely gone cold.
But she was completely unaware and hadn't even taken a sip. Sister, please eat something. He unpacked the snacks he'd brought back one by one. There were shrimp dumplings with thin skin and tender meat, and juicy broth. There were old-fashioned sesame cakes,
soft on the outside and crispy on the inside. There were also other dim sum like sesame balls, melon cakes, and dingxing cakes. The small square table was filled with them. Bai Sujan came back to her senses. A look of surprise appeared on her face. She said,
You have changed. We are all changing. Jing smiled slightly and said nothing more. The 2 of them were silent. Bai Sujan began to eat slowly. Jing sat aside and watched. It had been a long time since the system activated.
He hadn't felt this much leisure and ease. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable peace in his heart. The weather turned from sunny to cloudy in the afternoon. After a few thunderclaps, the rain began to fall heavily on the ground.
The 2 of them sat in the pavilion brewing a pot of tea. They stared blankly at the tender lotus leaves swaying in the wind, and so the day passed. Early the next morning, when Jing woke up, Bai Sujan had disappeared.
He didn't go out anxiously looking for it. What is meant to come will eventually come. Sure enough, in the evening, Bai Sujan came back dazed and with a face full of lust. Have you found your honest man? Jing's face was calm as he asked.
Bai Sujan hesitated for a few seconds. Finally she nodded and said, I'm not sure yet, but I'll observe for a while. Jing stopped talking. He looked completely unconcerned. He held his Buddhist beads in his hand and practiced quietly.
His indifferent attitude made Bai Sujan extremely uncomfortable. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to talk about the target she had discovered today. Jing listened silently. Nothing unexpected happened.
He was certain it was Xuanhuan. Although Bai Sujan said that she wanted to find an honest man, her requirements were more than that. The honest man she fantasizes about must know how to cherish a woman's feelings. He won't be unfaithful or heartless. For example,
when she says she likes a certain flower, Hell pick it and put it on her head. Hell also coax her by saying, this flower is only worthy of you. She wants ordinary love, romance, eye contact, and the most primitive impulse. So just think about it.
Bai Sujan would definitely not choose an ordinary person who is illiterate and has no sense of romance. And in this era, there are only a handful of people who can read. Among these people, those with money or powerful families often have more complex minds.
After eliminating the vast majority, there aren't many options left. Jing made no comment. Bai Sujan was lost in her fantasies of the future. He seemed to be witnessing a fetus term stirring restlessly in its mother's womb.
For more than a month, Jing stayed at home, cultivating peacefully. Bai Sujan couldn't help but tell him about her daily progress. In short, after more than a month of secret observation, Bai Sujan had a very clear understanding of Xuanhuan's personality.
his family situation, and every aspect of his life. She was absolutely certain this was indeed the candidate she'd hoped for. Even though he looked aloof and often serious, that didn't matter. She believed he had another side if all else failed.
She was absolutely confident that through her subtle influence, she could make Xuanhuan become the person he desired. King, you'll be ready to take action tomorrow. Tomorrow is Qingming Festival. Bai Sujan has already found out.
Xuanhuan will take the ferry back tomorrow to pay respects to his ancestors. She has already calculated everything. It's about to happen. Xu Jing's lips curled up slightly. He said, "Sister, I've listened to you for so long. Tomorrow,
let's go together to see your honest man." Bai Sujan had no objection. On the contrary, she was somewhat delighted. She was actually quite panicked. At this time, Xu Jing offered to accompany her. She was very happy. The next morning,
they calculate time and set out. The weather was beautiful. The sky was clear and cloudless. The streets were bustling with people, carrying paper horses, candles, prayer flags, and piles of money. Most of them were visiting the graves.
Su Jing and Bai Sujan chartered a covered boat and sailed on the lake. Bai Sujan's face flushed red with the springtime. She stared fixedly at the harbor, waiting for something. At that moment, her eyes suddenly lit up.
Her entire attention was drawn to a figure that had just appeared. King, did you see him? It's him. Xu Jing looked over. He saw Xuanhuan, dressed in white and wearing a black bun. He held an umbrella in his left hand. He rushed towards the harbor, shouting,
"Boatman, wait a minute!" The large ship at the port was fully loaded with passengers. It left the port without stopping. Besides visiting graves during the Qingming Festival, many men also enjoy sightseeing. Most of the boats today are booked.
Xuanhuan was at a loss. He stood at the port, unable to do anything but wait for the next boat. "Is this yours?" Xu Jing asked, pretending to see it for the first time. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Bai Sujan nodded repeatedly.
Her eyes were beautiful but hungry. She said, "It's him. Is this really it? Sister, if you choose one, it can't be returned or exchanged. Would you reconsider it?" Xu Jing's words were full of meaning. Bai Sujan was silent for a moment.
Then she said firmly, "It's him." As she spoke, she picked up the wine jug on the table, poured a glass of wine, chanted a spell, and poured it into the sky. The next moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up. A cloud of mist gathered.
And then a heavy rain poured down. As snake demons, they were born with a natural talent for controlling water. Coupled with thousands of years of cultivation, their combined magical powers, especially in areas like rivers, lakes, and seas,
were truly extraordinary. Xuanhuan's clothes fluttered in the wind at the harbor. He was caught off guard by the sudden downpour. He quickly opened his umbrella and ran towards the pavilion not far from the shore. Xu Jing was amused by what he saw. He said, "Sis,
if you like it, just go up and tell me directly. Why resort to such tricks? Being too direct will scare people away." Bai Sujan loudly ordered the boatman to row towards the harbor. Then she said, "Look at his dazed look.
People like him who are honest are the easiest to get along with." Xu Jing laughed inwardly and said, "You speak as if he can no longer escape from your grasp." That's right. Bai Sujan is full of confidence. The covered boat soon approached the harbor.
Su Xian, who had been sitting in a pavilion, waiting for the rain, suddenly became excited. He shouted, "Boatman, wait a moment, can you take me across the lake?" Bai Sujan quickly ordered, "Boatman, please dock quickly." As she spoke,
she drew aside the curtain and rushed out eagerly. She called out to Xuanhuan, "It's raining so hard. Come up quickly." Xu Jing followed her silently, looking at Xuanhuan with a strange smile on his face. Xuanhuan, holding an umbrella, was running towards the harbor.
Hearing Bai Sujan's words, he suddenly looked up. The sight terrified him. His face turned pale with fear. He dropped his umbrella and ran. He fell several times in just a few steps, but he didn't dare stop. Instead, he ran even faster.
As if he had witnessed something horrifying, Bai Sujan was stunned for a moment. Her smile froze on her face. She was completely shattered in the wind and rain. Chapter 427. Control floods and do good deeds. Love ended before it even began.
It was a roaring roar, accompanied by a violent storm, blowing away almost all of Bai Sujan's beautiful fantasies and preparations. Xuanhuan had already disappeared without a trace, not even daring to look back. "Sister, the honest man ran away.
Should we chase him?" Xu Jing supported Bai Sujan, who was almost unable to stand, and asked, "How could this happen? What's the point of chasing after him?" Bai Sujan's face was dazed. She was now at a loss. Her mind was in a mess.
She turned to look at Xu Jing and said, "Xiaoqing, sister, am I that scary?" Xu Jing thought for a moment and said, "Maybe there is some misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Bai Sujan shook her head, sighed. Let's go back." Her eyes were dazed. Clearly,
today's setback had shattered at least half of her fantasy about men. The two returned home. Each had his own concerns. Without further discussion, they went to bed. The next morning, Bai Sujan went out again. Xu Jing didn't stop him.
Some things couldn't be stopped. But he believed that even if the other party used magic to get the truth from Xuanhuan, he would never associate it with him. because those who can predict the future are all powerful people.
How can a mere green snake with 1,000 years of cultivation do that? Sure enough, at noon, Bai Suzhen came back with a sad face. She was terrified. She thought she was being targeted by some powerful being, while men were important.
Her own life was even more important. She hasn't fallen in love yet. She can't risk her life for a man. Xu Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief, regardless of whether Bai Suzhen would still crave men in the future, at least for the short term.
She wouldn't have these messy thoughts anymore. Their lives seemed to have returned to the past. They practiced together, slept together, and wandered freely among the beautiful scenery or the bustling world when they felt like it.
Although the mission hadn't made any progress, Xu Jing remained calm. During these quiet days, he felt his mind becoming increasingly relaxed. So this is what him pursuing. He probably found the direction to complete the mission and transform his soul.
Recalling the days since acquiring the system, he had traveled through time and again in a short period of time. Each time, he was in a hurry, blindly pursuing power. It was like a spring, compressed tighter and tighter. If one day
it was compressed to its limit and released instantly, the consequences would be disastrous. And life now for him is the process of slowly releasing the spring. Furthermore, as Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen interacted, he gradually took the initiative.
The differences he displayed made their relationship even closer than before. This, in turn, gradually reduced Bai Suzhen's desire for men. It's June now, and the weather is getting hotter. But at the same time as the sweltering heat,
the continuous heavy rains have caused flooding. The rain poured down in torrents, forming a torrent, mixed with mud, sand and gravel. It roared like thunder, pouring down upon the world. The flood was surging, destroying houses, submerging fertile fields,
and sweeping away everything. In the face of this power of nature, human power is so small, any life seems insignificant. Sister, let's go control the flood. Xu Jing didn't dare to delay even a moment. He set up the Dharma cloud and flew up to the mountain.
Bai Suzhen followed closely behind. Their strength wasn't enough to dispel the thick clouds covering an unknown area, but they could slow the flood's flow and guide its direction. The two of them, regardless of their energy consumption, cast spells continuously.
However, this was only a temporary solution, not a permanent one. Fortunately, just as Xu Jing had predicted, Fahai finally appeared. I didn't expect that we had a connection with this monk. He also came to control the flood.
Bai Suzhen looked at Fahai on another hilltop, a look of relief on her face. Good, good. Natural disasters and calamities are inevitable for mortals, but with the Buddha's mercy, let me help them escape their misfortune today.
Fahai greeted them with a slight nod. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, chanting a mantra and making hand gestures. A spring of nectar washes away evil. Willow branches sprinkle gently, dispelling all sorrow. I chant a mantra now, cleansing and thorough.
Separate, he raised his palm like a knife and slashed at the flood, severing it in half. Then he clasped his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. A rainbow appeared above his head, spanning the sky and instantly dispersing all the dark clouds.
Xu Jing's face was solemn. He clearly sensed that Fahai's cultivation had reached the equivalent of the A level of the main world. Is it because he can't suppress his inner demons and has unlocked the power within him? This guy is truly untouchable.
At the same time, he felt somewhat relieved. They had a good relationship with Fahai, and without the Xuanhuan factor, they didn't have to become enemies. This was the best possible outcome. Bai Suzhen also noticed this.
Her face was serious. She whispered, "Yao King, don't provoke him. He has reached the state of unity between Buddha and self. He is a mortal god. Even if we two attack him together, we can't do anything to him." Fahai then opened his eyes, looked over, and said,
"Those who are alive are good. It is worth it that I spared your life. Good, good. Let's go." Xu Jing nodded to Fahai. Then he and Bai Suzhen flew down the mountain. After the flood, vast tracts of fertile land lay barren. Villages lay in ruins.
Lives were utterly destroyed, casualties were heavy, the land was awash in grief. Not a sound of chicken or dog could be heard for miles. The remaining floodwaters were still knee-deep. The bodies of livestock and humans floated on the surface.
The survivors gathered together. Many were left homeless. Some held the bodies of their loved ones, weeping heartbreakingly. The weather is hot now. The casualties are so heavy, and great disasters are often followed by great plagues.
Xu Jing wasn't well versed in medicine, but he knew Bai Suzhen was quite skilled, so he expressed his concerns. Bai Suzhen took this very seriously. She walked around and discovered something was wrong. Many people had red spots on their bodies. Some had chills.
"Sister, do you have any ideas?" Xu Jing tried to use his magical powers to treat the patient, but the effect was not obvious. Bai Suzhen didn't disappoint him. She nodded, indicating that she had a treatment plan, since there was a solution.
They quickly took action. 2 days later, a pharmacy called Bantang opened successfully. Bai Suzhen prepared a potion and distributed it free of charge to those suffering from the plague. Those who took it quickly recovered from mild illnesses.
And those with severe symptoms also experienced a rapid alleviation of their symptoms. Ultimately, they were cured. Baotang became famous. When plague ravaged the city, it seemed like the only hope for survival. Gradually,
The pharmacy was packed with people who heard the news. Those who are sick should see a doctor. Those who are not sick should see a doctor. Xu Jing took charge of the overall situation. He also hired 2 assistants with some medical knowledge to assist him.
Bai Suzhen was in charge of the consultation. Their reputation spread throughout Hangzhou. Chapter 428. Not going. Baoan Hall became famous. Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen also became famous, although Xu Jing did not help much in the treatment process.
As the owner of Baoan Hall and Bai Suzhen's sister, he naturally benefited from it. He put up 2 signs outside his pharmacy giving medicine to the poor and sick, free of charge. This earned him a reputation as a great philanthropist. Outside,
Gongs and drums rang out. Someone brought him a plaque inscribed with "Miraculous Healer." He hung it in the lobby. There was an endless stream of people bringing gifts, although most of them were ordinary things.
they all represented people's love for him and Bai Suzhen. The busy days passed quickly and another January was almost over. The pain brought by the flood and plague gradually faded into the past.
People put aside their sorrow and embraced a new life with an optimistic and positive attitude. The destroyed houses were rebuilt. The floating corpses were collectively arranged, either burned or buried. The stagnant water in the fertile fields was drained,
allowing them to be cultivated again. Markets and towns are gradually becoming bustling again. Some scenic spots have also regained their former beauty thanks to nature's healing power and government renovations.
Baontang is a bustling business with endless queues every day. Bai Suzhen's reputation as a miraculous doctor spread further and further, even to other cities. Many wealthy people came from far away to seek treatment.
Also spreading was the fame of her and Xu Jing's beauty, which attracted countless compliments. But along with the praise, there were also some other voices. There will always be some people who forget kindness too quickly, or even become ungrateful.
All sorts of gossip and rumors spread. After all, 2 beautiful women, clearly past marriageable age, remaining single and appearing in public were bound to become a hot topic.
There were also many people with ill intentions who wanted to get both the woman and the woman. And to have both the woman and the woman. They constantly sent various matchmakers to their doorsteps, even resorting to some unsavory tactics.
Although these tactics were easily thwarted, and the instigators received due punishment, they still annoyed Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen immensely. This is the world. Xu Jing gazed out the window at the beautiful sunset. There's a bright side to it.
But there's also a dark side. This period had left a deep impression on him. With his intelligence, he had anticipated what he would encounter. However, many of these experiences were his first. Hearsay and personal experience were completely different.
Bai Suzhen walked over to him, took his arm, and said, "Xiaoqing, I used to think being a monster was complicated, but being a human is obviously even more complicated than being a monster." Xu Jing smiled and said, "Sister, do you still want to find a man now?"
Bai Suzhen was silent for a long moment. After a long pause, she shook her head and sighed. "Forget it, I feel like this is fine now." She also felt that she had been a bit impulsive when she first transformed. Now that she had a buffer period,
she had given it more thought. Humans and demons, after all, belong to 2 different worlds. It's against the will of heaven. Even if they were together, they would still encounter endless troubles. Furthermore, human lifespan is limited, only a few days.
Current happiness is built on future pain. There was another reason that made Bai Suzhen less insistent. That was her sister. She was no longer the Xiaoqing of the past. She turned and looked at Xu Jing.
It was hard to imagine how much he had changed in just a few months. "Is it because you are afraid of losing me that you have changed so much?" A trace of doubt flashed through Bai Suzhen's mind. At the same time,
certain events in their lives during this period surfaced in her mind. Suddenly, a blush spread across her face. "Sister, I just rubbed it. I can't get in." Recalling what Xiaoqing had said one night a while ago,
she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and annoyed. After more than 1,000 years of experience, how could he not know about mirror polishing? But she had agreed out of a moment of softness.
Who could have imagined that it would turn into this obsession now? Xu Jing noticed Bai Suzhen's changing expression. Suddenly, he smiled and whispered, "Sister, I've refined a magical weapon these past few days." "Oh, what kind of magical instrument?"
Bai Suzhen's attention shifted. Xu Jing pulled his hand away and returned to his room. A moment later he returned with a box. The box opened. After seeing what was inside, Bai Suzhen immediately spat and said, "Pooh, how could you refine something like this?
All the good materials are wasted." She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The thing in the box was indeed a magical tool, but it wasn't used for fighting magic. It was something like Mr. "This is no ordinary Mr. Horn," Xu Jing explained seriously.
"My magical instrument can be long or short. thick or thin, soft or hard, hot or cold, adjustable in speed and twists. The possibilities are endless. Whether it's good or not, only those who use it will know. It was embarrassing to say.
This was the first magical instrument he had refined. It combined the designs of various adult products from his previous life. This magical instrument, let alone in the current era,
would be an absolute artifact among artifacts for any man or woman who needed it. Even in the modern world of his previous life, it seamlessly integrates with the human body. It connects to nerves and is more perceptive than perception.
Compared to its function, any man is insignificant. With this magical weapon, Jing could proudly say that he was now more manly than any other man. Bai Sujin blushed and her heart beat fast. She glared at Jing and said you. Her heart was moved.
Everything she longed for in a mortal man, Jing could do now, and even better. He understood her better than any other man during their time together. She had already experienced that kind of happiness. Not only did she care for him
and exchange glances with him, but she also didn't need to endure the scorching sun, like a mortal man would, to warm her blood. Nor did she need to keep her forked tongue together, or even shorten it. She didn't need to stand upright. She could be lazy.
When tired, she could return to her true form, because Xiaoqing is just like her. She doesn't need to hide herself in front of the other person. They could too. Wander West Lake on moonlit nights. They charter a melon skin boat, painted green and red.
They'd settle into the middle cabin, sitting under a lantern. They'd eat candied 10-season snacks, peach kernels, and melon seeds, sipping Longjing tea. They'd live a life they envied only Mandarin ducks, not the gods.
The last bit of struggle in Bai Sujan's heart completely dissipated, and her desire for love with a mortal also vanished. My lady, it's getting dark, we should go to bed. Jing observed Bai Sujan's reaction. Suddenly he sensed her thoughts.
Hugged the limp Bai Sujan, and walked towards the room. Chapter 429. My lord, spare my life. A sleepless night. The next morning, Jing left home. After indulging himself, he felt refreshed.
It seemed as if all his worries had been thrown away. This was the first time he had indulged himself in this world. As for whether it was the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill that magnified his desires, or some other reason, he no longer cared.
Who hasn't been impulsive and indulged? And just last night, he heard the long-lost system prompt sound. After reading it, Jing finally understood the purpose of the system's third task.
The so-called worldly practice was more about allowing him to experience life and relax. Once he reached a certain standard in the system and the trigger was generated, the rest of the transformation would naturally follow with the system's help.
Since the flood control efforts, has felt a growing sense of spiritual awakening, as if something is brewing. The origin points of killing cannot be wasted. Jing left the city and flew into the sky. After a moment's consideration,
he quickly flew towards the Yangtze River. There were numerous aquatic monsters in the river. His targets were those that devoured humans and lacked any connections. By dealing with them,
he could not only obtain more origin points but also avoid being punished by righteous men. Furthermore, in the water, he could unleash his full potential. It was a perfect combination of both. He traveled cautiously, keeping himself hidden.
It took him about half a day to reach his destination. Then he dived into the river. The moment he entered the river, Jing regained his giant python form, stirring the surging waters and diving deep beneath the surface. Simultaneously,
he discreetly released his spirit, scanning the surroundings. 100 meters away from him, a giant carp over 3 meters long was scurrying frantically, apparently having noticed his approach. Where are you running? Jing's soul was shaken.
The carp spirit immediately rolled over in pain, losing the strength to escape. Soon, Jing rushed in front of the opponent. With a light lash of his long tail, he whipped the opponent's skin and flesh.
He controlled the scale of these 2 attacks and did not directly destroy the opponent. Please spare my life, my king. The carp spirit regained consciousness. Its eyes spun around. Its mouth opened and closed. Surprisingly, it could speak human language.
This was the kind of monster Jing was looking for. He locked onto it and shouted, "Why are you running away when you see me?" The carp felt wronged. Competition among demons was brutal. Devouring one's own kind allowed them to grow.
If a powerful being suddenly intruded upon their territory, would they not flee, waiting to be devoured? He kept complaining in his heart, but he didn't dare to show his dissatisfaction. He could only reply cautiously, "I am just worried about offending the king."
Jing also understood the reason. He asked casually. He then chanted the ancient Elvish language and cast the lie detection magic he learned from Galadriel. In an instant, a green light enveloped the carp spirit. Then,
a portion of it seeped into the other party's mind. Don't move. Jing released his pressure, enveloping the opponent. My magic won't harm you, but it can tell whether you're telling the truth or not. Now I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer them.
If this green light turns red, you'll die. The carp demon wanted to cry, but he couldn't. But the power gap was too great. He couldn't even escape. So, he could only hope for the best and said, Your Majesty, if you ask, I will tell you everything I know. Okay.
Jing asked the first question. Have you ever hurt anyone? This has never happened. The carp spirit replied respectfully. I usually just eat ordinary fish and shrimp in the river to fill my stomach. As he answered, the green light on his body did not change.
It was obvious that he was telling the truth. Jing looked at the carp demon with some surprise. Its fangs were ferocious. He hadn't expected it to be such a benevolent demon. He spoke more slowly. Tell me about the distribution of power in this area.
Who are the powerful figures? The carp spirit sensed goodwill and immediately understood that Jing was a demon who hated harming people. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. A few days ago, someone fell into the water, and he was very tempted.
If he hadn't been timid and worried about provoking the righteous, he would have almost put it into action. Fortunately, he breathed a sigh of relief. He resolved to uphold his principles from now on. At the same time, he spoke.
Unburdened by all the information he had learned, Jing listened carefully and quickly understood the situation of the aquatic tribes in the Yangtze River. According to the carp spirit,
the original ruler of the Yangtze River was a legitimate deity appointed by the heavenly court. Its true form was a dragon with dragon blood. However, it disappeared hundreds of years ago. Now, the aquatic creatures in the river each ruled their own kingdom.
Hundreds of tributaries were occupied by great demons that had lived for centuries or even millennia. He didn't know about other places, but within this area, within 100 miles, the most powerful was a crab demon.
Smaller demons like him mostly submitted to them, just to make a living. How many years has this crab demon been cultivating? Has it transformed? Has it ever harmed anyone? Does it have any backers? Jing asked questions continuously.
The carp demon's whiskers trembled. He answered each question one by one. I don't know exactly how many years he's cultivated. I heard it's been no more than 500 years. He hasn't transformed yet. He has no backers, but he has eaten humans.
And I know of several other demons who specialize in harming people. He wasn't stupid. He could tell from Jing's words that he was looking for trouble with these evil demons. His mind immediately became active, and what he said was all true. Okay.
Lead the way. Let's go find that crab monster first. Jing didn't waste any time. He immediately took action. Please follow me, my king. The carp spirit hesitated for a few seconds before making a decisive decision.
It turned around and began to swim rapidly in the water. Jing followed behind slowly, scanning his surroundings with his spirit. While form isn't the only criterion for measuring strength, and sometimes it's not always accurate,
it can still serve as a useful reference. Generally speaking, a demon that has cultivated for 1,000 years, even if it can't fully transform, is close to that level, just like Bai Sujan before, even without the Buddhist beads left by Fahai.
It wouldn't take long for her to transform. They walked one after the other. In less than a cup of tea, before they reached their destination, Jing's spirit had already scanned the target. It was at the bottom of the river near the shore.
There was a huge cave with a diameter of about 5 meters. The cave wasn't deep. From time to time, a stream of bubbles would bubble up from within, gurgling up to the surface. The crab spirit he was looking for was lying 2 meters from the entrance.
Seemingly in a state of cultivation, this crab monster practically filled the entire cave. It wore a brown crab shell. The shell shimmered faintly, looking like metal, and on the shell itself, a human male face appeared, eyes also closed.
It looked incredibly eerie. Another striking feature is the pair of claws at the front, which resemble a pair of giant metal pliers several meters long. Their sharp jaws give off a dangerous aura. Can deal with it. After scanning,
Jing instantly determined the crab demon's cultivation level. Without a word, he suddenly accelerated, overtaking the carp demon and rushing straight towards the location where he was dealing with it. Chapter 430.
The green snake that acts on behalf of heaven. Wow! Jing's charge sent the river water surging and churning, instantly startling the crab spirit cultivating within the cave. The crab monster's eyes suddenly opened,
and the human face on its back reacted in the same way, revealing a human-like look of surprise. Wait, is there some misunderstanding? His ferocious mouth opened and closed. Sounding panic-stricken, he subconsciously extended his giant claws, opened,
and bared his teeth and claws, blocking the entrance to the cave. It was too late to run. In the water, he wasn't sure he could outrun a snake far superior to himself, so the safest option was to stay in the cave and defend. No mistake, I'm looking for you.
Jing made no secret of his murderous intent, but upon seeing the claws blocking the door, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. He didn't want to be caught in the crab monster's giant claws. Even with his higher cultivation, he wasn't sure he could withstand it.
But that didn't mean he couldn't deal with it. He recited the awkward ancient elven language again. Simultaneously, his demonic energy circulated. In an instant, the relatively calm river surged.
Whirlpools appeared out of thin air at the entrance to the crab demon's cave, swirling the water. The crab demon instantly felt a powerful pulling force acting on its claws and body, frantically pulling it out of the cave. At the same time, the cave
which was reinforced with mud and rocks, began to crumble under the pulling force. The river water surged and became muddy. If you have something to say, please talk it over nicely. The crab knew something was amiss.
Feeling his body being involuntarily pulled out of the hole, he acted decisively. While using his demonic power to resist, he frantically paddled his 5 pairs of limbs, stirring up mud and sand. He wanted to take advantage of the moment to escape.
There's nothing more to say. You've hurt people wantonly today. I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Jing spoke with great righteousness. In order to avoid trouble, the crab spirit was furious. He ran away cursing. Bah!
I don't believe you're a vegetarian. We're both monsters. Why are you pretending to be righteous? Jing's mind locked onto the crab spirit. He laughed heartily and said, sorry, I'm really different from you. He rushed forward as he spoke.
Facing a creature with a hard shell like the crab demon, his spells could only assist as he couldn't yet crush it. Ultimately, he would have to rely on actual combat with his demonic body to achieve victory. But even in hand-to-hand combat,
he wasn't afraid at all. Millennia of cultivation were reflected in his body. His scales were even harder, and his body was thicker and longer. It's amazing to have a high level of cultivation. It'll fight you.
The crab spirit sensed the powerful spirit locking onto it. Knowing there was no escape, it charged forward, waving its giant claws. It looked like it was going to fight to the death. Sorry, a high level of cultivation is truly remarkable. Determined?
Jing suddenly accelerated. His long body moved gracefully and subtly through the water. The instant the immobilization technique was activated, he was already in front of the crab monster. The crab demon's eyes glazed over for a moment.
And his movements froze in place. The winner was decided. Entanglement. Strangulation. Snap. The hard crab shell seemed as fragile as glass. Cracks appeared everywhere, and then it shattered. A mixture of yellow, red,
and black erupted from the crab's body. Its limbs struggled, but became increasingly powerless. Finally, even its eyes dimmed, and it finally lost its voice. 4,300 essence points, that's quite a lot. Jing glanced at the system interface.
Feeling extremely satisfied. Then an arm emerged from his body and reached into the crab monster's body. In a moment, he used 2 fingers to pinch out a bead less than a centimeter in diameter. The bead was smooth, round, and shimmering.
It was the crab spirit's inner elixir. He swallowed it directly, although there was a limit to the amount of origin points he could generate from killing.
The strength gained through self-cultivation or the ingestion of rare treasures could still be converted into origin points upon his return. This was also an added bonus. This is a reward for you.
Jing then flicked his long tail again and threw the crab demon's body to the carp demon. The carp spirit was overjoyed. He had considered taking advantage of the previous battle to leave, but in the end, for some unknown reason, he had stayed. Now,
he was rewarded. He opened his bloody mouth impatiently and began to tear into the crab monster's body. If he didn't eat the monster quickly, the demonic power contained in the meat would dissipate, and it would then be nothing more than ordinary food.
Jing was not in a hurry at all. He closed his eyes and began to digest the inner elixir he had just swallowed. After an incensed stick of time, he opened his eyes and said to the carp spirit, whose belly was bloated but still nibbling, "Let's go."
To the next one. The carp demon reluctantly discarded the crab demon's corpse and turned around to lead the way. 2 days later, all the remaining aquatic creatures within a 500-li radius gathered together, with awe in their eyes.
They looked towards the green snake in front of them. The past 2 days have been extremely difficult for the surrounding aquatic creatures. Almost all of the creatures that had harmed humans have suffered a devastating disaster.
And the one who did all this was not a righteous person. It was the green snake in front of us. Rumor has it that the green snake is a snake demon with a great origin, because of its powerful strength and cultivation, and its vast knowledge of magic.
It is not something that ordinary monsters can learn. Although the green snake always claimed to be acting on behalf of heaven, all the aquatic creatures present believed that it was just an excuse. Perhaps it was for the inner elixir.
Perhaps it was for territory. Whatever the case, the various beings that once commanded the aquatic creatures within this 500-mile area were now dead or fled. Their territories had all been taken over by the green snake, and they too
had all submitted to its command. Meet the king. All the water spirits lay prostrate on the river's surface, led by the carp spirit at the forefront. They all shouted in unison, paying homage with respectful expressions.
Jing had transformed into a human form. He stepped onto the water, standing firmly on the undulating waves. He glanced around and said, "While I'm gone, Hongli will lead you." Hongli was the carp spirit's name.
He couldn't help but beam with joy upon hearing this. He secretly thought his luck had turned. This time he'd finally found a powerful partner. The other aquatic creatures looked at Hongli with envy, and then responded in unison, "Go back everyone.
From now on, cultivate well. Harming others is prohibited." Yes. The remaining aquatic creatures were originally law-abiding individuals. They immediately agreed, then excused themselves and sank into the water.
Dispersing one after another, Hongli didn't leave. He waited until the other aquatic creatures had left. Then he came before Jing and asked respectfully, "My lord, if there's anything I need, where should I go to find you?" "I'm in Hangzhou, if you need anything."
Please bring a letter to Ban Hall. Xu Jing gave his instructions, and without further delay, he rushed into the sky and flew towards Hangzhou. Chapter 431. The evil comes to your door. The weather was fine and the morning was bustling with activity.
There was a bustling crowd at the entrance of Bion Hall, making a great deal of noise and bustle. "This is our top doctor in Hangzhou. He's famous far and wide. What makes you call him a demon?" "That's right. I think you're the evil one."
You're really wrongly accusing Miss Bai. And you stinking Taoist priests. Tell me what you think. A few grown men bullying a girl. Do you still have the nerve to do that? Xu Jing flew to the outside of the city. When he reached the gate of Bion Hall,
he saw a group of people surrounding the 7 Taoists, scolding and cursing them. Although these people usually gossiped about him and Bai Sujan after dinner, they united and helped fight against the outsiders when they encountered someone bullying them.
The main reasons were: first, Bai Sujan's superb medical skills, having cured numerous seriously ill patients. Second, Xu Jing's 2 signs offering free medical treatment to the poor worked, winning widespread public support. The rich are all
a minority. The world's greatest disease is poverty. If Bion Hall were destroyed, families without the means to see a doctor would simply have to wait for death. Bai Sujan's eyes were wide open at this moment. She glared at the 7 surrounded Taoists.
She remained silent for the moment. Her face was pale and her breathing was a little erratic. To ordinary people, it looked like she had been angered by the Taoist priests. But Xu Jing could see at a glance that Bai Sujan was clearly injured and weak.
His face changed. A ball of rage surged in his heart. He pushed the people outside and said, "Make way, let me in." It turned out that it was Miss Xiaoqing who came back. "Everyone, please get out of the way. Miss Xiaoqing, you're back just in time."
These Taoists are here to cause trouble. The people around them made way, chattering about what had happened. Bai Sujan, on the other hand, was delighted and breathed a sigh of relief. With a cold expression, came to Bai Sujan's side,
grabbed her hand, and whispered, "Sister, did they do this?" His tone was icy cold, and he looked sternly at the 7 Taoists present. These 7 Taoists seemed to be divided into 2 groups. Each group consisted of 4 people. All wore yellow Taoist robes,
wore free-spirited scarves on their heads, and had yellow silk belts tied around their waists. They also carried swords on their backs. Another group wore gray Taoist robes. Their attire was simple, but they also carried pagodas, bells,
and other magical instruments. And among them, there was one person he recognized. It was the blind Taoist priest whose soul he had severely damaged. Seeing the blind Taoist priest present, Xu Jing roughly understood the cause of the incident.
Bai Sujan squeezed Xu Jing's hand firmly. Softly, she said, "Xiaoqing, I'm fine. Don't worry." She was afraid of Xu Jing's impulsiveness. She traced her fingers across his palm, asking him to be patient for now. Others bullied him.
Bai Sujan was even hurt. How could Xu Jing bear it? But before he could say anything, one of the 7 Taoists, the one with the male and female swords on his back, suddenly shouted, "This little girl Xiaoqing you're talking about is also a monster."
You've been deceived by the monster. Get out of the way, Ba! You are such a liar. Miss Bai and Miss Qing are the reincarnation of Guanyin. They have saved so many of us. How could they be monsters? In my opinion, maybe you guys are the demons.
You're jealous of Bion Hall's popularity and are here to sabotage it. The people around were immediately enraged and started cursing. The Taoists were so shocked by the scolding that their mouths opened wide and their faces turned pale.
Even if they tried to refute, they were drowned out by the scolding. Shut up, everyone! The one who spoke was still the Taoist priest with the 2 backpacks on his shoulders. His magic power was also the strongest among the Taoist priests present.
He shouted loudly. The sound was like thunder shaking the air and making it hum. The people fell silent instantly, each one of them showing a look of fear. "I am Zhang Tianxi from Mount Long." The Taoist priest with 2 swords introduced himself.
He then pointed to another white-haired Taoist priest standing over the blind Taoist priest. "This is Taoist priest Sun from the Maoshan sect. People from both of our sects have been exorcising demons and defending the way for years. How could we be wrong?"
"These 2 women are clearly 2 snake demons. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude." The people surrounding the Taoists were in an uproar.
Longkashan and Maoshan were 2 of the 3 major talisman practicing sects of contemporary Taoism. Their reputations were widespread. During the reign of Emperor Ningxong, Maoshan's Grand Masfu
was even ordered by imperial decree to perform a grand ceremony to ward off floods. They were truly virtuous and accomplished Taoists. It had only been a few years, and even with the occasional appearance of immortals,
The common people still held these Taoists in high esteem. Now there were fewer people speaking up for Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen. People turned to look at them. Many even stepped back a distance, their eyes flickering with uncertainty.
Zhang Tianxi exchanged glances with the other Taoists. Each of them wore a cold smile, looking as if they were certain of victory. I practice the art of talismans. Any monster that eats one of my talismans will immediately reveal its true form. At this,
Taoist Sun from Moshan spoke up. He reasoned, since you all believe they aren't monsters, why not let them eat one of my talismans and see if they're not? If they aren't monsters, I guarantee they won't be harmed in the slightest.
We will also apologize and compensate them too. That makes it easy. The people's tone changed. Regardless of their motives, they were now generally neutral. Taoist Sun had made it clear that the talisman was only effective against demons.
If one had no evil intentions, then consuming one wouldn't matter. Xu Jing snorted coldly, his expression becoming even uglier. Taoist Sun's move was a sure way to kill them. If they did eat, it would mean they had something to hide. If they ate it,
even if they could suppress it, they would still suffer considerable damage. Even if they didn't catch them immediately, these Taoists would definitely find an opportunity to deal with them later. By then, they would have the upper hand.
Xu Jing himself was confident he could swallow and withstand a talisman. However, he was worried about Bai Suzhen. She was already injured. If she couldn't resist, she would definitely reveal her true form. Bai Suzhen was insightful.
She gently traced her fingers across Xu Jing's palm. She consoled him. Sister is fine. After she finished speaking, she unexpectedly stepped forward, her eyes wide open. She stood there and shouted, "Bring the talisman here. I'll eat it for you to see."
She was a kind-hearted demon. She had grown accustomed to living in the human world. With Xu Jing by her side and the ability to treat the common people, she felt her life was wonderful, unless it was absolutely necessary.
She didn't want to reveal her true identity. Xu Jing's anger grew stronger and stronger, but at this point he could only hold it in. In his heart, he had already sentenced these 7 Taoists to death. "Bring me the talisman."
And stood side by side with Bai Suzhen. He looked at the Taoists with a cold gaze. Chapter 432. Fight to the death. The Taoists were caught in Xu Jing's cold gaze. It was as if they were being locked onto by a venomous snake.
Their hairs stood on end, and they couldn't help but shudder. They looked at each other, a flicker of fear in their eyes. But now the fight was a fight to the death. There was no turning back. Taoist Sun's face was serious.
He summoned his true energy and drew 2 talismans on the spot. He handed them forward and said, "A monster is a monster. Eat it if you have the guts." Snort. Xu Jing snatched the talisman and swallowed one. The talisman melted upon entering his body.
It then seeped directly into his body. The next moment, he felt his blood and internal organs burning. At the same time, strands of electricity coursed through his body, leaving him feeling numb and weak. He secretly mobilized his demonic power to suppress it.
A stream visible to ordinary people erupted from his head, rising straight into the sky. The Taoist's eyes gleamed. Naturally, they saw the green energy rising. Each of them wore a cold smile.
They were not disappointed that Xu Jing did not reveal his true form. Xu Jing glanced at Bai Suzhen and nodded slightly. This talisman was primarily designed to deal damage from lightning and fire. With sufficient cultivation, it could be suppressed.
With Bai Suzhen's level of cultivation, even if she was injured, she won't be a problem. Bai Suzhen was not afraid at all. She took the other talisman and swallowed it as well. The people around them had already retreated a little further without realizing it.
Fearing that they were indeed monsters and would reveal their true form, the scene gradually quieted down, and people stared at them intently. But a cigarette's worth of time passed. Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen were still standing there. Nothing had changed.
Now the people around them finally started to shout, changing their tune. "I said Miss Bai and Miss Jing are not monsters. You Taoist priests are really wronging good people. Are you satisfied now? You insist on calling the 2 girls monsters."
"I don't know what your intentions are." Now that the people were in the right, the atmosphere suddenly became heated. There was a great deal of noise and uproar. Some of the more irritable people even started to curse loudly. The Taoists glanced at each other.
Although they each apologized, their gazes towards Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen held the look of triumph. Then they turned and departed gracefully. "Sister." After the Taoist priest left, Xu Jing quickly supported Bai Suzhen. He asked worriedly,
"Are you okay?" Bai Suzhen shook her head slightly and signaled Xu Jing with her eyes. Xu Jing understood. He said to the people around him, "Bion Hall will be closed for 1 day today. I hope you will be more tolerant." I understand.
"Miss Bai must be very angry. Please take care of yourself." People said their goodbyes one after another and left soon. "You 2 did a great job. Go home and rest today. You'll be paid." Xu Jing gave the 2 servants another instruction.
They were the ones who had led the crowd to curse the Taoist priest several times before. The 2 guys thanked him and left happily. After everyone left, Jing helped Bai Sujan back to the pharmacy and closed the door. Then he asked, "Sister,
What happened during the 2 days I was away? How did you get hurt?" Bai Sujan sat on the armchair. Her face flickered with red, white, and blue light. Then, with a puff, she exhaled a cloud of black smoke that smelled of blood and burnt food.
She Suedas turned pale at first, then a hint of red appeared. Call. Bai Sujan let out a long sigh. Then she spoke. "The day after you left, I was on my way back. I was intercepted by a few of them. We had a fight.
They were outnumbered and I was injured." Jing's eyes widened with rage when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, "Today I will avenge myself." He and Bai Sujan had just swallowed the thunder talisman. The energy consumption was enormous.
And both of their bodies were injured to varying degrees. Even now, he felt a burning sensation all over his body. Bai Sujan's condition was definitely worse than his, if nothing unexpected happens.
Those 7 Taoists will definitely not miss this rare opportunity today and come to deal with them. Upon hearing this, Bai Sujan said anxiously, "Xiaoqing, don't be impulsive, let's hide for a while.
I'll settle the score with them after I recover from my injuries. No need to go through so much trouble." Jing directly summoned the system. He was now raging with rage. He wouldn't back down. And the longer the night, the more trouble he'd have.
Who knew what would happen if time went on? Boom. He simply spent 10,000 essence points, increasing his cultivation by 100 years. His internal energy instantly erupted. A sudden gust of wind blew through the enclosed hall.
Chairs and ornaments wildly. Bai Sujan's face was filled with surprise. She had never expected such a change. "Xiaoqing you." Before she could finish her words, Jing's aura intensified again, and it continued to intensify.
Violent energy filled the hall. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound of falling objects. Bai Sujan opened her mouth wide, completely speechless. "Sister, I'll be back soon. Please don't leave Baon Hall."
The injuries inflicted by the thunder and fire talisman had healed during the ascension process, and his cultivation had increased by 500 years. As soon as he finished speaking, he used a deceptive technique, pushed open the door.
When he got outside, a faint green aura rose from above his head. It then shot up into the sky, circled once, and then flew slowly out of the city. At the market not far away,
Taoist priests from Long Mountain and Marshan were discussing how to exorcise the demon. Just then, they all sensed the demonic energy rising into the sky and immediately glanced sideways. "It's the green snake. This is a provocation."
"She's trying to get us to leave. Humph, lure the tiger away from the mountain. Are you trying to give the white snake a chance to escape? Should I chase her?" "Chase! Since she's seeking death, why not use her tactic to eliminate her first?"
"I've already planted a soul mark on the white snake. There's no escape." "Okay, follow me." All the Taoists made their decision and quickly followed. Jing sensed the Taoist priests chasing him from behind. With a sneer on his face, he began to fly faster. Soon,
he arrived outside the city. He slowed down slightly and walked with the Taoists for a while. Then, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards the other party. "She's here! Sulfur powder!" The Taoists were well prepared.
And it seemed they had already discussed their strategy. Seeing Jing flying towards them, 2 of them immediately shook out the cloth bags they were carrying and flung them out. Simultaneously, the other 2 formed a spell.
And 2 gusts of wind swept up sulfur powder and enveloped Jing. There was also the blind Taoist priest. He seemed to have realized that it was Jing who had plotted against him. Hatred filled his face. He threw out a large number of small golden bells,
muttering something to himself as he shook the main bell, which was as big as a bowl. As for the strongest Zhang Tianxi and Taoist Sun, they each took out their magical tools and faced the enemy head on. Chapter 433, Dragon Form, before Jing even got close.
The sulfurous smell in the air made him feel hot and bitter. Even though he was powerful enough, he didn't feel completely limp and powerless. But he still felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. There was also the sound of the blind Taoist priest's bell.
It directly shook his soul. Although it couldn't force him out of his true form, it was enough to make him feel irritated. More importantly, each of these Taoists had a mysterious talisman drawn between their brows to suppress his spirit.
Clearly aware of his spirit-shattering abilities, they came prepared. He cursed inwardly, knowing that these Taoists had definitely not been preparing for a day or 2. But this only made him even angrier. He just wanted to experience life well.
Be a kind snake demon, and live a carefree life with Bai Sujan. But these so-called noble and upright people were even more unreasonable than Fahai of Jinshan Temple. They destroyed his peaceful life and were determined to force them to death. "You,
a bunch of demonic Taoists, can't distinguish right from wrong. Your cultivation is in vain. Today, I'm going to kill you!" Jing roared, silently chanting a spell. In an instant, a stronger gale arose, sweeping back the sulfur. "Don't be so arrogant!"
Zhang Tianxi's expression was solemn. He held the male and female swords in his hands. He muttered something to himself. Simultaneously, he stepped into the U-steps. With each step, he soared into the air.
He pointed his swords at Jing from a distance and shouted, "Divine thunder, boom!" Dark clouds suddenly rolled across the sky like boiling water. Then, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, striking Jing at lightning speed.
Jing knew he couldn't avoid the thunderbolt, but he wasn't afraid at all. He took the initiative to reveal his true form. The 500 years of cultivation he had gained had strengthened his body. His body was no longer a python.
His body was covered in dark green scales. 2 large bumps appeared on his head. His eyes bulged slightly. His long tail grew thicker. Horizontal stripes sprouted from his abdomen. He even had a pair of sharp claws on his front. Roar! Jing opened his mouth,
Revealing his tapered fangs which shimmered with a faint light. He roared and snarled. The lightning struck him, but it only caused his body to stiffen slightly before returning to normal. Not even his scales were broken. Regardless,
Zhang Tianxi's cultivation was limited. Therefore, even the power of thunder magic was only moderate for him at this point. Not enough to cause him much damage. Go to hell! The next moment, Jing rushed in front of Zhang Tianxi, who was terrified,
and charged at him fiercely. How is that possible? Zhang Tianxi looked at Jing's appearance at the moment. He was so shocked that he couldn't even express it in words. This was clearly a snake demon on the verge of transforming into a dragon.
Its strength was far greater than they had anticipated. If he had known he would be dealing with this kind of existence, he would definitely have been more prepared before coming. Watching Jing rushing towards him, he knew it was too late to escape.
His heart was filled with despair and regret. But at this moment, Taoist Sun, who had rushed out right behind Zhang Tianxi, finally finished his spell. He waved a huge black banner in both hands and roared, "Suppress it!" as his roar rang out.
Jing suddenly felt his body sink. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was fighting against Baiji's spirit in the main world. "Brother Zhang!" Taoist priest Sun trembled all over and roared, awakening the dazed Zhang Tianxi.
The black banner in his hand could amplify the soul and suppress the enemy's soul. Previously, they had relied on this magic weapon to inflict heavy damage on the white snake, but this time, the effect was less pronounced.
And they themselves were instead severely damaged. His face was hideous. The skin on his face was wrinkled into a ball. Blood was seeping from his ears. No denies, he looked like a demon. The difference in their spiritual power was too great.
Even if Taoist Sun's spiritual power had been enhanced, he was still no match for Jing. Jing saw the ferocious look on Taoist Sun's face. He glanced at the black banner in his hand and immediately understood the reason. In the current situation,
using the black banner, seemed to be killing 800 enemies while injuring 1,000 of his own. You all just wait for death. He laughed heartily, his spirit struggling violently. The other 5 Taoists also hurried to help.
All kinds of talismans and magical instruments attacked Jing in an overwhelming manner, exploding balls of fire, lightning, and other attacks on him. But these attacks were too weak. Apart from wearing away some of the armor,
they didn't cause any other damage. However, taking advantage of the opportunity Taoist Sun had so desperately created, Zhang Tianxi finally had a chance to escape. He spun around, unhesitatingly raising 2 sword beams. One of them enveloped Taoist Sun,
and then he rushed towards Hangzhou City. Scatter and run. Taoist priest Sun was enveloped by the sword light, but he did not forget to inform the other 5 Taoists. He had a remarkable vision. From the moment Jing revealed his true form,
he saw that he and his companions were no match for him. They wouldn't even be able to escape. The reason he risked his life to save Zhang Tianxi was, firstly, because he couldn't bear to see his long-time friend die on the spot. Secondly,
he knew that only Zhang Tianxi's sword-wielding skills could give him a glimmer of hope. As expected, Zhang Tianxi had worked with him for many years and lived up to his expectations. He took him with him when he escaped. As for the other 5 Taoists,
their magical powers were low. Originally, they were only there to assist. Now, they could only hope for the best. Roar! Jing's soul shook with all his might. The invisible force suppressing him finally collapsed completely.
He then regained his strength to move. Roaring angrily, he chased after him.
No one can escape!
His spirit erupted once more. A force as tangible as substance swept out, instantly causing the world to shift dramatically. The 5 Taoist priests,
including the blind one, had their talismans between their brows, flashing a few times before dissolving in an instant. They groaned and staggered to the ground, each one collapsing before they could even escape.
Zhang Tianxi was protected by Taoist Sun's black banner. Aside from the sword light being slightly dimmed, he wasn't affected in any other way. Jing swooped down and skimmed across the ground at high speed,
his long tail mercilessly whipping at the 5 Taoists who had lost all their power to resist. Boom! The earth trembled. Blood splattered. The 5 Taoists screamed in terror. In despair, they were smashed into a pile of rotten flesh.
Their entire bodies exploded. Then Jing turned around and chased after Zhang Tianxi and Taoist Sun. Taoist Sun was carried aloft, Freeing himself from the distraction of controlling the sword's light, he shouted to Jing.
You've already killed 5 disciples from both our factions. Stop it. If you're willing to stop, we promise no one will be held responsible. We'll even compensate you. All previous conflicts will be wiped out. Don't even think about it, Xu Jing roared.
Ajada, he silently chanted a spell in his mind. Instantly, wind and clouds gathered around him, causing his speed to suddenly increase to a higher level, gradually closing the gap. Chapter 434. No backing, no demonic power.
The sword flew swiftly. In a moment, Hangzhou City was already in sight. Zhang Tianxi and Taoist priest's son couldn't help but smile. From what had happened before,
they had also determined that Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen were unwilling to give up their human identities. As long as they hid in the city, the enemy would likely temporarily stop. That might give them some room for maneuver. But at that moment,
the sky suddenly shifted, a strong wind suddenly rose, huge clouds gathered. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour began, so intense it could hurt a person. The rain was heavy. At the same time, a boundless fog spread out,
making it difficult to see beyond just 2 or 3 steps. Oh no, Zhang Tianxi and Taoist priest's son's expressions changed drastically. They could only feel the air resistance growing stronger and stronger. In such a violent storm,
not only was their sword controlling speed impaired, but their mana consumption also increased. I'll see where you run. Xu Jing laughed heartily. He glanced in the direction of Hangzhou. Knowing it was Bai Suzhen who had taken action,
he immediately used his demonic power to control the water. His speed increased even more. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 10 meters behind Zhang Tianxi and the others. Go to hell, he roared, his body stretched into a straight line.
In an instant, he was in front of the 2 men. Then, he turned around and slashed with his claws. Zhang Tianxi and Taoist's son felt a surge of despair. The green snake before them was about to transform into a dragon.
Its cultivation had surpassed 1,000 years, and its spirit was incredibly powerful. It was practically impossible for them to resist, and at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the distance. Stop it, as the voice sounded.
A golden cloud of Dharma came rapidly from afar. Venerable, help me! Zhang Tianxi suddenly realized what was happening. A look of surprise crossed his face. He swung his sword and tried to approach Feiyan. Fa-hai!
Jing looked up and instantly recognized the person. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze returned to Zhang Tianxi and the other person. Still want to live? Die! No matter who comes today, it's useless. He has made up his mind to kill. Bus!
As Xu Jing slapped out with his claws, the air began to vibrate. It was as if an invisible force was stirring up the surrounding rain and mist. Boom! The next moment, 2 giant, translucent hands, formed from condensed rain and air,
suddenly appeared and fiercely slapped towards the center. Bang! These 2 giant hands were completely solid, over 30 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. They pinned Zhang Tianxi and the other man before they could escape.
Then thrashed and crushed them frantically. Crunch! Snap! Amidst the terrified roars of Zhang Tianxi and the other 2, the sword lights on their bodies shattered. Their bodies, only slightly stronger than those of ordinary people,
couldn't even hold out for a moment. They were directly crushed to pieces. The giant hand opened wide, and blood and flesh fell to the ground in the rain.
Evil creature! How dare you harm others in my presence?
Fahai, who had just arrived, was furious.
He struck Xu Jing with a fierce palm. I spared your life that day in vain. Today I will send you to hell. You will suffer eternal torment in the fire of the earth. He immediately saw that the downpour was caused by Bai Suzhen,
so he included her in the calculation. Xu Jing watched a beam of light shoot out from Fahai's palm. He nimbly dodged it and explained, Fahai, these Taoists injured my sister. They're going after us too. Aren't we allowed to fight back? Fahai's face was...
He struck out again with his palm. He shouted, they are all virtuous men. They have merits. I told you to stop, but you killed them. Don't you have something to hide? Bullshit. Fahai, you still can't tell right from wrong. I'm a demon, yes.
But can't a demon's words be trusted? He opened his mouth. A green flame laced with poisonous gas erupted, melting the golden light and burning straight towards Fahai's face. Fahai's expression changed. He snorted. With a flick of his hand,
he pulled out his golden bowl and aimed it at the incoming flames. The flames instantly surged like a river flowing into the sea, all drawn into the bowl. Then with his other hand, he formed a flower-picking gesture. Suddenly, a rainbow rose above his head.
In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky collapsed and dissipated. Then the wind died down, the fog cleared. The heavy rain stopped. I'll give you a chance. Explain things clearly to me.
Perhaps the inability to distinguish right from wrong touched a sore spot in Fahai's heart. He temporarily withdrew and looked towards Hangzhou City. A streak of white light flew towards them at high speed. After Bai Suzhen sensed Fahai's presence,
she could no longer sit still and rushed over. Xu Jing transformed into a human. He waited a moment. When Bai Suzhen arrived, he stood side by side with her. He looked at Fahai and said, my sister is here. Take a look at her injuries yourself. Great.
Bai Suzhen's face was filled with awe. She bowed slightly to Fahai and then calmly recounted the events of the past 2 days. Fahai stood on a golden cloud, one hand raised to his chest. After listening to Bai Suzhen's account of what had happened,
He frowned and said, even if they were wrong, their crimes do not deserve the death penalty. He looked at Jing and accused him. You have a murderous nature too strong. The sea of suffering is boundless. It is better to turn back now.
considering that you are still kind, please return to Jinshan Temple with me. With your cultivation level, if you devote hundreds of years to practicing under the Buddha, you will have hope of achieving the great Tao. Don't make mistakes, you're paralyzed.
Su Jing's face darkened and he almost burst into a curse. Without Xuanhuan, they actually wanted to take him in. What's the logic behind this? He was cultivating well in the secular world. He believed that with just a little while,
He would be able to complete Mission 3 and successfully achieve a spiritual transformation. Anyone who stood in his way would be his enemy. What if I don't want to? He asked with a gloomy expression. Amitabha Fahai chanted. He smiled and said,
then I can only subdue you and bring you back, you bald thief. Xu Jing could help himself after all. Buddha said that all beings are equal, but you always look down on demons. Humans want to kill us. Why can't we fight back, even if they have merits? So what?
haven't my sister and I saved enough people? Why don't you count our merits? How dare you? Fahai shouted. There's a hierarchy between humans and demons. This is the law of nature. Furthermore, merits are merits and faults are faults. How can they be offset?
Since you refuse to submit, today I will subdue you. Jing finally reacted after hearing this. He remembered that the monsters in the world had no backers, unless they were willing to accept the amnesty.
The status of wild monsters would be no better than that of humans. In that case, he had nothing more to say. He immediately summoned his demonic power and said coldly, come on. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Although Fahai has reached the 3rd level of spiritual power, he is not at the level where he can suppress them with just a thought. If he cannot win in a fight, the worst that can happen is to escape. Choking, Bai Suzhen's face showed anxiety.
She quickly grabbed Xu Jing and pleaded with Fahai, Master, my sister is outspoken. She was just saying it in anger. Although our cultivation is insignificant in your eyes, we are devout and kind-hearted. Please show some mercy. A demon is a demon.
It's difficult. Fahai flicked his Buddhist dust. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 435. Fahai, you are so shameless. Xu Jing was not intimidated at all. He grabbed Bai Suzhen, who was still trying to plead for mercy.
His expression grew colder and colder. Sister, don't waste your time on him. I think it's this bald thief who's stubbornly trying to get me back. Has determined to take me back. I don't think he has any other intentions.
All that talk of violating the laws of heaven, that's all just an excuse. What right does he have to enforce justice on behalf of heaven? He had only said this casually. Unexpectedly, Fahai's expression suddenly changed. He raged. Shut up, you wicked
How dare you flaunt your words today? I will suppress you all. The mighty heavenly dragon, the Daluo mantra, the Prajnaparamita Buddhas, Prajnaparamita Makong, Prajnaparamita Makong. He swung the Buddhist whisk in his hand in a circle.
Golden ripples formed into a ring, enveloping Xu Jing. Did I get it right? Xu Jing's expression also changed. He took on the appearance of a ferocious and furious dragon, spewing out blue smoke and green fire as he attacked Fahai. At the same time,
his mind raced, analyzing the reasons why Fahai was determined to capture him. Bai Suzhen was also furious at this point. She revealed her true form as a white python, her long, forked tongue stained and drenched in blood. Once again,
she summoned the wind and rain. What a trifle! How dare you show it off in front of me? Fahai sneered. The rainbow above his head trembled slightly, suppressing the surrounding area for an unknown number of miles. The sky was clear.
Not to mention the wind and rain. Even the clouds disappeared. In addition, the golden bowl in his hand flew up, blocking in front of him and taking away all the poisonous fire. Xu Jing flew back and forth in the air,
dodging the golden rings that enveloped him. Suddenly a thought struck him. He remembered why Fahai wanted to capture him. Fahai, you're so shameless, so you have ulterior motives. You want to subjugate me and help you cultivate joyful Zen.
He was so furious that he wanted to tear Fahai into pieces. Judging from the fact that Fahai unleashed his inner power and suppressed his inner demon, the other party had not yet broken through his inner demon. Suppression could only delay the situation,
not completely resolve it. It might even cause the inner demon to grow stronger. In the movie, Fahai, unable to overcome his inner demons, told King to disrupt his concentration. As for how to disrupt his concentration, the way is to seduce him with sex.
This is clearly the approach of joyful Zen. Joyful Zen utilizes the union of emptiness and joy to generate enlightenment, achieving the goal of controlling desire with desire. In Buddhist terms, it's called first engaging desire, then leading to Buddhahood.
As for why choose him, Xu Jing thought about his current demonic body. Perhaps to Fahai, the reincarnation of the heavenly dragon, A female dragon would definitely be more attractive than a female snake. You're targeting me. No, it's me.
After raging rage rose within him, accompanied by a strong sense of humiliation, he swung his claws repeatedly, and suddenly, giant palms, condensed from demonic energy, fiercely slammed down on Fahai. Don't slander me!
Fahai's hidden thoughts were revealed. Although he immediately denied it, his expression was as if he had been hurt. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The mighty dragon.
The cassock subdues demons!
He took off his monk's robe and threw it out. Suddenly,
As vast as the sky, engulfed Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen. I didn't expect you to be such a great wizard. Bai Suzhen's heart was now completely focused on Xu Jing. After hearing Xu Jing's words,
she was also furious and spewed out endless poisonous fire from her mouth. No matter what, neither she nor Xu Jing had the same level of cultivation as the other. They didn't dare approach to fight, fearing that if something unexpected happened,
they would even have a chance to escape. Fahai really had murderous intent this time. He exposed his upper body, his entire back. It was covered in tattoos. The ascetic monk pierces his nostrils with a needle. He pierces his tongue.
He comprehends the concept of self and non-self. He pricks his skin with the needle again and again. Blood oozes out. Indigo invades, merging with his blood and soul. He destroys his body, endures the pain, and achieves a grand vision.
This large image contained extremely powerful power. It could protect the body, attack, and even achieve the golden body of the Dharma. On Fahai's back is a dragon that upholds justice. However, this dragon was not created by him through ascetic practices.
It was innate to him. He was so young, yet he was able to become the abbot of Jinshan Temple. His magical powers were so strong. The main reason was that he was the reincarnation of a Buddhist celestial dragon, the great and mighty heavenly dragon.
The Prajnaparamita Buddhas, Prajnaparamita Mahakala. Fahai suddenly turned around, facing away from Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen, and chanted a spell. The next moment,
the dragon tattoo on his body suddenly began to move along with his muscles, releasing 1,000-foot golden light. Hold head high, accompanied by a melodious dragon roar. The dragon behind him instantly broke out of his skin. Flying dragon in the sky, go!
Fahai suddenly turned around, locked eyes with Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen, and shouted in order. A dragon soars into the sky, hissing and whistling with a majestic and overbearing force. The crest on its back blazes with lightning. Its head is majestic.
With a pearl on its head, its eyes are strange and its power can crush mountains. White clouds rose from the clear sky and gathered under the claws of the dragon. Boom, it bared its fangs and claws. It swooped down from the sky, its dragon mouth,
unleashing countless fireballs. The temperature of these fireballs was unlike the flames Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen had spewed. Even the air was ablaze, transforming nearly half the sky into a sea of fire.
The flames continued to spread as the monk's robe grew larger.
Get on my back. Let's go. It'll be too late.
Xu Jing had just broken free from the entangled golden light ring when he saw the monk's robes looming over him.
He immediately knew that the fight was impossible and decided to flee without hesitation. Bai Suzhen made a quick decision. She transformed back into a human and landed on Xu Jing's back. A look of worry crossed her face, shouting, "Where are we going?"
Let's go to Jinshan Temple.
Xu Jing suddenly had an idea. He shouted, "Since this thief wants to kill us, let's go to Jinshan and create a flood. Kill the monks in Jinshan Temple." As he spoke,
he dodged the flames and the approaching dragon and flew rapidly towards Junjiang. "You dare!" Fahai naturally heard Xu Jing's words. His face turned extremely grim. "You are going against the will of heaven. You will only end up dead."
He immediately withdrew his cassock power, recalled Tianlong, and rode the clouds in pursuit. However, in terms of speed he didn't have much of an advantage. He could only keep up and not lose sight of it. Bao Xu Jing cursed as he flew. Bald donkey.
"You have bad intentions. I saw through your plan and you still want to kill us to vent your anger. Can't you allow us to resist? If all the monks in Jinshan Temple die because of this, it will be because of you. We have done evil.
You will not be able to escape retribution." Fahai's expression changed again and again. He knew it all. All of this was caused by his momentary delusion after seeing Xu Jing's dragon body. Inner demon again, he sighed deeply.
A sense of alarm flared in his heart. He might have been possessed by his inner demons again. He quickly shouted, "Don't run away. Let's talk it over." Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen looked at each other,
wondering whether Fahai was lying to them or if he really wanted to reconcile. After flying several miles, Xu Jing finally made a decision. He turned around and said, "Stop, don't come over here, unless it was absolutely necessary."
He didn't want to destroy Jinshan Temple and completely break off relations with Fahai. That would mean Fahai would be at war with him until his death. And then there would be no question of completing the mission.
Fahai heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Xu Jing's words. He stopped the magic cloud and floated quietly in the sky. Chapter 436, Suzhen's Origins. In the sky over the desolate mountains and wilderness, Xu Jing was carrying Bai Suzhen on his back.
And they were at least a kilometer apart from Fahai. Anything else you want to say? They were now in the upper hand. They had the initiative. There was nothing to fear. Fahai regained his composure, the air of a master. Upon hearing this,
He raised his hand and said, Amitabha, don't be stubborn. If you act in a moment of pleasure and make a big mistake, it will be irreversible. Anyway, they were just a step away from falling out. This time, before Jing could lose his temper.
Bai Sujan angrily said, Fahai, we are in this state because of you. You have such great abilities. Yet you are so selfish. You act recklessly under the guise of upholding justice. This time, Fahai was no longer angry. With a hint of guilt on his face, he said,
I was obsessed with the appearance before. Fortunately, I didn't make a big mistake. You are doing good deeds by controlling the flood. You have merit. I hope you won't make mistakes and ruin your future. His tone was sincere.
A completely different person from before. Leaving Bai Sujan perplexed and unsure, Xu Jing guessed the reason and said calmly, as long as you stop targeting us, we won't seek our own death. He couldn't handle Fahai, who was a class A warrior,
Let alone the Buddhist sect behind him. Although he guessed that the system might have blocked the way for these bigwigs to enter the human world, he still didn't dare to gamble. Otherwise,
who knew if these protective bigwigs would desperately break in after discovering the problem? Good. Fahai smiled. Don't worry, I'll leave now. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without hesitation. In the blink of an eye,
he flew out of Xu Jing and the others' sight on the Dharma cloud. Really gone. Bai Sujan was still in disbelief and somewhat confused about Fahai's state. Xu Jing shook his demonic form, after Bai Sujan understood and flew away.
He transformed back into human form. He said Fahai has a demon within him, is probably rushing back to suppress it now. Even if he still wants to deal with us, he probably won't be back anytime soon, so that's how it is.
Bai Sujan recalled Xu Jing's previous statement that Fahai wanted to subdue him to practice joyful Zen. Uncertainly, she asked, a village woman from the purple bamboo forest. Xu Jing nodded and said, that's right, has the reincarnation of a celestial dragon.
He abstains from sex and lust. He was also distracted that day by mistakenly collecting the spider spirit. Seeing the village woman, it was inevitable that he would be possessed by his inner demons. Bai Sujan suddenly understood.
She finally understood everything, but she quickly stopped caring instead. She stared at Xu Jing curiously. Xiaoqing, she said. What about you? Do you have anything you want to tell me? Xu Jing understood what Bai Sujan meant.
He had previously spent 500 years continuously improving his cultivation in Ba'an Hall. It was quite remarkable that Bai Sujan hadn't waited until now to ask about such a shocking fact. Let's go back first, then I'll talk to you slowly.
He also needed to think about how to say it. He would eventually leave this world, and that time might not be too long. He also had to carefully consider how to deal with Bai Sujan.
The two of them then returned directly to their residence at Xuanhuan Harbor. Along the way, Bai Sujan seemed preoccupied. Sister, don't let your imagination run wild. After Xu Jing held Bai Sujan's hand and said directly, actually,
I met a senior outside when I was applying for the title deed to our mansion some time ago. I went out these past 2 days to go to the place where we had an appointment. The system couldn't be told. Anyway, this world is full of immortals and gods.
Every now and then, one of them descends to play around in the human world. If you encounter one, you'll often have a fortuitous encounter. This excuse is just the right one. Bai Sujan really had no doubts. She just asked, what about your cultivation level?
That senior gave me a pill. I could have digested it slowly to gain more power, but this time, the situation was urgent, so I used the quick digestion method he taught me. Xu Jing had already thought of an excuse and explained it calmly.
Bai Sujan thought about it and then believed it. Or perhaps she had never suspected that Xiaoqing was being used as a substitute. She asked curiously, Xiaoqing, I wonder which senior you met? Xu Jing shook his head and said, he didn't tell me that.
He just told me to practice hard. If I ever achieve enlightenment, he'll accept me as his official disciple. Oh, Bai Sujan looked surprised. This senior had such high demands. He must have great magical powers. She hesitated for a moment.
Xiaoqing, I also have something to tell you. What's up? Xu Jing's expression suddenly changed. He thought of Bai Sujan's inheritance. As expected, Bai Sujan said, Sister,
I once had the honor of studying under the Lishon old mother and was accepted as a registered disciple. My situation is somewhat similar to yours. Master once said that I was destined to face a love tribulation. After I overcame it,
he would accept me as a formal disciple. Now think about it. A blush suddenly appeared on her face. She glared at Xu Jing and turned away. In her opinion, this love affair was probably about an illicit relationship with Xu Jing. While exciting,
it was also unacceptable to the world. Even the other demons would despise them if they knew. Xu Jing laughed heartily and said, Don't worry, sister. When I achieve enlightenment, I will transform into a new body and become your true husband.
He was just being defensive. He still had a good impression of Bai Suzhen. Unfortunately, even he himself had traveled through time and space. He couldn't bring Bai Suzhen back with him, but he believed that as long as he continued to grow stronger,
perhaps one day he would be able to return to a world he had once traveled through. He could even freely choose which world to go to. Bai Suzhen's face turned even redder. However, she didn't object to Xu Jing's words. After revealing her secret,
she felt that their relationship seemed to have become closer. Xu Jing's face showed an embarrassment. He then said, "There's something else I need to tell you. That senior said that after I officially become his disciple,
he'll take me back to the mountains to practice. It might be a long time before we meet again." Bai Suzhen's expression changed slightly, becoming somewhat gloomy. She remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "That's fine. After all,
our strength is limited. To be free in this world, we must possess sufficient strength. I will also return to my master to cultivate. You don't have to worry about my safety." Xu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Suzhen was understanding.
Without waiting for him to mention it, she had already relieved his worries. He said apologetically, "Sister, we have a long way to go." "Yes." Bai Suzhen smiled and nodded. She was still injured. After the two of them had a heart-to-heart talk,
Xu Jing left the house. His spirit was released and he stood guard outside. Chapter 437. Sol Level 3. 3 days later, Bayan Hall resumed business. 2 days later than previously announced,
the hospital was immediately flooded with people seeking medical treatment. A long line formed inside and outside the hospital. Bai Suzhen sat in her clinic and treated patients, regardless of the patient's wealth or status.
She always maintained the most friendly attitude. One of the two assistants was responsible for preparing the medicine according to the prescription, while the other was responsible for boiling the medicine. They were busy all day and night.
The medicine in the furnace emitted a thick cloud of steam, filling the entire Bayan Hall. Xu Jing, unfazed, sat behind the counter, appearing to be the most relaxed. He picked up the tea leaves and was making tea.
China has the oldest and most sophisticated history of tea drinking. Guests are offered tea, often replacing wine with tea. Tea is used as a sign of courtesy. Furthermore, each ethnic group has its own unique tea drinking customs.
Since it was a way to cultivate one's mind, Xu Jing started studying the tea ceremony. The tea drinking method of the time had changed from the boiling method used in the Tang dynasty to the brewing method. He used the first spring Longjing tea leaves,
picked before the Qingming festival. The buds were just beginning to sprout, shaped like lotus seeds. The water used was mountain spring water. After brewing the tea, he brought it to Bai Suzhen. She smiled at him and took it and drank it.
Xu Jing returned to his seat. He drank his tea as well. The two of them seemed to be in sync. Even the way they raised their glasses was identical. This life was wonderful. During the day, Bai Suzhen was a respected doctor, a capable and powerful woman.
But at home, she transformed into the most virtuous and tender young woman, fawning over him, obeying him in every way and offering him every comfort. Gossip still exists. It's even increasing. For ordinary people, the long days are lonely and idle.
They really hoped to find a reason to gossip. They spread rumors about others, hurting others' feelings without any purpose, and naturally strengthening the harmony within their own family. However, this didn't affect Xu Jing and Bai Suzhen at all.
They might have taken it personally at first, but over time they stopped caring. The world is complex. Seeing things with indifference and seeing through them is a kind of spiritual practice. Time passed. Autumn gave way to winter.
The sun seemed to draw closer, appearing exceptionally clear and dazzling, yet its temperature seemed to have cooled. It simply wouldn't warm up. By winter, Xu Jing was fine. He had fully transformed into a dragon.
But Bai Suzhen was limited by her innate abilities. Even with her powerful cultivation, she still felt weak and drowsy. Xu Jing simply closed Bayan Hall and took Bai Suzhen southward, flying towards the border of Chuangzhou.
He did this primarily as a precaution. After the Long Mountain and Moshan sect lost 7 Taoists, they hadn't taken any action since. And then there was Fahai from Jinshan Temple.
Who knew if these people would be waiting for this opportunity to come and eliminate the demons and defend the Tao? Fortunately, the journey was safe and sound, and they arrived at their destination safely. Changzhou, later known as Hainan,
was a territory of the Song dynasty. However, the local population was primarily composed of the indigenous Li people, with Han Chinese being a minority. Arriving here, the scorching heat revived Bai Suzhen's spirits.
Perhaps it was the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill that had taken effect. After her transformation, she became more and more human-like, enjoying living in the human world. At Xu Jing's suggestion, they opened a new pharmacy in Chunzhou Bahaitang.
The rules were the same as in Hangzhou. They provided medicine to the poor and sick without charging a penny. And this time their home was also set up inside the pharmacy, thanks to Bai Suzhen's superb medical skills and her extensive medical care.
Bahaitang quickly became well known in the area, attracting as many patients as she did in Hangzhou. The local people are simple and honest. They're actually very easy to get along with, even friendlier than the people in Hangzhou.
While it might not be as bustling as Hangzhou, it possesses a unique, tranquil and simple natural beauty. Jing and Bai Sujan spent the entire winter there. Even when spring arrived, they still did not return to Hangzhou. They chose to stay.
Time flew by day. In the blink of an eye, another half-year had passed. Near August, one morning, while Jing was cultivating, he suddenly felt something sprout within his soul. He carefully sensed it.
But it felt as if nothing had happened. This feeling was strange, like inspiration that flashes and disappears, leaving one with no clue what was going on. Before he could call up the system, a familiar prompt sounded, just as he expected.
Ha ha ha. Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing. After so many journeys through time, he had finally waited for this day. Xiaoqing, what makes you so happy? Bai Sujan came over after hearing the laughter and asked curiously.
Jing didn't hide it. With a look of joy, he said, "Sister, I've gained some insights from my practice today. I'm confident, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll soon reach the state of divine unity." What? Bai Sujan was surprised when she heard this.
Then she said happily, really, absolutely true. Jing couldn't wait any longer. He said, "I'll go into seclusion and practice now. I'm sure I'll be able to break through soon." After he finished speaking, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes.
Bai Sujan could understand Jing's feelings. She no longer had the heart to open the shop for business. She just waited on the side. However, besides happiness, her expression also had a hint of melancholy.
Jing didn't notice Bai Sujan's change of expression. He calmed himself down for a moment before clicking on the reward after mission 3 without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of refreshing air entered his mind. He involuntarily released his spiritual energy.
The scanning range began to expand from 4 kilometers. Jing was very familiar with this expansion process. He relaxed completely, feeling the strengthening of his spirit. Soon, the scanning range reached a diameter of 5 kilometers. The next moment,
a rainbow of colors flashed all over his body. At the same moment, a sudden booming sound erupted in his mind, as if the world were being created. From the hazy chaos, a seemingly illusory figure of light and shadow emerged.
Although the figure was hazy, it was still vaguely visible that it resembled its original form in the main world. Behind its head, a disc, primarily red, with other colors as a minor component, loomed, a myriad of colors interwoven together.
When the disc appeared, Jing felt as if he had suddenly been enlightened. He suddenly understood a lot of information about the various elements of heaven and earth. This information was not obtained out of nowhere. Instead,
it was an in-depth analysis of all the spells, skills, and knowledge he had learned since his cultivation. If he only knew how to use these skills and spells before but didn't know the secrets behind them, now he has completely comprehended them. However,
perhaps because he was cultivating the Luyan Fire Phoenix mysterious classic in the main world, he understood the most about the knowledge of fire. Chapter 438. Farewell. Finally reached the 3rd level of soul, Jing opened his eyes.
His gaze filled with excitement.
Shocking, you really did it.
Bai Sujan had already determined this when all kinds of light appeared on Jing's body. She was also extremely excited at this moment.
Yes, Jing nodded.
Seeing the various lights emanating from his body dim, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He drew these lights into his body and began to transform himself. This was the moment of his soul's breakthrough.
The remnants of the enlightenment of the laws of heaven and earth to him. If it were someone else, they would probably devote all their energy to absorbing and digesting these remnants of the laws, improving their cultivation, strengthening their bodies,
or attempting to comprehend the laws within. But he didn't want to waste this rare opportunity to transform his form. For him,
improving his cultivation and physical body would at most increase the amount of original energy that could be converted upon his return. As for the possibility of comprehending the laws, it was extremely slim. As these laws merged, under Jing's,
his body and features suddenly twisted, like a clay doll. His features and shape gradually blurred, then formed again. It took about half a day. When the various colored lights completely dissipated,
he finally returned to his appearance and size in the main world, and this was the most fundamental change. His dragon form also became male. Although he had wasted opportunity to improve himself, Jing had no regrets.
He had finally transformed from a woman back into a man. If he had the chance to come back in the future, he wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. Xiaoqing, you. Bai Sujan was overwhelmed with surprise a year ago.
Jing had promised to change his form and body upon achieving enlightenment. She still remembered. Now, it had come true. She was filled with emotion. Jing laughed and said, "From now on you have to call me husband." Bai Sujan was stunned for a few seconds.
Suddenly a smile blossomed. She obediently called out, "Husband." She dragged out her words, her voice full of charm. At the same time, she leaned towards Jing, her body wrapped around him like an octopus, her eyes
Filled with a fiery passion that could melt anyone looked at him, Xu Jing's heart skipped a beat. He gasped softly. He immediately hugged Bai Suzhen and whispered in her ear, "My wife!" Bai Suzhen responded and said, "Why don't we just not open the shop today?"
Good. Xu Jing had no objection. He swept his spirit out and found the hired servant in the city. He gave him instructions. Then, with a flick of his hand, he set up a soundproof barrier inside Bao Hall and completely sealed the gate.
Fairies are the best at clinging to people, especially snake fairies. This is absolutely true. Ba Hitang did not resume business until noon the next day. "Why are you opening the door now? No one was here yesterday either." As soon as the gate was opened,
The local people were delighted and couldn't help asking questions. Then they saw Xu Jing. They were stunned. Each of them looked puzzled. They asked, "Who are you?" Bai Suzhen then walked out. Beaming with joy, she introduced him. "This is my husband."
he just arrived yesterday, so we're closed for the day. The people suddenly understood. A knowing smile spread across their faces. They all said, "That's the raw material. I understand."
Xu Jing also took the opportunity to reintroduce himself and informed everyone of Xiao Qing's departure. As for his name, he had already told Bai Suzhen yesterday. Now that he had officially restored his original name, it was a complete success.
Bai Suzhen quickly began treating patients and prescribing medicine. The staff also began to get busy. Meanwhile, Xu Jing summoned the system. Now that task 1 and 3 were complete. As for task 2, protecting Bai Suzhen, although it wasn't finished yet,
He already had a direction. As long as Bai Suzhen returns to Lishan Lamu, the mission will most likely be completed. But Xu Jing wasn't in a hurry. The night hadn't even ended in the main world yet. He planned to stay here for a while longer.
it just so happened that he had just achieved a spiritual breakthrough, so he needed some time to adjust and get familiar with the world. Just like that, the ordinary days passed one by one. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed.
One day when Bai Suzhen had finished seeing the last patient and was closing the door, Jing suddenly said, "I'm leaving." Bai Suzhen shuddered. She froze in place, maintaining the posture of closing the door. She turned her back to Xu Jing and remained silent.
Xu Jing explained that Senior informed me through a secret method. I will leave and follow him to cultivate. Bai Suzhen remained silent. Xu Jing walked over to take a look. His eyes were red and tears welled up in them. "You should also go back to your master."
Don't be sad. Practice well. We have a long way to go. Bai Suzhen finally couldn't help herself. Tears fell. With a sad expression, she said, "Husband." "Okay." Xu Jing agreed without hesitation.
Then he picked up Bai Suzhen and strode into the room. A night of passionate love. The next morning, they posted notices on Bio Hall and flew high into the sky together. The Lishan Lamas Monastery is located in the Lishan area.
Not all immortals and powerful beings reside in places like heaven. Some monasteries exist on earth. These monasteries offer otherworldly wonders. Those without opportunity or permission simply cannot enter. After arriving at Mount Lai,
Bai Suzhen muttered something for a while. Then she formed a magic spell. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Husband, keep this. When you come to see me next time, crush it." Apparently,
Xu Jing's breakthrough in cultivation had stimulated her. Unless Xu Jing came to find her, she wouldn't come out until she had achieved her goal. This was exactly what Xu Jing wanted. He reached out and took the thumb-sized jade pendant. He nodded in agreement.
of course, he couldn't take this thing with him. He would have to find a secret place to store it. The two reluctantly bid farewell. A moment later, the surrounding space trembled slightly. A woman in white, carrying a sword, suddenly appeared.
Bai Suzhen said goodbye and went to the woman in white. She looked at Xu Jing reluctantly. The woman in white looked at Xu Jing curiously for a few moments. Then she nodded slightly in greeting, without waiting for Bai Suzhen to say anything.
She pulled her away and disappeared. Xu Jing sighed. He stood there for a moment before summoning the system. As expected, task 2 has been completed. He did not return immediately. Instead, he turned around and flew quickly towards Jinshan Temple.
Xu Jing didn't consider himself a particularly generous person. In fact, he was still resentful of Fahai's actions and attempts to subjugate him to practice joyful Zen. Now, his soul was at the 3rd level, regardless of his cultivation.
He was at least on the same level as Fahai. He didn't have to worry about being suppressed. Furthermore, his mission was complete. He could return at any time. Even if he couldn't destroy Fahai, he would still teach him a profound lesson.
He was also looking for an opponent of the same level to test his strength. This opponent could be too strong or too weak. Fahai was the perfect choice. Xu Jing passed the Yangtze River and chanted a spell. Soon,
Hongli appeared with the other subdued aquatic creatures. "All water creatures, obey my command. Raise the flood to the Golden Mountain," he gave the order, and the Yangtze River surged, creating a massive wave over 10 meters high.
Xu Jing stood on the crest of the wave, controlling the situation. He headed towards the Golden Mountain, chapter 439, wearing the yellow robe, under the control of numerous aquatic creatures.
The waters of the Yangtze River surged mightily along its course toward Jinshan. Of course, along the way, they inevitably passed through the territories of other aquatic creatures. Some fled in panic, while others, believing they were being attacked,
rose up in resistance. However, these rebels were all captured under Xu Jing's powerful suppression and finally submitted to his command. Just like that, the water creatures gathered more and more. In the end, he didn't even need to do anything.
Those who resisted were subdued by his men one after another. At the same time, news of Xu Jing's attack on Jinshan spread among the aquatic tribes, attracting a large number of aquatic creatures who had long disliked Fahai.
There were also some aquatic creatures who had been suffering from their cultivation and lack of entertainment. And upon hearing the news, they came to join in the great event. It was like a rebellion rising up during a dynastic change in the human world.